Chapter 2451, Killing a High-Level Saint. Chapter 2451, Killing a High-Level Saint. Edited by Red. Earth Pulsations. Ordinary, a supreme cultivator, was astonished when he saw Lin Feng's attack. His attack had the same pulsations as the earth, which made his attack extremely heavy and powerful. That little boy progresses really quickly. No wonder that the old ox thinks highly of him. He'll definitely reach my cultivation level in the future, thought Ordinary. A low-level saint attacked Lin Feng, but was stopped by a stone wall out of nowhere. Ordinary was amazed. Empty space strength and earth strength rotate. First empty space strength invades the space and then it turns into earth strength, thought Ordinary. How beautiful. Lin Feng punched his enemy's head, and killed him instantly and easily. Low-level saints didn't pose a threat to Lin Feng anymore. They were just too weak now. "I'll kill him," said someone coldly. The crowd moved away to let a high-level saint of the empty space shrine pass, as he stared at Lin Feng. His name was Rongcheng. His empty space strength had reached the maximum level, and he had become a high-level saint 3,000 years before. Now, two of his original strengths had reached the maximum level, the second one being water original strength. Even though he still hadn't managed to fuse his original strengths together, he was still very strong. "I saw you during the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. Back then, I never thought you'd fight against me near decades later. I didn't think the shrines would need to send such forces to fight against you, either. You're an exceptional fighter in the continent of the 9 clouds," Rongqing said to Lin Feng slowly. "But you have to understand that even if 3 peerless saints are helping you, you won't be able to survive today. The shrines want to kill you, not one shrine, several. You will die today. Lin Feng knew he was in danger. Dayu City was completely sealed, so he couldn't escape. The shrines wanted to kill him. He knew it was a critical situation. But he wasn't weak, either. Brother Ordinary and Brother Salang were helping him. The old ox and the others had also set high expectations and hopes on him. He knew it, even if the old ox was always cold and detached. Many people couldn't wait to see him become stronger. How could he die? He would leave Dayu City, even half dead. Brother Ordinary and Brother Salang were helping him. By helping him, they had offended the shrines. Even if they didn't care, Lin Feng cared. "There are many things you hadn't imagined back in the days. Maybe you never thought the empty space shrine would get wiped off the maps of the continent of the 9 clouds, either," replied Lin Feng coldly. "Is that so? You look quite calm. You don't know how to evaluate danger. Don't blame me for bullying younger people," retorted Rongqing, smiling coldly. He released empty space strength, which fused together with the space around him before moving inside. "Earth," said Lin Feng. He took a deep breath and calmly sensed the pulsations of the earth. Every inch of the earth pulsated in his veins and arteries. Bright lights appeared in front of him and pressed towards him. "Slow," said Lin Feng, while moving backwards. He wasn't frightened at all. He had been fighting against the 9 bestial saints on a daily basis for a long time. They were much stronger than Rongqing. The empty space strength turned into a sword and continued shooting towards him. However, Lin Feng just tilted aside and the empty space strength flew past his shoulder. "Freeze." The space became ice cold as Rongqing started freezing the space around them. Lin Feng was surprised at the chill. He countered by releasing earth strength, which turned into an armor. "Humph." Rongqing grunted coldly. He slowly walked towards Lin Feng, releasing empty space strength which penetrated into his body without breaking the ice. "Eh?" He frowned. He realized that his attack hadn't reached Lin Feng's body, as if he wasn't inside. He waved his hand and golden lights appeared in the ice. A terrifying empty space thunder descended from the sky. "Break!" Rongqing attacked the frozen earth, and the ice and the earth broke apart at the same time. The terrifying empty space thunder descended from the sky. Anyone who was frozen would be killed. The crowd around them moved away. Rongqing frowned. He looked down at his feet, where the ground was pulsating. A gigantic piece of ground trembled, rose up, and buried him. A figure appeared in the mud in the ground. It was Lin Feng, who had become an integral part of the earth. The ground was his body. He could sense things clearly, especially Rongqing's strength in the ground. Lin Feng turned into a beam of light and moved towards Rongqing. He raised his hand and released strength, his strength pulsing at the same pace as the earth. The ground exploded loudly, and his attack reached Rongqing, whose face stiffened. He was on the verge of collapse. "Opportunity!" Lin Feng shouted furiously, and threw his fist at Rongqing's head. His fist contained an oppressive and heavy earth strength which shrieked as it tore space. In the end, he didn't aim at Rongqing's head, and instead punched his chest. However, he wasn't smiling. On the contrary, his expression suddenly changed. Water. Lin Feng had the impression he had punched water. Rongqing's body was extremely soft, it was pierced through, but nothing happened. As if he had punched water. It was a particular defense of people whose water original strength had reached the maximum level. Die, said Rongqing, smiling coldly. He already considered Lin Feng dead. Lin Feng's arm started freezing. Rongqing drove his fist at Lin Feng's head. It contained an incredible empty space thunder. If his fist reached Lin Feng, he was definitely going to die. Slow, countered Lin Feng, releasing slow strength. He slowed his opponent down, and at the same time, he released stone strength, burying his enemy again, but Rongqing's fist continued moving towards him. Lin Feng waved his arm, and it turned into a stone which pulsed at the same pace as the earth, but did he have time to dodge? He started to evade Rongqing's attack. Ordinary was impressed. Lin Feng's strength was already not bad. One of his original strengths had already reached the maximum level, but Rongqing had two strengths at the maximum level. Lin Feng might not be strong enough to compete with Rongqing. Ordinary was getting ready to get involved. Die! Shouted Lin Feng at that moment suddenly. The ground trembled. Soundwave and illusion strength smashed into Rongqing's head, even as Lin Feng released earth strength. The soundwave strength was inside the earth strength, so it made Rongqing's head shake unceasingly even as illusions appeared in Rongqing's mind. He had the impression he had already attacked Lin Feng and failed. Acceleration. Lin Feng released fast strength in his arm, and threw his fist at Rongqing. At the same time, Rongqing's fist was getting closer and closer to his head. Lin Feng's fist moved far faster, the soundwave strength continuing to resonate. Rongqing had the impression he was carrying the whole world on his shoulders. When he came back to his senses, he realized he hadn't killed Lin Feng yet, and was momentarily startled. But he was a high-level saint after all, so he said coldly, "I didn't think you could control so many sorts of original strength. Even though they haven't reached the maximum level, it's an advantage. You used earth, soundwave, and cursing original strengths, not bad. But you can't kill me. You will die." He was trying to demoralize Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng just looked at him in a cold and detached way. Rongqing controlled water original strength at the maximum level. Was he really invincible because of that? There had to be a solution even if his body was as soft as water. He needed to attack every single part of his body to defeat him, that was it. Lin Feng didn't flinch. He attacked again. Rongqing smiled coldly. Lin Feng was acting recklessly. Did he really want to fight a second time? He was staring at Lin Feng as he condensed empty space strength. He wanted to defeat Lin Feng in one attack. He couldn't give Lin Feng any opportunity. Lin Feng also moved. His speed became incredible. He reached his maximum speed, moving in an eye blink towards Rongqing. Lin Feng raised his fist, in which he had condensed fast strength. Rongqing's body turned into water, and his body became incredibly soft. He wanted Lin Feng's punch to pierce through him, but this time, Lin Feng stopped his fist inside the water. "You can't kill me," said Rongqing, smiling coldly. "Nobody is invincible," replied Lin Feng. He waved his hand and attacked the soft water body again. He condensed fast strength in his hand as well as pulsing earth original strength. Each time the earth strength pulsed, the water rolled in waves. A terrifying sword energy suddenly invaded the water, and God's strength swept everything away. Rongqing's smile suddenly stiffened. His body was starting to disintegrate. How is that possible? Rongqing's face turned deathly pale. His didn't understand. A destructive sword chi tore through him, and Rongqing turned into dust and disappeared in the empty space. Lin Feng smiled coldly. Had Rongqing really thought he was invincible? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2452 Change. Chapter 2452 Change. Edited by Red. When Lin Feng killed Rongqing, everybody was astonished. Then, several sorts of chi shot towards Lin Feng from all directions. Several people were attacking him at the same time. Humph. Ordinary grunted coldly. He flashed forwards, the ground undulated and earth strength pulsed at the same pace as everybody's heart. He said, "What are you doing?" Their faces stiffened. If Ordinary attacked, their hearts would explode. His strength gave them a strange sensation, and they were all convinced he was strong enough to destroy them. He was a supreme cultivator, after all. Brother Ordinary, it's alright, said Lin Feng smiling. 5 bestial saints appeared in front of him, including the golden ape. Brother Ape, thank you very much, said Lin Feng, smiling at the ape. They had agreed that the bestial saints would help him only once, but this time, it was the second time the golden ape helped him. My hands feel itchy, hee hee. The golden ape smiled, glancing at the enemy. All the shrines want to kill me so bad, we don't need to be polite anymore. Kill them, said Lin Feng. A ferocious and wild chi burst forth. The bestial saints looked bloodthirsty, ferocious, and excited. The golden ape ran forwards, and the ground collapsed loudly under his feet. Stone walls appeared all around. He wanted to confine and kill them in a small and narrow area. The people outside were aghast. These bestial saints' chi was incredible. They were all high-level saints. This time, the shrine's strong cultivators were really unlucky. Lin Feng took out his great demon halberd of desolation and moved like the wind towards a low-level saint. When the low-level saint saw Lin Feng, his facial expression changed drastically, his face turned deathly pale. Lin Feng had killed Rongqing, a high-level saint, so a low-level saint couldn't compete with Lin Feng. He moved back, he didn't want to fight against Lin Feng. The great demon halberd of desolation absorbed a terrifying chi. The enemy was far away, but he sensed an incredible strength penetrate into his head. Blood sprayed, Lin Feng waved his hand and his enemy's body exploded. Lin Feng flashed forwards and looked around, like a predator looking for a prey. At the same time, the 5 bestial saints attacked. The bestial saints of the Star World were all incredibly strong, understanding several sorts of original strengths at the maximum level. Their attacks were fast and powerful. Strong shrine cultivators collapsed and died one after another. On the other side, the 4 peerless saints were still fighting. The powerful bestial saint who controlled a fusion of illusion original strength forced Liu Yang into an illusion. He didn't know what to do anymore. Sa Lang was fighting against Xiong Fan, the crowd was astonished. Xiong Fan was in a critical situation. How unexpected. The shrines had joined hands, the empty space shrine using the celestial sealing map to seal Diu City to kill Lin Feng, yet now everything was different from what they had expected. Lin Feng was a forbidden person, all the shrines feared him and wanted to kill him as quickly as possible, but at this moment, Lin Feng had the advantage. There were many strong cultivators helping him. But the crowd also understood that it was just temporary. The shrines hadn't sent all their strongest cultivators to kill Lin Feng. They had just sent 2 peerless saints because Lin Feng used to be a low-level saint, and 2 peerless saints was more than enough to kill Lin Feng. At that moment, Ordinary frowned thoughtfully. He raised his head. Diu City was sealed by the celestial sealing map, so staying there wasn't a solution, and their options were limited here, after all. If the shrines really wanted to kill Lin Feng, they could send many, many more peerless saints, and then they'd all be in danger. At that moment, empty space strength undulated. The celestial sealing map? The crowd raised their heads and were startled. The celestial sealing map was rippling. Golden energies appeared and condensed, forming a golden map. A terrifying chi emanated from it. It was definitely the celestial sealing map. Is the city unsealed? The crowd didn't understand. How come the empty space shrine was taking the celestial sealing map back? Ordinary sensed something was wrong. They were taking the celestial sealing map back. It could mean only one thing: someone had come. Lin Feng, get ready to leave. Ordinary shouted to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was alert and retreated, but at the same time, in the distance, empty space lights flashed towards him. A powerful empty space light flared, and a figure appeared in the sky. It was a golden figure, holding the celestial sealing map. The shrines all have precious items and their leaders control them. That person is the empty space shrine's leader. He must have noticed that the 2 peerless saints couldn't capture Lin Feng, so he decided to act personally, thought the crowd when they saw that. The man was wearing an empty space robe and looked like a king. He didn't even glance at Lin Feng. Ordinary, I'll give you one opportunity. Do you want to be our enemy, or do you want to protect that guy? The empty space shrine's leader asked coldly. My shrine doesn't to be enemies with you. If you wish, we can even be friends and cooperate. Forget about Lin Feng. You can't protect him, and you'll get in trouble if you continue trying. If you refuse to understand, I won't be polite anymore. Ordinary was staring at him. He knew that all the shrines wanted to kill Lin Feng, and he couldn't fight against all the shrines on his own. Lin Feng was now the master of the Star World, in which there were many extremely strong bestial saints, but could they protect Lin Feng against all the shrines? Lin Feng and the others also stopped fighting. The peerless bestial saint and Sa Lang also moved back, bringing Lin Feng next to Ordinary. They glanced at each other. The shrines had already lost so many strong cultivators. The same applies for all of you. We can all be friends. I am willing to forget what just happened and not bear recriminations, said the Empty Space Shrine's leader to the peerless bestial saint and Sa Lang indifferently. Ordinary, what do you think? Sa Lang asked Ordinary. Ordinary took a deep breath and smiled. I've been stuck in a world for so many years, I hadn't thought things would turn out to be this way outside. But I've lived for many years, and many people have tried to threaten me. I continued moving forwards with indomitable will. It's the first time someone has threatened me since I've become a peerless saint, but I still want to try. Ordinary felt relaxed. He was friends with Lin Feng, and those shrines were now his enemies. Besides, Lin Feng is my friend, I will protect him. If you, members of the shrines, leave, I'll do the same, I will forget about what happened and won't attack you, Ordinary smiled. I'm with you, Sa Lang said coldly. The two supreme cultivators were Lin Feng's friends and wanted to protect him. Alright, it's your decision. We'll see how you intend to protect him, said the Empty Space Shrine's leader coldly. In times of chaos, the shrines weren't willing to offend peerless saints either. Of course, they didn't fear anyone either, but today, Lin Feng had to die. Nobody could protect him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2453, God's Heir. Chapter 2453, God's Heir. Edited by Red. When the Empty Space Shrine's leader had sealed Du City with the celestial sealing map, he had sent two peerless saints, and hadn't thought Lin Feng would survive. Nobody had. But things went beyond expectations. Now the Empty Space Shrine's leader had had no choice but to show up personally. On Lin Feng's side, there were three peerless saints, Ordinary the Supreme Cultivator, Sa Lang the Supreme Cultivator, and a peerless bestial saint. They could definitely prevent Xiong Fan and Lu Yang from killing Lin Feng, but the Empty Space Shrine's leader was different. Not only was he incredibly strong, but he also controlled the celestial sealing map and could prevent other peerless saints from entering Du City. Lin Feng, go back to the Star World to hide, said the peerless bestial saint to Lin Feng. The Empty Space Shrine's leader controlled the celestial sealing map, so they couldn't guarantee Lin Feng's safety anymore. All right. Lin Feng knew he was in danger. At that moment, many people appeared and landed in different places. They had arrived a while before, but they hadn't been able to enter Du City because it was sealed. Now, the celestial sealing map had disappeared, so those people could come in. Many of them were from shrines who hadn't gotten involved before, such as the Earth Shrine and the Celestial Sound Shrine. The situation was critical for them, too. Usually, there was a balance of power in the world, but then a forbidden person had appeared. They actually would prefer Lin Feng never existed. The Earth Shrine had good relations with Lin Feng because of Qi Lianshan. They also didn't want the Fortune Shrine to be destroyed, as if some shrines joined hands, then they had to have allies too. We're on the Fortune Shrine side, said someone from the Earth Shrine. We'll get in trouble. It's difficult, whispered the leader of the group. We'll see. There's a mysterious influential group in Du City, I don't know where they're from. Lin Feng is a good guy. If he becomes a god someday, he won't do anything to us, declared a strong guy. It was Qi Lianshan, he knew Lin Feng. Shut up, said his father, standing next to him. Surprisingly, Qi Lianshan dared talk without thinking in such a place. Qi Lianshan, you don't understand what's going on and why the shrines want to kill Lin Feng. At our scale, we don't want anyone to surpass us. The Fortune Shrine and the shrines live in peace with each other because they are equally strong. If the Fortune Shrine becomes stronger than us, you think they will let us live peacefully? If the Fortune Shrine becomes our enemies, who will Lin Feng help? Said the leader of the group indifferently. Qi Lianshan's heart twitched. Things were not as simple as they seemed. Indeed, if anything happened, who would he help? The Empty Space Shrine's leader raised his hand and the map flashed. Lin Feng and three peerless saints looked nervous. The Empty Space Shrine's leader personally came to Du City, Lu Yang and Xiong Fan are here, too. At the same time, they sent three peerless saints who were guarding outside. Only one peerless saint must be left in the Empty Space Shrine, said someone at that moment. Many people heard that and raised their heads. That person made the Empty Space Shrine understand their enemies had a new option. The Empty Space Shrine's leader raised his head and gazed into the distance, his celestial sealing map suddenly lighting up. An empty space sword streaked across the sky and space crackled. He wanted to make the one who had just spoken up stand out. Golden lights flashed. An illusion faded and many figures appeared in the sky, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, before they suddenly dispersed. Those people were the mysterious influential group the Earth Shrine had talked about. Who are you? asked the Empty Space Shrine's leader coldly. He had noticed them, but he hadn't paid attention to them. He hadn't thought they would get involved as well. Empty Space Shrine's leader, you're ignorant and ill-informed, said a voice again. An ancient coffin appeared in the sky. I'm not ignorant and ill-informed, you're from the World Clan, which disappeared a long time ago. But you shouldn't be so strong now, yet you all look extremely strong, said the Empty Space Shrine's leader. The crowd shivered. The World Clan? Lin Feng was startled too. How come the World Clan was getting more and more mysterious? Last time he had realized they were enigmatic and unfathomable, as they had dared offend the Fire Shrine. Now, they were standing in the shrine's field of vision. Back in the days, the World Clan was prosperous. The shrines were unscrupulous and insolent. I would have never thought the Empty Space Shrine's leader would have become so insolent and condescending. Since it's that way, watch, said a voice. In front of the coffin, world lights flashed. They streaked across the sky, and a vortex appeared, swirling into a celestial curtain, and something appeared on the curtain, a shrine. The Empty Space Shrine. Many world coffins had appeared around the Empty Space Shrine. They came from the ancient past, and were floating around the Empty Space Shrine. Some strong cultivators rose up in the air there and stared at the world coffins in shock. They didn't dare act blindly. Interesting, the World Clan dares attack the Empty Space Shrine, said Aotsong Hai with a smile. Even though only one peerless saint was left in the Empty Space Shrine to protect it, they also had allies, and the other shrines might send some peerless saints there to help. But now, the World Clan had surrounded the Empty Space Shrine, and considering their faces, the strong cultivators of the World Clan were probably incredible strong. Very good, said the Empty Space Shrine's leader. I never thought the World Clan would reappear and would want to be our enemies. Why are you attacking the Empty Space Shrine? I just want to tell you not to think of attacking Lin Feng. Even though we're not the strongest cultivators in the world, we have the means of putting pressure on you and destroying the Empty Space Shrine. At least, we could weaken you and kill many of your people. Imagine what would happen to a weakened Empty Space Shrine? Asked a voice which came from the world coffin. Our request is simple, leader, go back with the celestial ceiling map. The Empty Space Shrine's leader looked composed, but on the inside, he was struggling, he was going crazy. The plan was a total failure. It would be difficult to have another opportunity like this. All their allies who were shrines had agreed to help this time. Today, Lin Feng is definitely going to die. I don't think the Empty Space Shrine's leader should give up. Someone appeared, and around him, the space froze. It was a peerless saint of the Ice and Snow Shrine. 3 shrines, the Empty Space Shrine, the Fire Shrine, and the Ice and Snow Shrine. Lin Feng looked at them, wondering which shrines wanted to kill him apart from them. Indeed, if the Empty Space Shrine's leader attacks Lin Feng, he might die. But if the Empty Space Shrine is weakened and Lin Feng the Forbidden Person dead, then the Empty Space Shrine won't pose a threat to the Ice and Snow Shrine anymore. How perfect, said a voice coming from the world coffin. The strong cultivator of the Ice and Snow Shrine said coldly, nonsense. He waved his hand, and the space around him froze. However, a dazzling world light emerged from the world coffin and blocked the ice energy. I don't care, if any shrine tries to help the Empty Space Shrine kill Lin Feng, we will destroy them, said the peerless bestial saint next to Lin Feng, releasing a terrifying chi. He looked like a god. I'll tell you one thing. Last time, the godly grave was opened and everybody came out because the historical remains of the godly grave appeared. The historical remains were a god's legacy. I am one of the protectors, a Dhamapala, and Lin Feng is the god's heir. If you want to see how powerful a god's entourage is, give it a try. Roared the bestial saint extremely loudly. Many people trembled. A god's heir? And the peerless bestial saint was one of the protectors, a Dhamapala? How scary, impressive, and majestic. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2454, Shrine's Agreement. Chapter 2454, Shrine's Agreement. Edited by Red. The Forbidden Person is now confirmed. When the shrines heard the bestial saint, they were convinced Lin Feng was a legendary Forbidden Person. He might become a god. Now the godly grave had disappeared because of him. What would happen if a god appeared in the world? Now, the Forbidden Person was a god's heir, extremely bad news for the shrines. But if the Empty Space Shrine attacked Lin Feng, the peerless bestial saint, the World Clan, Ordinary and Sa Leng the Supreme Cultivators, and the Fortune Shrine would all destroy the Empty Space Shrine. They would do all they could to protect Lin Feng. They had set high hopes on him. Empty Space Shrine's leader, think carefully. Don't do anything risky because other people want you to, said the voice coming from the world coffin. The empty space shrine's leader glanced at the peerless saints of the fire and the ice and snow shrines. He was trying to think of a solution. A few big shrines got involved today. If we give up, the shrines won't be happy. If the empty space shrine continues, we will be destroyed. Therefore, I'd like to come to an agreement with everybody. What do you think? The empty space shrine's leader asked the peerless bestial saint slowly. What agreement? Asked the peerless bestial saint, rather surprised. First, no rush. I contacted the strong cultivators of the Fortune Shrine already. I asked them to come to talk. Besides, the Fortune Shrine also wants to come to an agreement, said the empty space shrine's leader. He wanted to wait for the Fortune Shrine's cultivators. The peerless bestial saint was surprised. Was the empty space shrine's leader trying to waste time because he had contacted more strong cultivators from their alliance? Don't worry. Accept. If anything strange happens, the World Clan will attack immediately, said the voice from the coffin. The peerless bestial saint nodded. Alright, I'll wait. We'll see what kind of agreement you have to offer. The atmosphere was still oppressive, and people just whispered. The forbidden body? A legendary god's heir? A protector? It had been a very long time since something as incredible had happened in the continent of the Nine Clouds. After a long time, some figures appeared in the sky. They were all peerless saints, standing high up in the sky. In ordinary times, people never or seldom saw such cultivators. Today, a whole bunch of them had appeared. The Fortune Shrine's leader was there, too, holding the scepter of destiny. When he saw Lin Feng was safe, he was relieved and said, Empty Space Shrine's leader, you can talk. Today, the shrines are unwilling to let Lin Feng off. The Empty Space Shrine would like to come up with an agreement. We forget about what happened today, and in 1 year, we all come to Fortune City and we solve the issue. What does everybody think? The Empty Space Shrine's leader asked the crowd calmly. He wanted everybody to bear the responsibility for what was happening. The members of the Fortune Shrine didn't look happy when he said he wanted everybody to come to Fortune City. If the strongest cultivators of the shrines gathered at Fortune City, it would be extremely dangerous for the Fortune Shrine. Was the Empty Space Shrine's leader trying to find a strategy to destroy the Fortune Shrine? And then? Inquired the Fortune Shrine's leader coldly. The battles today all happened because of Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng just watched. I think he should solve the issue himself. He should be fighting. On the day of the agreement, all the shrines can select a high-level saint who will fight against Lin Feng in a battle to death. If we win, Lin Feng will be dead, and if you still try to protect Lin Feng, we'll have no choice but to destroy the Fortune Shrine. Ridiculous. 1 year. How ridiculous, said the Fortune Shrine's leader coldly. He had faith in Lin Feng's talent, but 1 year was nothing. How could he fight in 1 year? If the shrines selected strong cultivators, they'd choose people who controlled several sorts of original strengths at the maximum level, terrifyingly strong high-level saints. The difference between high-level saints could be much more incredible than between high-level saints and low-level saints. Someone who understood one sort of original strength at the maximum level was a high-level saint, someone who understood several sorts of original strengths at the maximum level was also a high-level saint, and someone who understands several sorts of original strengths at the maximum level and could make them fuse was also a high-level saint. Of course, there could incredible differences between peerless saints too, it depended on which kind of original strengths they fused. It was impossible to assess the strength of a peerless saint before having seen them battle. Therefore, 1 year was ridiculous. It was too short. Not to mention you said you wanted to gather in our city. If anything happens, the Fortune Shrine will be destroyed. You don't have a choice. You either give up Lin Feng and you leave, we won't do anything to you if you do, or you accept. If Lin Feng doesn't die, we'll gather in the Fortune Shrine, said the Empty Space Shrine's leader firmly. The crowd understood that the Empty Space Shrine's leader really wanted Lin Feng to die. He also wanted to destroy the Fortune Shrine, and he didn't need to act alone because he had support. If you don't trust me, you can invite all the shrines when the time comes. If Lin Feng dies, then the Fortune Shrine will have nothing to fear anymore. If he doesn't, the Fortune Shrine will get destroyed. You can choose, said the Empty Space Shrine's leader slyly. If Lin Feng was defeated, Ordinary and the others would probably protect Lin Feng and take him away. That way, the Fortune Shrine would definitely get destroyed. If the Fortune Shrine didn't want to get destroyed, they had to let Lin Feng die. He didn't need to worry about the protectors and the others on Lin Feng's side, because if all the shrines of their alliance gathered in Fortune Shrine, at least it would prove they did it with good reason, and they had the advantage in terms of strength. He was convinced that his opponents would make the right decision. When in danger, it was better to be selfish. The empty space shrine was convinced that the situation would be perfect for them a year later. For the time being, they couldn't kill Lin Feng. Another possibility was if Lin Feng didn't show up, things would be even easier. They would immediately destroy the fortune shrine, and then Lin Feng wouldn't need to show up again. What if Lin Feng wins? Asked the peerless bestial saint. If Lin Feng wins, we will all disperse, said the empty space shrine's leader. And then you'll be able to continue chasing Lin Feng. No matter if Lin Feng wins or loses, for you, everything will remain perfect. If he dies, it's justified. If he wins, you'll find an excuse to destroy the fortune shrine, and then you'll chase Lin Feng and kill him, said the peerless bestial saint coldly. Don't be so pessimistic. You saw what happened today. The shrines won't easily give up, said the empty space shrine's leader coldly. That agreement is all right. I can invite some extremely strong cultivators of the supreme animal world to come and watch. They can also act as referees. What do you think, empty space shrine's leader? Said Ao Songhai smiling. The empty space shrine's leader was surprised and said, if our dear friends from the supreme animal world agree, no problem. But 1 year is too short. In 1 year, low-level saints should fight against Lin Feng. To fight against stronger cultivators, you need to wait for at least 50 years, said Ao Songhai indifferently. No. You saw how quickly he progresses. He has a forbidden body. 50 years is too short. I'm sure nobody would agree. 20 years then. You know it's already short, said the peerless bestial saint. 3 years, that's all we can propose, said the empty space shrine's leader coldly. 3 years is too short, said the peerless bestial saint, shaking his head. If the old ox helped, 20 years would be good for Lin Feng. He'd have time to study several sorts of original strengths. But with only 3 years, even if the old ox helped, it was still too short. It was difficult to understand one kind of original strength at the maximum level already. Lin Feng needed to fuse some original strengths together to at least stand a chance against his opponents. He needed to fuse at least 4 original strengths together. The shrines would definitely choose extremely strong opponents to fight against him. I have requirements as well, said the fortune shrine's leader. The crowd turned to him. 3 years is too short. Agreeing would come down to killing Lin Feng right now. And we can't put all the pressure on Lin Feng either. If you want us to agree on 3 years, we need to organize other battles, 3 battles. Lin Feng can do the one at the level of high-level saints, but we also need to organize battles for half-saints and low-level saints, said the fortune shrine's leader. The geniuses of the previous meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds were probably good choices to battle. The empty space shrine's leader looked at him. He couldn't trust the fortune shrine entirely since the members of the fortune shrine had some techniques which made their intuition better and helped them guess what could happen in the future. 5 battles. A high-level, low-level, halves, 2 more battles, and 2 years, said the empty space shrine's leader indifferently. 5 battles. He knew that the fortune shrine was alone, and the number and strength of the cultivators they could select was limited. 2 years. The fortune shrine's leader pulled a long face. 2 years was nothing for them, it was way too short. Lin Feng didn't stand a chance that way unless they won 3 other battles. Chu Chunxiu, Kong Ming, Zhou Rongman, and Ho Chang Lin could be the 4 others. Will the lights of destiny illuminate their bodies? Whispered the fortune shrine's leader. He closed his eyes, seeing a beam of light illuminate the darkness. I accept, said the fortune shrine's leader. He agreed even though the agreement wasn't fair at all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2455, Plan. Chapter 2455, Plan. Edited by Red. The fortune shrine had accepted the agreement. The peerless bestial saint could only sigh. 2 years was nothing. Even if Lin Feng was talented, he wouldn't stand a chance at all. The peerless bestial saint had seen many high-level saints in his life, and he knew the differences between them could be gigantic. The empty space shrine's leader left with the celestial ceiling map. All the shrine's members left Du City. Du City had been destroyed by all the battles, there were ruins everywhere. The strong cultivators hadn't fought to the extreme, otherwise it would have been completely destroyed. Lin Feng, are you coming back to the fortune shrine with us? The fortune shrine's leader to Lin Feng. The shrines had put aside all considerations for face, but Lin Feng's safety wasn't ensured. Yes, let's go back, said Lin Feng nodding. Then, he turned around and looked at the crowd. We also need a place to stay, said Ordinary smiling indifferently. Brothers, come to Fortune City, said Lin Feng. Ordinary and Sa Lang had offended the other shrines to protect him. They might try to kill them if they stayed in Du City. Lin Feng is right, come to the Fortune Shrine, dear friends, please be our guests, said the Fortune Shrine's leader. Since it's that way, thank you for your hospitality, Ordinary smiled. Going to the Fortune Shrine was a good idea. The group of people flew up and left. Ao Hai also went with them, but not because he was afraid of the shrines. They wouldn't dare offend the powerful dragon clan of the supreme animal world. After they left, Dayu City calmed down again. However, it was still damaged because of the battles. The news of what had happened in Dayu City spread everywhere in the continent of the Nine Clouds. Many people couldn't wait to see the battles 2 years later. All the shrines would gather in Fortune Shrine, there would be magnificent and grandiose fights. The Fortune Shrine, the Fire Shrine, and the Empty Space Shrine forgot about invading and taking control of Dayu City. The battles 2 years later would be more important than taking control over cities. They would determine the fate of several shrines. Lin Feng was seated cross-legged in Fortune City, inside the Star World. The peerless bestial saint had gone back too. He was at the top of his mountain, not far from Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, Master, thank you for protecting me. Don't take what I said too seriously. For us, it doesn't matter whom we protect. If you're too weak, the old ox can find a new master for the Star World. I just said that to scare them. The two others wouldn't necessarily help you, said the peerless bestial saint in a calm way, and then he closed his eyes. It was like he had completely changed. I understand, said Lin Feng, smiling and bowing before the peerless bestial saint. He withdrew. The old ox at his side remained silent. Master Ox, can you help me save time during the next 2 years, said Lin Feng. 2 years was indeed too short. He didn't know what kind of enemies he'd have to face, but they would definitely be extraordinarily strong. I will do my best, but in such a short time you won't be able to progress that much. Get ready to be defeated in 2 years, said the old ox indifferently. He wasn't afraid of shocking Lin Feng or putting pressure on him. Even if Lin Feng had 10 or 50 years, it would be unlikely for him to break through. Maybe. I'll do my best anyway, replied Lin Feng. The old ox didn't say much and continued walking. I'm off. I need to sort some things out, and then I'll come back and meditate in seclusion. When I come back, thanks for helping me with time, said Lin Feng, and then he left the Star World. Ordinary and Sa Lang were watching Lin Feng. Ordinary smiled and said, What a strange world. You can hide inside. I never thought the world we were stuck in for so long would look so tiny, said Ordinary, pointing at the prayer mat. Lin Feng smiled and replied, Brother Ordinary, it's only the historical remains of the godly grave, you were not stuck in there. It's a god's world, do you want to go and see? It's all right. I'm afraid that if I go in, I won't be able to come back out, said Ordinary smiling. Then, he asked, Lin Feng, isn't there a peerless saint's weapon, like the celestial sealing map, in the god's world? Sa Lung's eyes twinkled. If they had such weapons, the shrines wouldn't act recklessly. They would be able to fight against the shrine's leaders who had incredible weapons. Without incredible weapons, the shrine's leaders might be able to kill them. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. Are there peerless saints' weapons, though? Asked Ordinary. His eyes were still twinkling. Brother Ordinary, there must be peerless saints' weapons, but because I'm too weak, I can't access the room in which they are held. I guess I can only get high-level saints' weapons, which are useless to you, Lin Feng told him. What? You don't even have access to all the rooms if you're not strong enough? How annoying. Ordinary protested. I believe that they don't want me to obtain such weapons if I'm too weak, otherwise people could kill me and take them from me. So, the stronger I am, the less chances I have to get killed, Lin Feng explained. Right, the god anticipated any kind of situation, Ordinary nodded. So what are you going to do during those 2 years? I want to meditate in seclusion for a year and see if I can become stronger, replied Lin Feng. All right. Good, if there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Definitely, said Lin Feng smiled. Lin Feng. Called out someone. Lin Feng turned his head and saw the diviner. Teacher. Shouted Lin Feng. The diviner landed on the ground, nodding at Ordinary and Sa Lang. Lin Feng, I was scared to death. It gave me chills. I didn't think the shrines would send such terrifying cultivators to fight against you. I'm sorry. If you died, it would have been my fault, said the diviner. Lin Feng shook his head. I was too careless. My true identity was uncovered, it had nothing to do with you. Anyway, let's forget about it. The shrines only gave you 2 years, the battle will be extremely complicated for you. The shrine is trying to find people to fight the 4 other battles. Come with me, said the diviner, leaving with Lin Feng. Dash. They arrived in the depths of the shrine. All the high-level saints of the shrine were gathered there. Lin Feng, you became a core disciple of the Fortune Shrine because you're extremely strong, but you haven't had the opportunity to meet the other core disciples. Today you can meet them, said the diviner, taking Lin Feng in front of a crowd. The shrine's leader looked at Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, we started calling disciples and telling them to come back, including the ones who participated in the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds back in the days with you. They all might be selected to fight in 2 years. Anyone you would like to recommend? I can't recommend anyone unless I know how strong they are. Ho Chang Lin can defeat anyone at the same cultivation level as him, though, said Lin Feng. With his reincarnation strength, Ho Chang Lin could indeed defeat most people at the same cultivation level. Ho Chang Lin is quite strong, but he doesn't have enough trump cards and he hasn't been a saint for a long time. I don't know how powerful his reincarnation strength will be in 2 years, said the Fortune Shrine's leader, looking at the reincarnation priest. 2 years is too short. The enemies will only select geniuses amongst geniuses. We have to fight the strongest fighters. Lin Feng, you will probably lose your battle, said the reincarnation priest. He didn't underestimate Lin Feng, but 2 years were just nothing. Even 50 years weren't enough in their opinion. A high-level saint sometimes needed hundreds of thousands, or even millions of years, to break through. In 1 year, I will organize a competition in the Fortune Shrine. The strongest ones will be chosen. At the same time, we need to contact some shrines and establish good relations to them, including the Supreme Animal World, said another peerless saint. The crowd nodded. They were in a hurry. Those battles would be extremely important, but they knew they wouldn't win all of them, or at least, that was very unlikely. Yes, we'll need to go to the Supreme Animal World and to the shrines, said the shrine's leader. I'll go, said the diviner. The leader smiled. Maradeva, now that your 2 bodies have fused together again, I'm not worried about you, you're strong enough. You've been managing the shrine's internal affairs for so many years, so yes, you're a perfect candidate for this task. Alright, I'm going. Lin Feng, I'll take you to your old friend, said the diviner. Lin Feng left with him. They quickly landed at a big palace. Lin Feng saw someone walking towards him. Haha, little boy. I never thought you'd become so famous. No wonder you're stronger, with a teacher like me, said the old Taoist priest, smiling and walking towards them. Then he continued, looking ferocious, I've heard that you have killed many saints. Perfect, I'm doing research about weapons, show me some. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2456, Pressure. Chapter 2456, Pressure. Edited by Red. Lin Feng looked at the old Taoist priest speechlessly. That guy was still saying Lin Feng had become so famous and strong thanks to him. Lin Feng took out some saint's weapons and gave them to the old Taoist priest. Old buddy, take them. You're a saint now, what do you intend to do? He. The old Taoist priest just laughed and took the saint's weapons impolitely. He said, I'm a powerful saint now, so you're finally nice. These saints' weapons are perfect, they will allow me to help the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan rise again. When the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan stands at the top of the vast celestial ancient city and becomes the first powerful group there, I will travel around the world and go to other worlds. I want to see what's different in other worlds. Alright, good. The Celestial Evolution Holy Clan is important to you, so it's normal you want to make it rise, said Lin Feng. Even though Yin Di had never said he was worried about the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan or he wanted it to come back to life, Lin Feng knew how important it was to him. Now he was strong enough to make the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan stand at the top of the vast celestial ancient city, which was only a city in the lower world. Alright, I waited here because I wanted to see you, I'm off now, Yin Di smiled. Lin Feng was surprised. Why the rush? You want to chat longer? Asked Yin Di, smiling and turning around casually. We're walking on different paths now, we can't stay together the whole time, and the past already seems like a dream. If you have time, come to vast celestial ancient city to see me, my friend. He disappeared into the distance. Lin Feng just sighed. Indeed, it felt like a dream. Now, the old Taoist priest couldn't help him anymore, so he just left and went off to help his clan rise. Old buddy, I hope you will never die. If you need anything, feel free to ask me. Shouted Lin Feng running forwards. Don't worry, I don't mind asking you for help when I'm in need. Laughed a distant voice. Lin Feng smiled. He turned to the diviner and said, Teacher, I'm going. The diviner nodded, and Lin Feng left. The diviner raised his head and rose up in the air. Lin Feng wanted to meditate in seclusion to get ready for the battles in 2 years. He also had things to do. He had to travel the world to meet people and get ready for the battles. The 5 fighters wouldn't be the only ones involved. Time passes without anyone noticing it when everything is fine, but when you have problems, it seems like you never have enough time. During those days, Lin Feng practiced cultivation like a madman. He didn't take any break. Sometimes, he thought about his family and it gave him strength. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. In the Star World, Lin Feng was fighting against the Golden Ape, the space trembling around them. The Golden Ape raised his hand, and the sky became dark. He tried to catch Lin Feng, but Lin Feng could sense the earth pulsing as if it were his own body. He moved so fast it was like he was teleporting. "Earth burial!" shouted the Golden Ape. The ground under Lin Feng's feet rose up, trying to bury him. Lin Feng turned into empty space chi again and disappeared. His opponent's attacks couldn't reach him. "Not bad, you're able to dodge my attacks now." "You're not wasting your time," the Golden Ape said, as he stopped attacking. "But it's still not enough. Your opponents will probably control several sorts of original strengths. You're too weak." "Your attacks are also too weak," said the Golden Ape. He attacked Lin Feng again. "My earth and empty space strengths are now at the maximum level. I also use wind and fast strength to move faster, but it's not enough," thought Lin Feng, annoyed. "Not bad, when one of your original strengths reach the maximum level, you're already equal to a high-level saint. Most people need over 10,000 years to do that. Some people never even manage to break through. I helped you modify time so in here, 10 years have passed and you already have 2 original strengths at the maximum level," said the old ox patiently from where he was watching. "But it's still not enough. You're definitely going to lose. What if I fuse original strengths together first?" said Lin Feng. Asked the old ox. Fusing original strengths together is even more difficult than understanding an original strength at the maximum level. There are limits. If you only practice cultivation here, your progress will be limited, too, said the old ox. If you really want to try and fight against those 3. Imagine that they will be your opponents in a year, said the old ox, pointing at the last 3 bestial saints. The 6 others had already fought against Lin Feng many times. However, of those 3, only 2 had already tried and fight against Lin Feng, but they hadn't taken it seriously. The last one had never fought against Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the last one. He was probably the strongest of all. According to the old ox, those 3 were as strong as the enemies he was going to fight a year from now. If I win against him, does it mean I'll be able to defeat my opponent? Said Lin Feng to the old ox. If you can defeat him, you will be fine. But I don't advise you to try for now, because he has a really bad temper, said the old ox seriously. Lin Feng looked at him and walked forwards. The others looked at him excitedly. Lin Feng then moved as fast as lightning. He raised his finger which pierced through space towards the bestial saint. The bestial saint suddenly opened his eyes, which were pitch black, like those of a demon. The air crackled as the bestial saint moved, and an aggressive chi filled the air. Lin Feng was nervous and felt oppressed. The bestial saint raised his fist and an aggressive chi smashed into Lin Feng's body. He crashed onto the ground and a crater appeared around him. He had the impression his organs were going to explode. Lin Feng abruptly stopped moving forwards, disappearing and reappearing somewhere else. However, the space contracted as an incredible chi invaded it. Lin Feng had the impression he was being born. It was an incredible sensation. He felt tiny and at the same time he had the impression he was on the verge of collapse. Lin Feng groaned with pain. He was struck violently and hurled backwards. He felt extremely unwell. The bestial saint glanced at him indifferently and closed his eyes again. He looked calm and composed again, as if nothing had just happened. Demon, earth, and illusion original strengths at the maximum level. Lin Feng was astonished. That bestial saint could be described using only one word: aggressive. The difference between him and all the others was gigantic. You sensed those few, not bad. But he only used a little bit of strength. He could actually kill you instantly if he wants to, said the old ox indifferently. Lin Feng's body already felt sore. That bestial saint had probably practiced for tens of thousands of years. He had an advanced knowledge of original strength. Lin Feng, you can't even force us to use fused original strengths yet, said the golden ape. Lin Feng nodded. When they used a fusion of original strengths, their attacks were overwhelming. Back then, the golden ape had killed a high-level saint extremely easily, and the last bestial saint could easily kill the golden ape. I'm going out, said Lin Feng, and then he left. He arrived in his own spirit's world. Meng Qing was in the empire of Shuiyu with his family members. Lin Feng wanted to rest for a few days. He had practiced like a madman for a while. Maybe taking a rest and some nice moments would be helpful. In the outside world, the shrines continued competing over territories and so on. The diviner had been to the supreme animal world and was now back with some news. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2457, Godly Phoenix Clan. Chapter 2457, Godly Phoenix Clan. Edited by Red. In the Fortune Shrine. A group of people was seated cross-legged in a starry place. The diviner was present. The shrine's leader's eyes were closed, he was moving his fingers, starlight illuminated him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked at the stars. He looked surprised and asked, Maradeva, which clan has an incredible genius in the supreme animal world? The Godly Phoenix Clan, said the diviner. He initially wanted to tell the leader about it, but it seemed like the leader had already guessed it. After the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, the destiny wheel rotated and our stars are now different. There are many destiny lights I can't understand anymore, the Fortune Shrine's leader sighed. Leader, you already saw that an incredible genius had appeared in the supreme animal world. That's already very rare, and divination is not easy, responded the diviner. How's the genius of the Godly Phoenix Clan? Asked the shrine's leader. She was in a forbidden territory, in the mythological animal mausoleum. She was acknowledged by a god. She's been named the goddess, replied the diviner. Goddess, things are getting more and more interesting. The forbidden territories are mysterious places. And in times of chaos, many incredible geniuses rise. Lin Feng was acknowledged by a god in the godly grave. Chu Chunxiu came out of the supreme ancient pit of hell alive, and is changed, too, murmured the shrine's leader. Anything else? Some strong cultivators are joining hands and forming alliances in the continent of the 9 clouds. Some of them want to become shrines, said the diviner. That's normal, said the shrine's leader calmly. Anything about the battles in 1 year? The shrine's situation hasn't changed. The Hell Shrine doesn't get involved in the affairs of the continent of the 9 clouds. The Light Shrine doesn't like to fight. The Light Shrine still doesn't seem to exist. The Soul Shrine manages things smoothly and tactfully. The Thunder Shrine won't get involved. The Celestial Sound Shrine and the Earth Shrine hope the Fortune Shrine won't get destroyed. Apart from them, the Fire, Ice and Frost, Dazzling, Empty Space, Wind, and Demon Shrines all want to destroy us, said the diviner dispiritedly. Not bad. Back then, 10 shrines expressed themselves. Now there are 4 more shrines, said the Fortune Shrine's leader, smiling. The Soul Shrine and the Thunder Shrine care only about themselves. The Celestial Sound Shrine and the Earth Shrine are scared because they are quite weak compared to all the other shrines, and now seeing us on the verge of collapse, they're even more worried they could become like us. That's why they support us. If we become stronger, they will become stronger. The Light Shrine doesn't seem to exist. It's a difficult situation for us, said the diviner. The 15 shrines had been able to live together in harmony for such a long time, it was already a miracle. The Fire, Ice and Frost, Empty Space, Dazzling and Wind shrines are not the strongest shrines, especially the Wind and Dazzling Gold shrines. What do they want to do? Asked the shrine's leader coldly. Who knows? All the shrines have their own plans. Only they can know what their real plans are, the diviner sighed. What about the supreme animal world? Asked the shrine's leader. The Dragon Clan agreed to come. The Rock Clan will come too, but the Rock Clan won't necessarily come in peace. The Unicorn Clan will come too, I don't know what they want, same for the Godly Phoenix Clan, I think Lin Feng should go to the supreme animal world, said the diviner. The shrine's leader was surprised. Interesting. Don't tell anyone about that, said the shrine's leader. I know. The Godly Phoenix Shrine agreed, too. Replied the diviner. Maybe they want to see who's better, Lin Feng who has a forbidden body, or their goddess who will become a real god. When the shrine's leader heard the diviner, he smiled and said, Interesting, I'll go and ask Lin Feng directly. All right, said the diviner, before he left. The other people who were still seated cross-legged remained behind. A peerless saint asked, Leader, what do you think about the goddess? I'm not sure. In times of chaos, anything is possible. Maybe other gods and goddesses will appear in the future. It's getting cloudy, and the clouds prevent us from looking at the stars. The shrine's leader raised his head and looked at the sky, the stars were dazzling. There were no clouds. What did he mean? The diviner went to Lin Feng and asked him what he thought. Lin Feng was surprised. He hadn't thought the Godly Phoenix Clan would want to see him. Is it urgent? Asked Lin Feng. I don't think so. You don't need to go if you don't feel like it. I am just curious to know what the godly Phoenix clan thinks, the diviner smiled. Let's go, then. If I could make friends with them, it could be useful in a year, said Lin Feng. The Fortune Shrine didn't have many allies. They needed to form a good alliance. If it was possible, it would be great. Lin Feng headed back to the Supreme Animal World. The previous time he had been there, it was to go to the Supreme Ancient Pit of Hell. This time, only the diviner went with him. The godly Phoenix clan was in the Phoenix Valley of the Supreme Animal World. The valley had the shape of a phoenix from the sky. The buildings there didn't look as luxurious as those in the human world. They were simple, but still looked beautiful. Lin Feng was facing a beautiful palace dozens of meters tall, containing an incredible qi. Many people were waiting outside, watching Lin Feng and the diviner. Their eyes looked sharp, especially the eyes of some young people in the crowd. Lin Feng, you're here too! Exclaimed someone, laughing wholeheartedly at that moment. Lin Feng glanced over and saw Ao Songhai. Brother Ao, what are you doing here? Asked Lin Feng curiously. You ask, even though you already know the answer, said Ao Songhai smiling at Lin Feng. After what happened in Du City, many things happened in the animal world as well. During this year, someone who might be as incredible as you emerged in the Supreme Animal World in the godly Phoenix clan. He's Lin Feng. Many people looked at Lin Feng sharply. After what had happened in Du City, Lin Feng had become even more famous in the Supreme Animal World, because many peerless saints had gotten involved just because of him. Maybe the forbidden body is nothing much, people just exaggerate as time passes, said someone coldly. There were two people there, one who Lin Feng had already seen before. It was Zhong Gon, who had chased him in the past. He was extremely strong, a great oriental greenfinch rock. There was someone else next to him, who much younger than him. Of course, it was impossible to determine someone's age from their appearance. Father! Exclaimed someone happily. It was Ao Ma. He jumped over next to Lin Feng and Lin Feng clapped his shoulders in greeting. Father, I've heard about your awesome adventures in Du City, too bad I wasn't there. Said Ao Ma excitedly. I almost got killed. Is that an awesome adventure? Protested Lin Feng, while shaking his head and smiling. Even though peerless cultivators had fought because of him, Lin Feng didn't feel like it was a glorious thing, he had almost been killed. They like to bully weaker people. How could peerless saints try and do anything to you? A few decades ago, you were just a half-saint, and now you're still progressing at the speed of light. Said Ao Ma, glancing at Zhong Gon impolitely. The Dragon Clan and the Rock Clan weren't friends. Humph. Zhong Gon grunted coldly. He knew that Ao Ma was right, but he was a supernatural bird, he couldn't submit, he was too proud. Besides, beasts were proud in general and showed their emotions openly. Cultivation speed doesn't prove anything. Maybe the forbidden body is not that powerful, said Zhong Gon. Lin Feng ignored him. He looked at the saints around. They were from the most incredible bestial clans, the most outstanding cultivators of the Supreme Animal World. The majority of beasts preferred the goddess since she was also from the Supreme Animal World. They also knew how terrifying the mythological animal mausoleum was. So you're the forbidden person, said someone, slowly walking towards Lin Feng. His eyes were filled with flames. It's him, noted the diviner. He smiled sharply and said, you don't look as sharp as before. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2458, Fighting Against a Godly Beast. Chapter 2458, Fighting Against a Godly Beast. Edited by Red. The diviner smiled and said, beasts and humans are different. You all look sharp. Humans are not like that. But it doesn't mean we're weaker. Maradeva, many years ago, you were famous. We know that. Lin Feng is different from you, though. He's very young, not even 100 years old yet. He has a forbidden body, and now he's so strong, he should be sharp-looking. Meaningless, the diviner smiled dismissively. The godly Phoenix clan wanted to see Lin Feng, was it to make such useless statements? Anyway, you're our guests. The godly Phoenix clan is interested in the forbidden body. Even if he's not sharp-looking, it doesn't change anything, we like Lin Feng. Now that we have a goddess in our clan, maybe it's the will of heaven, that person smiled. He turned and said as he left, by the way, find any place you like to stay, as long as it belongs to nobody. People were stupefied. Lin Feng frowned. Many people were looking at him sharply. Lin Feng understood what Ao Songhai had told him, the goddess of the godly Phoenix clan was outstanding. Now they had organized a meeting there. What was the purpose? What that person had just said was just to make Lin Feng look less impressive in front of the crowd. Teacher, what is that supposed to mean? Asked Lin Feng to the diviner telepathically. I don't know. Last time I came, many people were here. They had never seen the goddess, so they wanted to see her. Now that you are here, the Phoenix Valley is probably doing that to provoke people. Maybe they want to see how strong you are and how strong your physical body makes you. They want to compare you with the goddess. But you're very young, and one of your original strengths just reached the maximum level, replied the diviner. He was annoyed too. He didn't know what they wanted. Ao Songhai looked at Lin Feng with a smile that wasn't a smile and tapped his shoulder. He said telepathically, even those people understand, they won't give you face. I understand, replied Lin Feng. Teacher, let's find a place to rest. All right, said the diviner nodding. Slow down, said someone at that moment. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the young man next to Zhonggan. His chi looked extremely sharp. A king chi emerged from his body and oppressed Lin Feng. Dirty little birds are annoying, said Ao Songhai with a smile. The young man looked at him and said coldly. Ao Songhai, you often open your filthy mouth. You haven't fought for so many years, let's see how strong the fourth prince of the dragon clan is. Anytime, Zhong Lin. Replied Ao Songhai airily. I'll go and fight against him, said Zhonggan sharply. They still hadn't settled accounts for their previous battle. He wanted to fight Ao Songhai. Since you all want to fight, let's have some fun, said Ao Songhai coldly. He rose up in the air, the beasts around all looked bloodthirsty and excited because fights were going to happen. A big battle was going to happen. Ao Songhai was very provocative today. Go! Zhonggan and Zhong Lin's figures flickered. They both moved, two golden beams of light streaked across the sky. No wonder they were the best beasts in terms of speed. Those rock clan members are incredibly fast, murmured the diviner. He also flew up into the air. Speed is useless. Dragons like their food well roasted, said Alma. His eyes twinkled. The beasts all looked proud. Some figures flew into the sky above the Phoenix Valley. The air began to hum. Some people also passed nearby, but didn't seem to care. Very quickly, the group of cultivators landed at the top of a mountain. Who wants to fight first? Asked Ao Songhai, pointing at Zhonggan and Zhong Lin coldly. Me, said Zhonggan. He started flying forwards, but Zhong Lin said, not you. Ao Songhai is proud, but he's really strong. I've heard that he can control several sorts of original strengths at the maximum level, and he also controls the dragon strength. He's much more difficult to defeat than a human being. I'll go. Zhong Lin was a great oriental greenfinch rock, too. He wasn't any more polite than Zhonggan. Beasts are really arrogant, but they're stronger than human beings, so it's an advantage, thought Lin Feng. Even Alma had some incredible techniques. Lin Feng had read a book about beasts' techniques. Beasts from godly beast clans were much stronger than ordinary beasts and humans. Teacher, can you recognize all the beasts? Lin Feng asked the diviner telepathically. Many people were watching. All of them had an enigmatic and unfathomable chi. If a human's life chi could be compared with a lake, theirs could be compared with furious oceans. Godly beasts' blood was extremely precious. Godly Dragon Clan, Rock Clan, you already know those two, the Godly Phoenix Clan, the middle-aged man there is from the Unicorn Clan, the one there who looks like a child is from the Godly Turtle Clan, but they call themselves Tortoise Clan. The one there with the gloomy chi, can you guess? Asked the diviner. Yes, that young man's chi looks ominous indeed. He looks poisonous, said Lin Feng. He's a legendary flying snake, his wings contain a cold gloomy chi. Legendary flying snakes are very dangerous, said the diviner. Lin Feng nodded. At that moment, the legendary flying snake almost seemed to have heard them even though they were talking telepathically. He instantly looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't feel well. None of them can be underestimated, thought Lin Feng. The one who looked like a child looked sleazy and nonchalant and surprisingly was from the Tortoise Clan. The worst was that when someone looked like a child like that, they were usually fake if they were incredibly strong, and were usually quite old. Will they cast greedy eyes on the goddess? Asked Lin Feng. He was curious. The legendary flying snake and the one who looked like a child looked inappropriate. Nobody cares about age in the cultivation world, all people care about is strength. Nobody knows what they want to do to her, replied the diviner with a hard smile. Ao Songhai and Zhong Lin were having a fierce battle. Zhong Lin understood wind, empty space, and gold strengths at the maximum level. His speed was explosive. Trails appeared in the sky behind him when he was flying. Lin Feng couldn't even follow him with his eyes. Aotsun Hai stood steadily like a mountain. His punches looked simple, but they were incredible and made the space tremble each time, their power terrifying. The great oriental greenfinch rock didn't seem to have any flaw though, and his attacks were all incredible as well. Filthy little birds only know how to rely on speed to attack by surprise, that's all. Insolent, said Zhonggan. He grunted coldly, dazzling golden claws which looked like swords streaked across the sky. Lin Feng looked at him coldly. Rumbling and explosion sounds spread in the air. The sword lights dispersed. Come here, said Zhonggan, pointing at Lin Feng. He wanted to fight. Lin Feng flashed forwards, he also wanted to see how strong godly beasts were. Even though godly beasts had inherent talent and abilities, at a certain cultivation level, those things didn't matter as much anymore. The 9 bestial saints he had in his star world were incredibly strong, but they weren't necessarily godly beasts. Lin Feng heard a subtle sound. Zhonggan moved and almost disappeared. However, Lin Feng didn't hesitate to attack. He used Earth original strength and could sense the pulsations of the Earth, so he knew right where his opponent was. The celestial Tao strength around Lin Feng turned into Earth strength. An ocean of strength appeared in the vault of heaven and the air began to vibrate. The ground trembled. Blood appeared on Zhonggan's face. Lin Feng's attack was too powerful, he had taken a heavy blow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2459, 2 Forbidden Territories. Chapter 2459, 2 Forbidden Territories. Edited by Red. Zhonggan scratched his head, and lights twinkled. A golden light rotated around him and his injuries healed. However, he was grimacing and staring at Lin Feng. He split into 2 bodies. That was the Rock Clan's cloning technique. The 2 Zhonggans looked furious and ferocious. Lin Feng stared at him coldly. He was a bit nervous because Zhonggan's speed was so astonishing, so with 2 of them he was under pressure. The 2 figures disappeared at the same time and shot towards Lin Feng. It was like 2 golden thunderbolts were moving towards him. Heavy strength, shouted Lin Feng coldly. Instantly, the atmosphere became incredibly weighty. Slow, shouted Lin Feng. Everything around him became slower. The golden thunderbolts slowed down greatly. Heavy and slow strengths used together was incredible. A sharp sound spread in the air, and the 2 bodies accelerated. 2 extremely sharp golden claws dove towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng released even more slow strength than some empty space strength, it was like he could teleport as 2 blades flew past his shoulders. Zhonggan drew closer. Lin Feng raised his fist and threw it out. The space around him trembled. Zhonggan looked at Lin Feng disdainfully as his claws collided with Lin Feng's fist. A terrifying strength rolled in waves around their hands. Lin Feng sensed a terrifyingly sharp energy on his fist. It was very painful, but it didn't distract him. His fist became flared with light and a vortex appeared around it. Absorbing strength emerged and surrounded his opponent. He wanted to absorb the great oriental greenfinch rock. Corrosion, said Lin Feng coldly. Zhonggan's chi was being corroded. It was a strange feeling, Lin Feng's absorbing strength was draining his chi. Piss off. Golden lights surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng was startled, but empty space stone walls appeared around him and surrounded one of the opponent's bodies. The empty space stone wall broke apart. The other rock looked at him coldly and became even more gigantic, flapping his wings even faster. Lin Feng moved like the wind, withdrawing as fast as he could. Zhonggan's 2 bodies chased him. Their speed was just astonishing. He was the symbol of speed, the fastest species in the world. Lin Feng released wind strength to surround his body and continued retreating. He could sense the pulsations of the land, his enemy was so fast they could reach him anytime. Fast. Lin Feng released even more fast strength, as well as wind strength. Zhonggan was surprised. Lin Feng's figure flickered, his speed was astonishing. He flew straight past Zhonggan. Beautiful. Auma was amazed. How incredible. He was surprised by Lin Feng's speed. Zhonggan was extremely fast, and Lin Feng could dodge his attacks, but Zhonggan immediately attacked the beast who looked like a child, the one behind Lin Feng who was from the Tortoise clan. Piss off, said a gloomy voice. The two great oriental greenfinch rocks were stupefied, as he said coldly. Insolent! So you want to fight against me now? Said the tortoise, smiling coldly. Why was Zongan attacking him now? He raised his claws. At that moment, a gigantic shell which was as hard as stone appeared around him. Zongan's claws crashed onto the shell, and nothing happened. Zongan wanted to retreat, but the tortoise didn't let him. He released a terrifying chi which constricted Zongan and a vortex appeared around him. I told you to piss off, said the tortoise who looked like a child. Thunder crashed, and Zongan's two bodies were blown away at the same time as blood splashed. Original strength fusion. Lin Feng was surprised. That tortoise was extremely strong. On the other side, Aotsonghai and Zhong Lin were still fighting. It was difficult for either of them to win because Aotsonghai's attacks were too powerful and Zhong Lin was too fast. They didn't use any trump cards, however. How beautiful! At that moment, the legendary flying snake saw a phoenix arriving without haste. She was so beautiful, and really looked like a goddess. The Phoenix clan's goddess, Goddess Xian. Goddess Xian glanced at the crowd. She looked at Lin Feng for a few seconds and then turned her head. Why is everybody in our valley? What do you want here? Goddess Xian, of course. The legendary flying snake smiled. Even though the others didn't say anything, they agreed. Is that so? Then, come with me, said Goddess Xian calmly. She turned around and walked away. Everybody became silent and followed after Goddess Xian. After a short time, they arrived in front of a teleportation portal, a phoenix portal. Are we going to the godly beast's mausoleum? Aotsonghai was startled. Goddess Xian had just shown up, and now she immediately wanted to go to the godly beast's mausoleum? That place wasn't fun. Yes. If you don't want to come, you can leave, Goddess Xian said to the crowd. Lin Feng was delighted. Goddess Xian was funny, she had taken all those beasts there and now she was telling them they could leave if they wanted to. But beasts were proud, how could they leave? Teacher. Lin Feng looked at the diviner, he didn't know what to say. I'll wait for you in the Phoenix Valley, the diviner smiled. He had faith in Lin Feng. Alright, I will come back for the agreement. Alma, head back to the Dragon Clan. No, father, I'm coming with you, said Alma, shaking his head. This time, I don't want to be away from my father. Lin Feng was surprised and looked at Alma. He slowly nodded and said, Alright, it's the godly beast's mausoleum, so I hope you'll be able to help there. Let's go, said Goddess Xian. The crowd had a bad premonition, it all felt so sudden. What was Goddess Xian's purpose? Why had she suddenly appeared? Why did she suddenly want to take them to that place? But they still followed her. Lin Feng sensed a wild bestial chi rise up around him. It was powerful. How pleasant. It's a pure bestial chi, said Alma, taking a deep breath. He felt at home there. This place was even better than the supreme animal world for beasts. According to legends, this place used to be a genuine beast world. Then, something happened and it turned into a mausoleum. It probably has to do with the ancient war of the continent of the Nine Clouds, said Aotsonghai. Goddess Xian led the way and people closely followed her. Nobody knew where she was taking them. It's dangerous. Lin Feng had a bad premonition, his intuition told him danger was lurking. A dark energy shot towards them. It looked like chi. It's death original strength. You can't touch it. It's the purest death original strength in the world. It can corrode our lives and kill us, said Goddess Xian. The crowd moved away in surprise. Hurry up. We've too many people, said Goddess Xian, making a detour. After a short time, the crowd faced a gigantic place where there was water original strength. The energies in that place were extremely pure. It makes me want to jump inside. The tortoise and the legendary flying snake looked excited. They wanted to jump in, but Goddess Xian didn't seem like she wanted to stay there, and continued walking. She seemed to know the place really well. She had probably been there many times before. It is said that Goddess Xian was acknowledged by a god. It's probably true. She knows the place so well. Even though there are many sorts of original strengths, it doesn't seem to be dangerous. Yes, she knows the place really well, replied Lin Feng, nodding when he heard Aotsonghai. Finally, they arrived in front of a long illusory corridor. It was Goddess Xian's target destination. That corridor looked like an illusory passage with a mysterious chi. Lin Feng, said the old ox suddenly. Lin Feng looked astonished and said, What's the matter, master? Lin Feng, I can sense the chi of Ganji's time, said the old ox. Lin Feng stiffened. Weren't they in the bestial mausoleum? Why was there chi from Ganji's time? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2460, Unforeseen. Chapter 2460, Unforeseen. Edited by Red. The mausoleum and Ganji's time were connected, and Goddess Xian knew the place really well. She knew how to avoid danger here, and had successfully led them in front of a bright corridor. I can smell some time determination. Goddess Xian, where are we? Asked someone. The godly beast's mausoleum is inside, said Goddess Xian. The crowd was stupefied. A bestial god was buried in there? Since you've been here before, why do you want to bring us there? Asked the legendary flying snake coldly. He had doubts about Goddess Xian's true intentions. Why does she want to bring them to a beast's grave? It looks like a time corridor, and it seems to be rotating, which means that each time I come here, it's in a different place. It's difficult to find. I fear that if I go inside alone, I won't be able to come back out. Therefore, I want to go inside with everybody, said Goddess Xian. Alma looked at Lin Feng and said, Father, the Phoenix Valley harbors evil intentions. They know you have a forbidden body and that you're lucky, so they invited you to come along. Everyone here is outstanding. They're all from godly beasts' clans. We can't be sure of anything, replied Lin Feng. But since we came here, we have to be very careful. All right. Alma nodded. Goddess Xian was already in the corridor. A mysterious strength surrounded everybody as they followed after. The corridor seemed endless, nobody knew where it led. Many lights passed next to them. Be careful. Don't touch those lights, and don't blame me if you do. I warned you, said Goddess Xian. That place contained a mysterious chi. Master Ox, do you know or sense anything? Asked Lin Feng. It's the corridor of space and time. Be careful, those lights are violent time whirlwinds. Don't touch them, otherwise, anything could happen. In Ganji's time, time is in a state of chaos. You could suddenly end up in a tornado and you would never be able to come out, or maybe you'd come out 1,000 years later, the ox said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng heard some sounds, his heart trembled. Indeed, in a time storm, a cultivator could be stuck in there for 10,000 years and outside it'd be like a few seconds, and the opposite was possible, too. 10,000 years could pass outside while inside, it'd feel like a few seconds. It was a terrifying thing. The group was extremely vigilant. Be careful. There's a time storm. In front of them was a violent windstorm. The crowd looked nervous, moving aside and staying close to the walls. The storm flew past the crowd. They didn't even dare to release chi. Let's continue, said Goddess Xian calmly. She was already used to it. Without realizing it, the crowd walked for 2 days in the corridor. At some point, the corridor split apart into many roads. Goddess Xian, are we going to continue indefinitely without a goal? Asked the tortoise. We can only rely on luck. If we're lucky, we might find some incredible treasures. If we're unlucky, we might get stuck inside forever, said Goddess Xian. The crowd sighed. At that moment, some bright lights flashed past, and tablets appeared. There's someone, said someone suddenly. The crowd realized that there really was someone there. That person was lying on the ground motionless, but they were alive. That person was holding a saint's weapon, an extremely powerful one. The chi which emerged from it shook people's hearts. A peerless saint's weapon. The crowd was amazed. Zonggan flapped his wings. He wanted to take the peerless saint's weapon. Don't take that risk, said Zonlin. I'm all right. I'm so fast, nothing could happen to me, said Zonggan. He then split in two. One of his bodies turned into a rock and flapped his wings, before turning into a beam of light. He raised his claws and reached towards the saint's weapon, and a powerful wind surrounded him. Zonggan tried to move as quickly as possible, but he was suddenly extremely slow. His other body frowned. Oh no! He said. The rock body immediately appeared in the tornado, struggling. Quickly, the time lights took it away. How scary. He couldn't do anything. His other body suddenly turned around and he came back, glaring at Lin Feng coldly. You stole my luck. Zonggan said to Lin Feng coldly. Lin Feng looked at him strangely. Stealing someone's luck? What a strange thing to say. You're ridiculous, said Lin Feng coldly. He couldn't be bothered. They continued walking forwards and discovered many time storms. The crowd saw figures and treasures in the tornadoes, but didn't know what kind of people or treasures were stuck inside. Found it, said Goddess Xian suddenly. She sounded happy. In front of her, some dazzling white lights had appeared. I can get inside thanks to it, said Goddess Xian, pointing at the white lights. The others didn't understand. The first I came here, I was careless and that white light took me somewhere. There, I saw a godly beast's grave. Are you coming? Asked Goddess Xian. Sounds interesting. Let's go, said someone. People followed after her. Everybody, hold hands to go inside so that we don't lose one another. Alone, we might die, Goddess Xian smiled. The white lights illuminated her face and made her look even more beautiful. All right. The crowd continued walking forwards. They all wanted to get really close to Goddess Xian. However, Goddess Xian stretched out her hand and held hands with Lin Feng on one side and the tortoise who looked like a child on the other, and smiled at them. Father, Goddess Xian seems to believe you and the tortoise's child are lucky, Alma grinned. Lin Feng walked forwards, holding hands with Goddess Xian and Alma. They entered the white lights at the same time. Suddenly, they started rotating. Time corridor. Lin Feng and the others saw many different landscapes. They were traveling through time. Battles appeared in their field of vision. Figures flickered. It was like they were watching a movie. After that, destructive lights also appeared and passed next to them. It gave them goosebumps. They contained a mysterious chi. No, Lin Feng suddenly shouted furiously. His face was deathly pale. Father? Shouted Alma, staring at Lin Feng. Father, what's wrong? No, no. Shouted Lin Feng, he was trembling. He let go of Goddess Xian and Alma's hands, and jumped forwards. Father. Alma grabbed Lin Feng's hand again, he didn't want to let him go. Lin Feng wanted to get rid of Alma's hand, but Alma firmly held him. Since you want to go, I'll help you out, said someone. Some gigantic wings grabbed Alma and Lin Feng and pushed them. Lin Feng suddenly turned around and saw Zong gone. He looked at him coldly and then raised his fist. He shouted to Ao Song Hai. Take care of Alma. Lin Feng suddenly turned around and jumped away. Alma shouted furiously. Father. The place was extremely dangerous. Maybe Lin Feng would die there. The crowd was astonished. They didn't know what Lin Feng had seen. Lin Feng jumped into the white lights and then walked ahead slowly. Destructive lights kept appearing around him. However, his expression didn't change. He continued walking forwards. Lin Feng, you're crazy, said the old ox. This was Ganji's time. His master had been stuck here for a very long time back in the days. I saw my children inside, replied Lin Feng. He had seen Jitian and Xiongshang. They were in a tornado, they were together and were in danger. Those two little bastards, they met and now they came to Ganji's time, thought Lin Feng. If Meng Qing and you knew this, they would have gone crazy. At least their jade talismans hadn't broken, so Lin Feng knew they were still alive. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2461 Time Difference. Chapter 2461 Time Difference. Edited by Red. Lin Feng continued walking forwards, lights appearing all around him. It was very difficult to move forwards, this world felt empty. How was a place like Ganji's time created? He wondered. He realized how terrifying this place was. It was a world in which time itself was in turmoil. Lin Feng, time is already different in the place where you are. We just don't know how different time here is from time in the outside world, the old ox said to him. Lin Feng sighed and hoped time in here was slower. If time outside was faster, then the date of the agreement would arrive more quickly. Lin Feng had spent a few seconds in a storm a moment before while looking for Jitian and Xiongshang. He had the impression he had been looking for them for a very long time, but he couldn't find them. He had also tried to contact them, but the jade talismans didn't work here. It was like the link to their godly awareness had been cut off from the talismans. Lin Feng raised his head as a black wind descended from the sky. Lin Feng felt an icy cold, piercing to the bones. He continued walking forwards, having the impression he had lost track of time, and that he had spent a very long time in here. White lights appeared, they looked like water. Lin Feng quickly dodged. However, the white lights became whiter and filled the area. Lin Feng pulled a long face, and released as much strength as he could, attacking one place in particular. A hole appeared in the white lights and Lin Feng jumped through it. His heart was pounding violently. That place was indeed really dangerous. He suddenly sensed a few original strengths move towards him. He focused on the pulsations of the earth and the sky and closed his eyes. Some water original strength still reached his arm. Steam appeared around his arm as it were burning. It was extremely painful, but he could only grit his teeth. His wound felt numb. That's water original strength, it's so cold, but it feels as if it were burning as well. How painful. Lin Feng released life original strength to heal, and at the same time, he continued walking forwards cautiously. His beard slowly grew out. His clothes were torn. His hair was long and messy. Master Ox, how much time has passed? Asked Lin Feng. 12 years. Replied a voice in Lin Feng's brain. He hoped the fortune shrine was fine. During these years, Lin Feng asked himself why genuine life strength could be that powerful and why the celestial Tao strength they studied couldn't. He was the god of his own world, so he had his own original strength, but was he walking on the right path? What would his future look like? Lin Feng, said the old ox at that moment. Lin Feng's face stiffened. An exit had appeared in front of him in a hurricane. It was the place where Lin Feng had seen Zhetian and Xiongshang. Your two children were there, you don't know whether they're dead or alive, do you really want to go in? Asked the old ox. What would happen inside? Yes, said Lin Feng, heading towards the hole. No matter what would happen inside, Lin Feng had to find Zhetian and Xiongshang. I will try with a clone, said Lin Feng. Clones appeared and jumped into the hole. Lin Feng's clones quickly saw what was going on there. It was dangerous, and his ordinary clones had no strength, so they couldn't fight at all there. After a long time, Lin Feng said, my two children are not dead. Maybe they found a safe place. I will open the way with a clone, that way my real body will be safe. Many of his clones jumped into the hole, and Lin Feng followed. Danger lurked all around. A terrifyingly dangerous illusion appeared. However, because his clones scouted the way, Lin Feng was more scared than hurt. After a short time, Lin Feng appeared somewhere else. He looked around in surprise. It was a place with fertile soil, but it was covered with white lights. Lin Feng sensed life everywhere in that fertile soil. There were many people here, and everybody was very strong. There are small worlds in Genji's time. He exclaimed to himself. Someone came up to him quickly. He was wearing plain and simple clothes, his hair was messy but he looked clean. He looked at Lin Feng and said, a newcomer, how did you get here? There was a hole in a hurricane, I jumped in, said Lin Feng. A few hundreds of years ago, two young men did the same. You're lucky, that person smiled. Lin Feng frowned, two young men, hundreds of years before? As expected, time passed, but I didn't realize it. Even though Lin Feng was surprised, he remained calm and asked, where are they? With Mr. Time, you know them, I know them. Please bring me to them, said Lin Feng. All right, come with me. The man brought Lin Feng to a low-ceilinged hut. An old man and two young men were there, chatting. Zhetian, Xiongshang, shouted Lin Feng. Their hearts twitched and they raised their heads. When they saw Lin Feng, their eyes became red. Father! Shouted Zhetian and Xiongshang at the same time. They rolled up their sleeves and jumped in front of him. Hundreds of years passed, and finally, you're here, Father, Zhetian sighed. He looked more mature than in the past. Lin Feng was completely astonished by his cultivation level. Zhetian had become a high-level saint, just like him. Lin Feng smiled strangely. He had been their father for hundreds of years, but he hadn't spent that much time with them. It felt strange. Good, you're both alive and safe. Lin Feng was relived. Zhetian had become a high-level saint and Xiongshang had become a low-level saint. They were both extremely strong. You're both going to surpass me in terms of strength. Lin Feng smiled. They both grinned. Zhetian explained, Mr. Time helped us. Without him, we wouldn't be this strong. Lin Feng looked at the ordinary-looking old man, who looked unfathomable and enigmatic. It was impossible to see how strong he was. Lin Feng walked towards him and bowed, I'm Lin Feng, thank you very much for taking care of these two young men, Master. No need to thank me. They're just talented, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to help them at all, said the old man smiled. Zhetian has an inherent original strength body. He can study and understand original strength very easily. I was delighted when I found that out. Inherent original strength body? Lin Feng looked at Zhetian, his son already understood all sorts of strengths when he was a child, he was very talented. Enjoy your time with your father. I have things to do, said Mr. Time smiled politely. Lin Feng looked at Zhetian and Xiongshang. He asked, "You've been here for so long, haven't you tried to leave?" "We wanted to, but Mr. Time said it wasn't the right time," replied Xiong Shang. "Father, this place is a precious treasure all by itself. Come with us." After that, his sons brought Lin Feng to another place. After a short time, Lin Feng saw many well-lit corridors. There were different places in all those corridors. There were all sorts of natural original strengths and destructive strengths. "We practice cultivation here. When we don't understand something, Mr. Time helps us in the others. That's how we became so strong." "Father, Jetian understands several original strengths at the maximum level," said Xiongsheng smiled. "I'm not as talented, but I practice cultivation really hard. Don't worry about me, I will definitely be able to compete with you at some point." "Yes, we will," agreed Jetian, nodding and smiling. "Good sons. You're grown-ups now. Let's go and see your mom," said Lin Feng, tapping their shoulders. He smiled and took them into his own world. Meng He and you were extremely happy to see them. Lin Hai and Meng He were also extremely happy to see their grandchildren. Spending time with family was something wonderful. Empress Shi was there too, watching Lin Feng and the others. She was influenced by Qiuyu Xin and Xin Yi, her aloofness was weakening with time. "You still want to fight against me?" Lin Feng asked her. Empress Shi had mixed feelings. She stared at Lin Feng and closed her eyes, then shook her head. "I don't hate you anymore. Brother Netherworlds is free now. I hurt him. So let it go now, it's time," Lin Feng smiled. It was time to forget about their tensions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2462, Cheated. Chapter 2462, Cheated. Edited by Red. Time in Lin Feng's world passed at the same pace as whatever place he was in. In his own world, Lin Feng started creating many useful things. He even made a place with Saint Luck. Jetian and Meng Qing practiced cultivation together. Lin Feng went to see Mr. Time. "Master," said Lin Feng, bowing before Mr. Time politely. "Young man, what do you want from me?" asked Mr. Time, smiling at Lin Feng. "Master, you said my children were just very talented. I don't believe you. You taught them everything. I'm not going to ask you for details, though. I just want to ask you, what is the difference between time here and time in the outside world?" asked Lin Feng. "You look quite ferocious. You're facing a disastrous situation," said Mr. Time. He didn't reply to Lin Feng's question. He said, "Go. Don't ask too much. I won't tell you anything." "Master, it's important," pressed Lin Feng nervously. "You can leave, then," said Mr. Time indifferently. Lin Feng frowned. He was speechless. Mr. Time stared at Lin Feng and said, "Little Oxy, why don't you come out to play when you see me?" Lin Feng's face stiffened. His heart started pounding violently. "Little Oxy?" Lights flashed. Without Lin Feng doing anything, the old ox appeared and looked at the old man in a respectful way. "Hello, Mr. Time. So many years have passed, long time no see. You've become so strong, little Oxy," Mr. Time laughed. Lin Feng's heart pounded even more furiously. The old ox had told him that his master had been stuck in Ganji's time for many years before, and had understood Time's strength here. Now Mr. Time had said to the old ox, "Long time no see." So Mr. Time already existed back then. The scariest part was that the old ox was incredibly strong, and yet he looked at Mr. Time in a very, very respectful way. "Master Ox," said Lin Feng to the old ox telepathically. "Don't use telepathy. You can't hide anything from Mr. Time," said the old ox straightforwardly. "Lin Feng, don't worry. Don't ask anything, either. Just go." Lin Feng was extremely nervous. He nodded and withdrew, but his heart was pounding furiously. Was that the secret of Ganji's time? After Lin Feng left, the old ox walked closer to Mr. Time and crouched down. "Mr. Time, I understood Time's strength thanks to you back in the days, thank you so much. Now, will you help Lin Feng?" "Help?" Mr. Time frowned and shook his head. "I didn't show him the way here. His children were lucky to arrive here, too. I always help people who don't die in Ganji's time and make it this far, just like that little girl, but I don't care about that young man." "Goddess Xian from the Phoenix clan came here, too?" asked the old ox, curious. "No. She went elsewhere, a place where I like to rest. I transmitted some knowledge to her. I wouldn't have thought she'd come back." She's greedy, replied Mr. Time, smiling and shaking his head. What about Lin Feng? Are you not going to take him out? Asked the old ox. He came here, so what? I love his kids. I hope they will stay here with me. Sometimes, they can go and have a walk to discover some new things if they wish, said Mr. Time, looking amused. Mr. Time, are they your disciples? Asked the old ox. His heart was racing. He was thinking Lin Feng's children were really lucky, extremely lucky, beyond imagination. That kind of opportunity was just too indescribable. They were even more lucky than his own master. I never said that. I only had one disciple in my life, but he was too disappointing. He surprisingly escaped. He wanted to have a free and unfettered life in the outside world. If I saw him again, I would break his legs. Even though Mr. Time talked that way, he smiled happily in reminiscence. I have one last question, is my master still here? Asked the old ox, shivering. That was one thing he had wondered for a very long time. I said I wouldn't say anything, said Mr. Time smiled. Don't try to get a word from me. I want to see some agitation. The old ox sighed. He wouldn't get an answer. It was just like the last time he had come. This time, Mr. Time wouldn't answer questions about his master. His master had left in a fit of pique. His master used to be such an incredible cultivator. Actually, I can tell you some things, said Mr. Time at that moment. The old ox had some hopes again. I didn't lie to that young man. He's less and less lucky. He will face a disaster, but disasters help people grow up and become mature, right? Said Mr. Time, frowning as if he were seeing things. Lin Feng didn't know what the old ox and Mr. Time were talking about. He didn't know who Mr. Time was. Zhetian and Xiongsheng didn't tell anything to Lin Feng, of course, he didn't blame them. Mr. Time was extremely strong, even the old ox seemed to respect them a lot. They had to be careful, including when they were talking to their own father. Lin Feng walked along a time corridor. According to Zhetian, he had to be only a little bit careful inside, but apparently, their lives weren't in danger while in there. After a short time, Lin Feng arrived in front of the water original strength. Spluttering sounds spread in the air. He couldn't move further. Original strength, which really comes from the earth and the sky. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and looked at the water. Water flows, it's soft, it doesn't have a shape. But water can freeze. Water can harm people. In my previous life, when water boiled, it could also be very dangerous and burn people. And getting burned by boiling water is worse than being burned by fire, murmured Lin Feng. Water couldn't be divided. A drop of water could turn into several drops of water. Water could also become one again, too. When 2 drops of water were together, they became 1 drop. When billions and trillions of drops were together, they could turn into a waterfall or a lake. I need to understand all the specificities of water to understand it at the maximum level, murmured Lin Feng. He closed his eyes and studied water. He turned water into drops and then he fused them together again. Lin Feng calmly studied. Zhetian and Xiongsheng were at the entrance of the corridor, watching Lin Feng as their eyes twinkled. Zhetian, why did Mr. Time help us, but doesn't want to help our father? Xiongsheng asked telepathically. You can imagine who Mr. Time is. We can't understand him, everything we experienced here feels like a dream, replied Zhetian telepathically. Yes, Mr. Time looks like someone who's down to earth, but actually he almost never gets involved in worldly affairs. Last time, you almost died, and he didn't do anything, but... Not almost, he's never gotten involved in worldly affairs, said Zhetian. His eyes were twinkling. Xiongsheng, we should continue practicing cultivation. I want to see if I can make original strengths fuse together in less than 100 years. Alright, good, agreed Xiongsheng. The two of them left. Life in Ganji's time was simple. Lin Feng eventually understood water original strength at the maximum level. He went to his own world and created more saint luck, and helped his people study. They had all studied the celestial evolution holy scriptures. Every 10 years, Lin Feng gave lectures about what it was like to be a saint. He also supported the most outstanding ones. Within 50 years, a saint emerged in Lin Feng's spirit world. Lin Feng was in a time corridor, gazing into the distance. There was an illusory river, a river of time. Each time Lin Feng was there, he could sense time intent. Fast, slow, in the end, they're both time. How to control time strength. Time strength is when you can make things unlimitedly fast or slow. Time is just an aspect of speed. I wonder how many years passed in the outside world, Lin Feng sighed. He turned around and left that place. However, every 3 days, Lin Feng came back to that place and looked at the Time River. Time passed ruthlessly, without caring about people. Meng Qing, who had become a saint, came there with Lin Feng. She put her head on his shoulders and smiled. Time passes, but there are things time can't change. Things time can't change? Lin Feng was surprised and looked at Meng Qing. Yes, you think time can change anything? In 1,000 or even 10,000 years, will you give me up? Said Meng Qing, smiling at Lin Feng. Never, time can't change that, said Lin Feng suddenly. Indeed, there were things time couldn't change. The speed at which time passed could be different, but attacks were the same no matter what. Time. Lin Feng's heart raced. Then, he smiled. He had been cheated. He had cheated himself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2463, Understanding Time. Chapter 2463, Understanding Time. Edited by Red. Lin Feng looked at the Time River and smiled. Master Ox, you cheated me. The old ox appeared behind Lin Feng, still looking unperturbed, and asked, You understood? I understood, he replied. Let me tell you though, since you know it. Before, you went to study, and you studied to check that you were wrong. That was wrong, you understood you were wrong, but then, realizing your understanding was erroneous and it turned out to be a great thing in the end, right? Murmured the old ox. I understand. Time isn't a kind of strength, it's not something you use to attack. Time doesn't change anything, and it can't kill people either. It just makes people grow old, that's all, said Lin Feng. Time can't change things. It's just something that exists. Water, fire, earth, and so on exist too, but they have strength. Time doesn't have strength. It exists, it doesn't change anything, and that's all. Lin Feng then pointed at the Time River and said, There, time passes because Ganji's time is time original strength itself. Ganji's time is original strength itself. It contains time original strength. Meng Qing shivered. Ganji's time was original strength? Time is not a fusion of original strength, and decay is something that helps people understand time original strength. This place is pure time original strength, and it's as powerful as other kinds of original strengths we can study. But this place was created by the earth and the sky themselves, said Lin Feng. The old ox smiled and said, You came here every day to watch the time of the outside world pass, to understand time? No. Time doesn't change anything. I need to understand slow and fast and make them fuse together with time, said Lin Feng. The old ox smiled happily and complimented, You really understood. Master Ox, you can modify the speed at which time passes because you made fast fuse together with time original strength. Therefore, you can make time pass faster, just like you can make fast fuse together with any other kind of strength to make it faster. Even if the enemy is extremely strong, it doesn't change anything unless they also understand time strength. Ganji's time has the most natural time original strength because it was created by the earth and the sky. It also contains the purest original strengths. With time, original strengths fuse together. Slow and fast strengths are an example, and that's why time can pass faster or slower in different places. What I wonder now is, what kind of place is Ganji's time for real? Lin Feng sighed. It was a forbidden territory which contained a perfect time strength, and all sorts of original strengths. I don't know either, said the old ox smiling. What do you intend to do now? Sense the strength, of course, said Lin Feng. He was holding hands with Meng Qing and said, Meng Qing, you go to Jitian, I'm going out. Then he walked away and jumped into the Time River. Lin Feng. Meng Qing called out. The old ox said, Trust him. Back in the days, it took me thousands of years to understand. He's stronger than me, trust him. Very well, Meng Qing smiled. She trusted Lin Feng, of course. Outside of the time corridor, Mr. Time was seated on the grass. In front of him were Jitian and Xiongshang. Your father is patient, said Mr. Time smiled. The two were surprised and asked, Mr. Time, what's wrong with our father? He jumped into the rivers of time, said Mr. Time smiled. It must feel great. You should also go there. It would be a new place. Actually, Lin Feng didn't feel great at all. After jumping into the time river, he laid there and closed his eyes. He was all alone, lonely. Lin Feng didn't sense slow or fast. When original strengths fused together, it was impossible to sense them individually. Time was the main aspect. Fast and slow, murmured Lin Feng. He wanted to fuse original strengths together. First he had to reach the maximum level, and he had the impression that his slow and fast original strengths weren't far from reaching the maximum level. If my slow and fast original strengths reach the maximum level in time strength, and that I fused them together with earth, empty space, and water original strengths at the maximum level, I would definitely be able to win the battle. However, so many years have passed. How many years have passed in the outside world? Lin Feng didn't know. After all, he couldn't leave Ganji's time. The atmosphere in the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds felt like a dream. People understood that the agreement might change the fate of the whole world. So many strong cultivators were gathering at the Fortune Shrine. They were from everywhere, the supreme animal world, the continent of the Nine Clouds, etc. They all studied the buildings and fortresses of the Fortune Shrine. Would they stay there forever, or would they get destroyed at some point? However, news spread that Lin Feng might not be able to show up at the most crucial moment. There were also rumors from the supreme animal world that Lin Feng had gone to Ganji's time and was maybe dead. The Fortune Shrine didn't say anything, so people could say whatever they wanted. In the Fortune Shrine, a group of core disciples gathered. One of them looked at the shrine's leader and asked, "Hasn't Maradeva come back yet?" "He's still in the supreme animal world," said the shrine's leader. "Any news from Lin Feng?" "Nothing. He's in Ganji's time." "He's probably stuck in there," replied the shrine's leader. The disciples were astonished. Things were changing quickly. Many strong cultivators had gathered there, and if Lin Feng didn't show up on the day of the agreement, the Fortune Shrine would be destroyed. It was an excuse the other shrines had put in. The Fortune Shrine could only wait for Lin Feng. Meng Qing was waiting for Lin Feng at the end of the corridor. Tang Yu came and said, "So many years have passed. Why isn't he coming back?" "I know, right?" answered Meng Qing, turning around. She smiled. "He's like that. He doesn't care about danger. He's natural and unrestrained. But it's also because he's worried about us. He's always like that when he's under pressure," said Tang Yu, shaking her head, "but now our young men are grown up. I hope they can help him a little." "What are you talking about?" asked someone at that moment. Meng Qing and Tang Yu raised their heads and smiled broadly. Someone had appeared in the Time River and was smiling at them. Meng Qing and Tang Yu's beautiful eyes twinkled. They asked, "You don't know?" "You missed me every day, I had to come back," said Lin Feng slowly walking towards them. He grasped their hands. "Who missed you?" You?" asked Meng Qing, rolling her eyes. Tang Yu groaned proudly. "It's probably you, Meng Qing." "Is that so?" said Lin Feng, smiling and caressing their hands softly. They pinched his hands and Lin Feng took a deep breath. Lin Feng went to the old ox and said, "Master Ox, I'm going to leave Ganji's time." "How?" asked the old ox. "Mr. Time won't help you." "I'm sure there's a way to leave in the time strength," said Lin Feng smiled. The old ox nodded. "All right, you understood. You seem so confident." Dash. Lin Feng went to see Mr. Time. Zhetian and Xiong Sheng were there as well. Lin Feng said, "Mr. Time, I'm leaving with my sons." "No," said Mr. Time, shaking his head. Lin Feng was startled and asked, "Why?" "No, why?" "They're not leaving," said Mr. Time. Lin Feng was speechless. "Lin Feng, since Mr. Time says that, they're staying here," said the old ox. Lin Feng remained silent for a few seconds and then nodded. He said to Zhetian and Xiong Sheng, "Take care." "Father," said Zhetian and Xiong Sheng, looking at Mr. Time. They looked at him in an imploring way. "I won't let you," said Mr. Time patiently. "Take care. You will have the opportunity to come out at some point," said Lin Feng. He knew that Mr. Time was an extraordinary person. He bowed and said, "Thank you for taking care of my children, Mr. Time." Then, he turned around and left. His sons watched him leave. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2464, Back to the Shrine. Chapter 2464, Back to the Shrine. Edited by Red. Back in the time corridor, Lin Feng turned around and looked at Zhetian and Xiong Sheng. He smiled and said, "Go back and practice cultivation hard with Mr. Time." "So you knew, father?" said Xiong Sheng, looking at Lin Feng. "You think your father is stupid?" Lin Feng laughed. Then he glanced at the old ox and said, "Master Ox, you've been here before, it means you know how to leave." "I followed my master back then," replied the old ox. "This time, you will follow me." "You know how to leave Ganji's time?" asked the old ox, flowing into his original form. "I spent years bathing in time lights. I also discovered a secret of Ganji's time. If you follow a certain kind of time which works according to the same patterns, you will be safe, said Lin Feng, grinning at the old ox. It means that among the people who come to Ganges time, only those who understand time and time patterns can leave from its depths. The old ox smiled, but said nothing. He galloped forwards. Let's leave. Yes. Lin Feng looked at Yu and Meng Qing, who didn't want to leave Zhong Sheng and Zhetian. He shouted, Meng Qing, Yu, they're with Mr. Time and they'll be fine. Meng Qing and Yu didn't want to leave their children, but in the end they went back into Lin Feng's world. Lin Feng and the old ox flew through the corridors of time. Master Ox, I want to go back to my world to practice cultivation. Can you lead the way? Asked Lin Feng. The old ox replied, What? You want to stay on my back? Master, you know it's not what I mean. I just can't afford to waste time, Lin Feng shrugged. The old ox said, All right, jump on my back. Thank you very much, Master. He jumped onto the ox's back. Then he asked, Master Ox, since we understand time and time patterns now, does it mean we can come back as we wish? Yes, if you want to come to Ganges time and drift in the rivers of time, you can. I just don't know how long you'll need to get out. Finding Mr. Time is impossible. You were just extremely lucky this time. Lin Feng smiled wryly. Indeed, how long would he need to get out? Sometimes some people stayed in here decades, sometimes centuries. People had to be patient inside. Lin Feng had never spent so much time in one place as in Ganges time. Lin Feng was on the ox's back and closed his eyes. He went into his own world. Now, his world had become much bigger. There were 5 saints Lin Feng had raised. But still, there were few strong people in his world. Apart from those he had brought in, great emperors were really rare, but Lin Feng didn't mind. He sensed the time in his world. He could now control the time there. Now that I can fuse slow or fast together with time, I can make time pass slower or faster, but now I can only increase or decrease time speed by 8 times. When I understand it better, it will be 100 times, or even 1,000 times. When I manage to do that, it'll mean that 1,000 years in here will be like 1 year in the outside world. My world will expand that way. Lin Feng grinned at the thought. His world would be absolutely perfect someday, but first he needed to sort out some things. Once his world was perfect, Lin Feng wouldn't intervene anymore. He would let nature take its course. There were many different time rivers in Ganges time. Each river contained a specific sort of time with specific patterns. Some rivers had the same patterns, and so as long as a cultivator stayed in the rivers which had the same patterns, they were safe. Lin Feng had been drifting in the rivers of time for hundreds of years, comprehending the secrets of Ganges time. Back in the days, the old ox and his master had been there and understood the secrets of Ganges time as well. However, nobody could know how long they would stay there. Lin Feng didn't know, either, and he had no other choice, anyway. A dozen years later, many strong cultivators appeared at the entrance of Ganges time in the supreme animal world. Ganges time was the most mysterious forbidden territory of the continent of the 9 clouds. There were many legends about it. Some people said there were other worlds in there, of course, they were just guessing. Look over there, there's someone in Ganges time, said someone in surprise. The group of strong cultivators gazed into the distance and saw a young man on a golden ox's back. He was drifting on the rivers of time. An ox and a man. They looked terrifyingly strong. Murmured the crowd. The ox was running along, traveling across time. Very quickly, he came out of Ganges time. There are cultivators. Lin Feng stared at the crowd. His eyes twinkled. The old ox came out, and Lin Feng asked, Where are we? The people were dumbstruck, wondering if this man an ox from the ancient past. Master, we're in the supreme animal world, southern part, someone finally answered respectfully. Lin Feng was happy, we're finally out. What's the situation like regarding the War of the Shrines? Asked Lin Feng. The War of the Shrines? That person looked stunned and asked, Master, you mean the War of the Ancient Days? They thought Lin Feng was asking about the war in the far past, the one which had taken place a very, very long time before. No, I'm talking about the agreement between the Fortune Shrine and all the other shrines. What happened after? Asked Lin Feng. Oh, all the shrines went to the Fortune Shrine, it's going to start soon. I don't know what will happen this time, replied that person. Lin Feng and the old ox left as soon as that person finished talking, turning into beams of light. Lin Feng also used his jade talisman to inform the diviner he was on his way. It hadn't started yet. They had time. He surprisingly knew about the agreement? After Lin Feng left, those people were surprised. The agreement had been decided 2 years before, which meant that person had gone to Ganges time for less than 2 years and he was still alive. On the way, Feng and the diviner chatted. The diviner had been waiting in Phoenix Valley the whole time. He hadn't thought Feng would come out through another passage. "Teacher, how is the situation now?" asked Feng to the diviner. "Let's move and talk at the same time. The situation is critical." "The fortune shrine is in great danger," replied the diviner. "You didn't manage to convince any other shrine?" asked Feng. "The shrines all have their own plans. Convincing them is something difficult to do, same thing in the supreme animal world. The fortune shrine is alone. I've been in the Phoenix Valley the whole time and I didn't manage to convince them either. Now, the only hope is for us to win these battles, then we'll have less pressure on our backs," said the diviner. The members of the fortune shrine believed in good fortune, but they also understood how the world worked, and that strength wasn't something esoteric. Feng remained silent. He didn't know how strong his enemy would be, all he could do was do his best to win. Feng was confident, but wouldn't underestimate his opponent. "By the way, Feng, what about you? How ready are you?" asked the diviner, staring at Feng. "I will win no matter what," replied Feng. He owed the fortune shrine. He could only win. Feng and the diviner traveled back to Fortune City. Because of the agreement, there were strong cultivators from all over the continent of the Nine Clouds in Fortune City. There were many, many saints. It was an incredible era. The continent of the Nine Clouds hadn't seen such a thing for centuries. 2 people appeared in a palace floating in the sky of Fortune City and landed at the top of a small hill. They looked at the saints' battle stage. Feng. The fortune shrine's leader suddenly opened his eyes and smiled at Feng gently. "Finally, you're back. My apologies, I didn't want you to be worried," Feng bowed. "You are blessed, I knew you'd come back," the leader smiled. "For other people will battle on your side there." Feng looked at the saints' battle stage. Chu Chunxiu was there, wearing a purple robe. He looked proud, he despised common people. Kong Ming was there too, his palms together. He looked extremely calm, as if Chu Queenxiu didn't exist. He was completely different from Chu Chunxiu. They were both low-level saints. Their cultivation speed was already incredible. Back in the days, the destiny lights illuminated you and them. "Chu Chunxiu and Kong Ming are also incredible fighters," said the shrine's leader. Indeed, Feng nodded. He looked at Ho Qinglin, Zhu Nemoshi, and Zhou Rongman, who were back too, as well as Hua Qingfeng and many other outstanding disciples of the Fortune Shrine. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2465, Grand Meeting. Chapter 2465, Grand Meeting. Edited by Red. The disciples of the Fortune Shrine had all come back. They were going through these hardships together. Feng looked over at the crowd and asked, "Leader, are you sure about the fighters?" "Yes. They all participated in the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds back in the days. Apart from you, Kong Ming and Chu Chunxiu are low-level saints. Zhou Rongman and Ho Qinglin will fight in the group of half-saints. Their fighting abilities have been tested," the shrine's leader smiled. Feng was surprised and murmured, "I wouldn't have thought that these people would reach the top so quickly." "That's destiny. That's also why the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds occurs every 100 years, and the destiny will even rotate it, because of you all," the shrine's leader smiled. People of that generation had grown up at an incredible speed, much quicker than the geniuses of the previous meetings of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Coincidentally, or perhaps not, that batch of cultivators had been for the Fortune Shrine. The leader of the Fortune Shrine said, "The 5 of you represent the Fortune Shrine. Even though the selection is now determined, if anyone wants to give up, or if anyone thinks they can replace any of them, it's now or never." But everybody looked at the leader, but remained silent. They had all tried, they had fought many times, it was useless to try again. They had tried enough times. "Since nobody has anything to say, get ready," said the leader, walking away. Feng walked over to the saints' battle stage. He glanced at Chu Chunxiu. Chu Chunxiu's eyes glittered as he also glanced at Feng. "Are you ready, brother?" Feng asked Ho Qinglin. "We'll only know after the battle," replied Ho Qinglin. Zhou Rongman also came over and said to Feng, "I'm Zhou Rongman. I know your name is Zhou Rongman, you're the 333rd son of the Zhou clan," proclaimed Feng, smiling at Zhou Rongman. "Feng, I thought I was the strongest cultivator at the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds, but I ranked 4th. Now I'm still 4th. You're all much stronger. but I will do my best to catch up with you. Now I'm going to help you in the fortune shrine, and someday, I'll fight against you, said Zhou Rongman, smiling at Lin Feng with determination. I'll wait for you, replied Lin Feng, smiling and nodding back at him. Lin Feng, this time, you're the one in danger, so be very careful, said Jun Emoshi. They will do their best to kill you as quickly as possible. Your original strength hasn't been at the maximum level for a very long. Be careful. Indeed. Lin Feng agreed. More and more strong cultivators gathered in Fortune City. Many people from other shrines appeared, their eyes filled with killing intent. The atmosphere was tense. Some symbols appeared in the sky, representing different shrines. The fire shrine symbol was a godly fire shield. Their members looked spectacular, dignified, and majestic. The thunder shrine symbol was a godly celestial hammer, there were thunders around it. Their people looked extremely aggressive. How spectacular! Many strong cultivators in the distance were amazed by the shrine symbols. They looked incredible with their robes fluttering in the wind. The atmosphere was oppressive. A group of strong cultivators descended from the sky. They looked like immortals and enlightened beings. People felt good around them. They were strong cultivators from the Fortune Shrine. The Fortune Shrine's leader is holding the Scepter of Destiny. The crowd was stupefied when they saw the Scepter of Destiny in the Fortune Shrine's leader's hand. The shrine's leaders had probably all come with their most precious treasures. The previous time, the Empty Space Shrine's leader had sealed Du City with the celestial sealing map. The leader of the Fortune Shrine smiled and said, "Today, you all came to my shrine and I feel honored. However, I would like to know some things. Many shrines came, but who is here to fight against us? And among those who aren't here to fight against us, what is your position?" The Empty Space Shrine's leader kind of decided everything on his own. Empty Space Shrine's leader, who's your team? The Empty Space Shrine's leader looked sharp where he was seated at the top of the bleachers. He smiled and murmured, "We are the Empty Space Shrine, the Fire Shrine, the Ice and Snow Shrine, the Dazzling Gold Shrine, the Wind Shrine, and the Demon Shrine. 6 shrines. The Fortune Shrine's leader smiled, he had anticipated that. He asked, "What about the position of the other shrines?" "The Soul Shrine is here to watch," the Soul Shrine's leader smiled. "The Earth Shrine wants to be a witness," said the Earth Shrine's leader. All the shrines expressed their opinions except for the Light Shrine, which didn't seem to exist. No shrine said they were on the side of the Fortune Shrine. "The Supreme Animal World will be a witness too," said middle-aged man who looked calm and composed, yet extremely aggressive. "I feel touched, Dragon Leader," the Fortune Shrine's leader nodded in acknowledgement. "The Rock Clan came to watch," said a strong cultivator from the Rock Clan. He was wearing a golden helmet and looked like a king. The Phoenix Clan, the Unicorn Clan, and the Tortoise Clan all said they were there to watch. "And what about those people?" "No need to hide," said the Empty Space Shrine's leader icily. Lights twinkled in the sky, and some coffins appeared. "Don't worry about us, we're not here to bother anyone." The world lights flashed and disappeared as if they had never appeared. "Who is the referee this time?" asked the Fortune Shrine's leader. "A leader of a shrine, or a beast leader?" said the Empty Space Shrine's leader, looking at those who didn't belong to any side. "I'd like to recommend a referee," said someone in the crowd. Everybody looked at that person, and many people recognized him. "Tian Ruojian is here, too." Tian Ruojian rose up in the air and smiled, "I'm sure everybody will be satisfied by the referee I'd like to recommend." "Who?" asked the Empty Space Shrine's leader. After that, he gazed into the distance and saw some people arriving. Many people frowned. 3 people, the leader of the group was an old man. Peerless Saint. Many people frowned. Only a peerless saint could assume that function. "It's Weapon Master Bing. He became a peerless saint, how strong." Many people sighed with amazement. Since it was Weapon Master Bing, the 2 people at his sides had to be his fellow disciples, the best weapon makers in the world. "You recommend Weapon Master Bing?" asked the Empty Space Shrine's leader indifferently. "My teacher," corrected Weapon Master Bing, smiling and floating above the battle stage. "Congratulations and welcome, teacher." "Teacher!" The crowd gasped. "Ha ha ha," an incredible chi rolled in the sky and the crowd heard someone laughing loudly. Weapon Master Bing's teacher. The best weapon maker in the world, the godly weapon master, he was there. The crowd trembled. They raised their heads and saw a vortex of empty space chi. Suddenly, a figure appeared. He said to Weapon Master Bing and the others, "Thank you, young men." "Thank you, teacher," answered the few people at the same time. The crowd was astonished, how young, that person was so young. Surprisingly, the best weapon maker in the world looked so young, and yet Weapon Master Bing was old and admired him. "I came to be the referee, you don't mind, right?" said the godly Weapon Master. "Since you want to, no problem," said the Empty Space Shrine's leader. He wasn't happy. He didn't know why the godly Weapon Master had come. This wasn't something he had anticipated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2466 Buddhist Mountains Leader. Chapter 2466 Buddhist Mountains Leader. Edited by Red. The Fortune Shrine's leader smiled. He announced, "Godly Weapon Master, Your Excellency, you are extremely famous in the continent of the Nine Clouds, so you're an excellent candidate to be a referee." The godly Weapon Master glanced over the crowd and smiled. He slowly walked forwards and landed at the top of some bleachers. His 3 disciples sat down just beneath him. "Since it's that way, I'm happy to be the referee," said the godly Weapon Master. However, his tone of speech sounded strange. Many people had never seen the godly Weapon Master, the best weapon maker in the world. "Show your 5 fighters. Once you send them to the front, you can't change them again," said the godly Weapon Master. Both sides nodded. On the side of the Fortune Shrine, those who had been selected came to the front: Feng, Kong Ming, Chu Chunxiu, Ho Lin, and Zhou Rongman. On the other side, 6 shrines had decided to join hands. They also had to send 5 people. The crowd frowned when they saw their fighters. Saint Tian Xinmo was from the Demon Shrine, and he had been a saint for hundreds of thousands of years. Apart from the fact that he hadn't managed to fuse 2 sorts of special original strengths together, he was incredibly strong. "Feng, your opponent will probably be Saint Tian Xinmo. He's extremely strong. He can control other people's hearts. His demon and illusion original strengths have reached the maximum level. His powers are explosive and his methods sly," the diviner said to Feng telepathically. Feng looked at that demon. He had to be careful. Chu Chunxiu and Kong Ming's opponents were respectively Saint Pa Di Su and Saint Zhong Xia from the Fire Shrine. Zhou Rongman and Ho Lin's opponents were Saint Bumie and someone nobody knew. He was only a half-saint, but was probably extremely strong, otherwise the shrines wouldn't have sent him. He was from the Ice and Snow Shrine, and looked mysterious. One thing was sure, though: on the side of the Fortune Shrine, the cultivators were young, and on the other side, they were all old and terrifyingly strong. Some of them used to be extremely famous and then they had stopped showing up in public. Only the cultivator of the Ice and Snow Shrine was extremely mysterious. Saint Tian Xinmo, Saint Pa Di Su, Saint Zhong Xia, Saint Bumia, the 6 shrines had sent their best fighters. The Fortune Shrine's chance of success was extremely low, especially for Feng. 2 years, how could he resist some like Saint Tian Xinmo after only 2 years? If one side surrenders, then it's a loss. If nobody surrenders, then it's a battle to death. What do you think?" said the godly Weapon Master. "I don't mind," said the Fortune Shrine's leader. "I have no objection either," replied the Empty Space Shrine's leader. Even though the battles are happening in Fortune City, 6 shrines came to challenge the Fortune Shrine and they have the advantage, so the 6 shrines should choose cultivators first and the Fortune Shrine can send someone of the same cultivation level. What do you think?" said the godly Weapon Master. The Fortune Shrine wouldn't mind. The Empty Space Shrine's leader smiled and agreed, "All right." "The Empty Space Shrine's leader looks very self-confident," murmured the crowd. The Fortune Shrine was in a very difficult situation. 6 shrines had joined hands against the Fortune Shrine, and all their fighters were incredible, the best at their cultivation level. The Fortune Shrine's fighters looked much weaker. But the Fortune Shrine had chosen them for a reason. "Since you look so happy, start now," said the godly Weapon Master. Everybody looked at the Empty Space Shrine's leader. "First battle, Zhong Xia, you go," said the Empty Space Shrine's leader. Saint Zhong Xia flashed forwards and landed on the battle stage. "Kong Ming, that one is yours," said the Fortune Shrine's leader. "Very good." Kong Ming put his palms together and floated over to the battle stage, landing in front of Zhong Xia. He looked calm and serene as he said, "Please, let's exchange views on cultivation." Zhong Xia didn't say anything. He threw a finger out and a fire trail appeared. Flames emerged from all his fingers and shot forwards. The atmosphere started burning slowly, and the temperature on the battle stage increased drastically. The godly Weapon Master waved his hand, and an illusion surrounded the battle stage. Kong Ming was chanting mantras in a magnificent Brahma voice. Gigantic words appeared in the air. A countless number of ancient Buddhas appeared everywhere and raised their hands. "Die!" said Zhong Xia icily. A countless number of fire hands moved towards the ancient Buddha's hands. It felt like their energies could destroy everything in their way. At the same time, he also charged at Kong Ming. He raised his finger, trying to punish his enemy. Is he going to destroy the Buddhas? Wondered the crowd. A countless number of fire hands surrounded the Buddhas, everything was burning around them. At the same time, fire tentacles coiled around Kong Ming. However, Kong Ming looked unconcerned. He continued chanting, his voice resonating everywhere. A gigantic Buddha appeared on and around Kong Ming's body, bearing 4 faces. He chanted mantras, and the sound waves moved in all directions, oppressing the fire energies and preventing them from moving closer. At the same time, Xiongxie also heard the mantras, which shook his brain violently, illusory Buddhas appearing in his mind. Xiongxie looked nervous. A flame appeared in his mind, his skull flared with light, preventing the mantra sound waves from influencing him. At the same time, in the outside world, he condensed an incredible amount of fire in his hands. The fire grew more and more intense. Buddha's imprints approached him, and he destroyed them. What's that? The crowd frowned. That flame was incredible. You will get destroyed by a pure fire, Celestial Tao. You're lucky, you should feel honored. Shouted Xiongxie at Kong Ming. Then he flashed forwards, space undulating around him. He raised his finger again, dazzlingly bright. The shining Buddhas looked less bright next to such a fire. The fire and the Buddhist energies collided, but that flame seemed indestructible. The flame can't be stopped. It can destroy anything, swore the crowd. The Fortune Shrine's cultivators were shocked and nervous. Was Kong Ming going to be killed? The pure fire Celestial Tao got closer and closer to Kong Ming. Kong Ming slowly raised his head. Suddenly, Xiongxie looked scared, he felt terrified deep inside, and as his soul shook, his flame flickered. Ah, Xiongxie shrieked. His flame suddenly dispersed. A gigantic Buddha's hand descended from the sky. Thunder rolled, and Xiongxie's body instantly turned into ashes. Impossible. The Fire Shrine's strong cultivators were astonished. How was this possible? How could Xiongxie lose? The Fortune Shrine's cultivators were astounded. The Fortune Shrine's leader's eyes twinkled. As expected, what he had seen back in the days in the Destiny Wheel was right. I dedicate this battle to the Fortune Shrine, said Kong Ming slowly. The Fortune Shrine's leader nodded and said calmly, Kong Ming, you can stay or leave the shrine, as you wish. Listen to your heart. The Fortune Shrine will never force you to do anything. Kong Ming turned around and bowed before the Fortune Shrine's leader. Thank you very much, leader. I will never be an enemy of the Fortune Shrine. Kong Ming's figure flickered and he left naturally, happy, relaxed, and lighthearted. Before leaving, he glanced at Lin Feng. The Fortune Shrine's leader sighed. Kong Ming had a pure heart. Lin Feng glanced at Kong Ming. He understood something from Kong Ming's eyes, he understood who Kong Ming was. Each step of the Buddhist mountain's flight of stairs represents a disaster, a calamity. One of them is his story. A demon appeared, he became completely disillusioned. He's both a Buddhist and a demon cultivator. That's how he achieved supreme enlightenment. He's neither a demon nor a Buddhist, murmured Lin Feng. Buddhist cultivators were also demon cultivators. Kong Ming, the Holy City Buddhist Mountain's leader. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2467, Doomed? Chapter 2467, Doomed. Edited by Red. The godly weapon master smiled and said, the Fortune Shrine won the first battle. Empty Space Shrine's leader, send your second cultivator. Disu, you go, said the Empty Space Shrine's leader. He pulled a long face. If Xiongxie had won that battle, he would have been much more relaxed. However, he had lost, so the others had to make great efforts. He was very nervous. Initially, he was convinced they'd win the first battle, so he had set high hopes on it. Chu Chunxiu, said the Fortune Shrine's leader. Chu Chunxiu slowly walked over to the battle stage and stepped on it. Saint Disu released his chi. He didn't say anything, he immediately raising his hand, which looked illusory. Chu Chunxiu was surprised. There was a rumble of thunder, and the hand immediately smashed into his body. Everybody was astonished. Chu Chunxiu, who had finished third at the meeting of the Continent of the Nine Clouds back in the days, couldn't withstand a single attack, but Saint Disu didn't understand, either. However, he continued advancing towards Chu Chunxiu. Chu Chunxiu withdrew and said, I have to resign myself, I surrender. An eerie silence filled the air. People couldn't believe it. Everybody was astonished. Chu Chunxiu had become a legendary genius with time, and he just surrendered? Asshole! Shouted an old man of the fortune shrine. He released a deadly chi, he hadn't expected such a thing. There were people like Kong Ming who were amazing, and people like Chu Chunxiu who surrendered and made no effort. Ingrate! Traitor! People insulted Chu Chunxiu, but he ignored them. Lin Feng looked at Chu Chunxiu calmly. He was a bit surprised, he didn't know why Chu Chunxiu had done that. Even if he was emotionless, the fortune shrine had helped him a lot, yet he hadn't even tried anything, he had instantly surrendered. By doing so, the fortune shrine might be destroyed. Why did Chu Chunxiu mean the fortune shrine harm? Nobody could be sure. A strong cultivator of the fortune shrine shouted, "Kill that traitor." "No," said the fortune shrine's leader, shaking his head. If they killed Chu Chunxiu, the fortune shrine would lose face. The fortune shrine couldn't kill disciples because of a defeat. No need to pay attention to a traitor. Next battle, said the fortune shrine's leader indifferently. The Empty Space Shrine's team won the second battle. Third battle, Empty Space Shrine's leader, who will you send? Asked the godly weapon master. Nothing could affect him. He looked young and unperturbed, unlike his older-seeming disciples. Bumia, said the dazzling gold shrine's leader. Saint Bumia flashed forwards. He looked conceited and arrogant. He looked at Zhou Rongman and Ho Changlin, excited and ready to fight. I'm coming, said Zhou Rongman, jumping onto the battle stage and landing in front of Bumia. He also looked proud. Humph. Bumia grunted icily. Dazzling golden lights appeared around him, and buzzing sounds filled in the air. People's eardrums began to ache. What an incredible strength! The crowd looked at Bumia. An invisible and intangible strength filled the air about him. He looked like a king. Saint Bumia has an immortal Vajra king body. He's been a saint for so many years, his powers are incredible. His whole body is tougher than a saint's weapon. Zhou Rongman disappeared for so many years, the last time he was seen was during the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. He will probably lose this time, murmured the crowd. Zhou Rongman's eyes glittered. He jumped forwards and raised his fist. Bumia wasn't afraid. He also raised his Vajra fist and threw it out, his fist collided with Zhou Rongman's fist with a bang. Both of them were blown backwards. They didn't release a terrifying chi, they just fought in a simple way. Zhou Rongman's physical body is terrifying. He can compete with Bumia, hissed the crowd. The fortune shrine had selected him to fight, which meant he was extraordinarily strong. Bang! Bumia shook. Golden lights appeared all around him, even emerging from his 7 apertures. He shot forwards again with his explosive golden fist. Zhou Rongman howled furiously and threw his fist out as well. He didn't use any saint's technique. Kaboom! A terrifying explosion made people's eardrums even sorer. The space undulated around the fighters. It felt as if they had been surrounded by millions of drums. His fist is even more powerful than a saint's weapon, judged someone. Their attacks looked simple, but they were incredibly powerful. Not bad, said Bumia, feeling even more determined. More golden lights appeared around him. A sharp sound rang out. Many people had the impression they were going to faint. Bumia's strength kept increasing. Zhou Rongman shouted furiously. Millions of strong arms appeared around him. Millions of fists streaked across the sky in all directions, as if millions of people were beating drums at the same time. Pure strength curdled the air, and golden lights flashed in the sky as Bumia used a saint's technique. An ancient destructive chi emerged from Zhou Rongman's body as he roared. His millions of arms became even bigger, his figure disappearing behind all his arms. My name is Zhou Rongman, shouted Zhou Rongman as he threw all his arms forwards. He pressed ahead with an indomitable will and oppressed his opponent's golden lights. How strong! They're both incredibly strong. People's hearts were racing. If a half-saint like them had been in the middle, they would have exploded instantly. They could even compete with some weaker low-level saints. The millions of arms surrounded both fighters. Strident clashing sounds rang out ceaselessly. Die, die, die! Shouted Bumia. Golden lights flashed. Zhou Rongman roared back. The battle was crazy. Their fists kept colliding, mesmerizing the crowd. After a very long time, the battle became less fierce. Lights dispersed. An incredible scene appeared in front of the watchers. Bumia's lower body had exploded. In front of him was a gigantic godly insect. It looked as powerful as a godly dragon, but the sad thing was that the insect had been crushed and was bathed in blood. It looked miserable. "You lost," said Bumia to Zhou Rongman. Even though he had lost his lower body, he still looked cold and indifferent. "Arg!" The godly insect roared furiously and fell down from the sky, then turned into Zhou Rongman again. A light surrounded Zhou Rongman's body. The diviner walked up to him, grabbed him, and went back. At the same time, a strong cultivator of the dazzling gold shrine took Bumia and brought him away. The fortune shrine had lost, though. 2 more battles. "If the fortune shrine loses the next battle, it'll be over for them," whispered the crowd, watching Lin Feng, Ho Changlin, Saint Tian Xanmo, and the mysterious saint. "If Lin Feng fights against Saint Tian Xanmo, he's definitely going to lose. The fortune shrine is doomed. They can't win anymore." It can't be changed, thought the crowd. The history of the continent of the 9 clouds was going to change. Lin Feng couldn't win, and Ho Changlin probably couldn't win against that mysterious cultivator either. It's all because of Chu Chunxiu, that traitor. Things would have been different if he hadn't betrayed the fortune shrine. Sighed a member of the fortune shrine. They had lost 2 of the 3 battles. How could they hope to win against Saint Tian Xinmo and the mysterious cultivator? Their chances to win were very low. "Let's continue," said the godly weapon master calmly. The mysterious cultivator walked out, smiling coldly. He was definitely going to win. Would he let Ho Changlin win? Was that even possible? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2468, Life at Stake. Chapter 2468, Life at Stake. Edited by Red. The Fortune Shrine's members were extremely nervous. If Ho Changlin lost, it would be the last battle, and useless to continue. It would also change the fate of the Fortune Shrine. The Fortune Shrine's leader held his scepter of destiny, and closed his eyes. A pale light appeared around him. If they lost, would they abandon Lin Feng? Abandoning Lin Feng would mean that they couldn't protect their people anymore. Nobody would ever support the Fortune Shrine again. If they didn't abandon Lin Feng, they would be destroyed, and probably not just by the 6 shrines. They had no choice but to win. Maybe some people would help, though? The godly weapon master, the Dragon Clan, Leader, if they win, we're doomed. Murmured the diviner, who was standing next to the leader. Maradeva, the leader of the shrine, said to the diviner. The diviner raised his head and looked at him. With your intelligence, you shouldn't have been stuck at that cultivation level for so long. You're still a high level. When will you fuse 2 sorts of special original strengths together to become a peerless saint? The diviner shook his head and smiled. It's all destiny's work. How's your great destiny technique? I've never seen you use it, asked the shrine's leader. I've studied it for so many years, but I can reach a high level, the diviner smiled. I don't understand you, the Fortune Shrine's leader smiled and shook his head. I can't understand your destiny technique, like I can't understand Chu Chunxiu. You've been a member of the Fortune Shrine for so long, and apart from a few high priests, you've been at my side for the longest time. I hope you can become a peerless saint soon enough, and take the scepter of destiny. Don't talk about such demoralizing things. The Fortune Shrine shall exist forever, the diviner smiled. I hope I'm wrong. Let's see if Ho Changlin's battle will be the last one or not, said the Fortune Shrine's leader. He turned his head and looked at the battle stage. The mysterious cultivator and Ho Changlin were facing one another. Ho Changlin controls reincarnation strength. The reincarnation priest is his teacher. He should, said the diviner, and didn't finish his sentence. What kind of strength is that? Extreme strength, the extreme strength of destruction. The Fortune Shrine's leader was shocked. The mysterious cultivator controlled extreme strength. 6 swords appeared behind Ho Changlin and moved in all directions. Reincarnation strength appeared all around him and absorbed everything in its way. However, the mysterious cultivator raised his hands and imprints appeared, colliding against the reincarnation strength and destroying it. Die! Shouted Ho Changlin icily. The 6 swords streaked across the sky. The mysterious cultivator looked unruffled. He condensed imprints, which grew to great size, and moved forwards. His imprints contained celestial Tao. The reincarnation strength didn't have time to condense and was destroyed. Those imprints are terrifying. At the highest level, such attacks can grant cultivators godly powers, the crowd observed. Ho Changlin was fearless. He jumped forwards and 6 fists moved with him. The earth and the sky seemed ready to collapse. A gigantic reincarnation hole appeared, ready to absorb his enemy inside. The mysterious cultivator made some hand seals, and a destructive light appeared around him. TT moved forwards and destroyed the reincarnation strength, then it continued moving towards Ho Changlin. Suddenly, Ho Changlin's eyes looked like the eyes of a dead person. "Condense!" shouted the mysterious cultivator icily. His imprints turned into a dazzling curtain and shot towards Ho Changlin. Ho Changlin shouted furiously, the space around him turned into a reincarnation vortex and he shot forwards. The mysterious cultivator's extremely destructive strength was about to collide with his reincarnation strength. "Destruction imprints!" shouted the mysterious cultivator. Imprints smashed into the reincarnation strength. The air whistled, the reincarnation strength couldn't compete with the extreme destruction strength either. "Brother!" Lin Feng frowned. The mysterious cultivator's extreme strength had reached the peak of perfection. At the level of half-saints, he probably had no enemy. He could probably even kill low-level saints, his fighting abilities were incredible. That kind of strength didn't seem to be original strength. Ho Changlin was in a frenzy, he turned into a reincarnation vortex and moved towards his enemy. "He's crazy." The reincarnation priest frowned. "Ho Changlin can't win. We're going to lose." When the strong cultivators of the Fortune Shrine heard him, they were stupefied. Were they going to lose? If he lost, Lin Feng wouldn't even have the opportunity to fight. The mysterious cultivator and Ho Changlin collided again. His enemy's strength struck his chest and started corroding his body. He kept releasing reincarnation strength to expel the extreme strength. Ho Changlin raised his head, he looking even crazier. "Brother, give up," said Lin Feng. He didn't want Ho Changlin to risk his life if they didn't stand a chance. Ho Changlin turned his head around and looked at Lin Feng. Grinning, he said, "I remember back in the days when you took the exam at Tiantai, and Tian's cultivators bullied you. Back then, I went to the Tianlong Divine Castle and I slaughtered people on their territory. Nobody can bully Tiantai's disciples." When Lin Feng saw that smile, he shook his head and said, "Brother, it has nothing to do with you. No. I'm like a big brother to you, you're my fellow disciple. How could I give up? You wouldn't even have the opportunity to fight," said Ho Changlin. He looked at the mysterious cultivator again. Reincarnation lights rose up in the air and moved forwards again. Even though Ho Changlin wasn't stronger than Lin Feng anymore, like back in the days, he still wanted to protect his fellow disciples. He was ready to lose his life for Lin Feng. "You want to die," said the mysterious cultivator icily, and threw his hand at Ho Changlin while releasing extreme strength. "Die." He moved towards Ho Changlin, trying to kill him quickly. The two cultivators' attacks collided. Ho Changlin suddenly moved sideways, he had to fight against the mysterious cultivator directly. The mysterious cultivator was stupefied, and then pulled a long face. Ho Changlin was insane. "Piss off." Extreme strength imprints bombarded Ho Changlin's body, but at the same time, reincarnation strength surrounded his body. The extreme destruction strength and the reincarnation strength turned into a beam of light which surrounded both cultivators. Everybody frowned. Was Ho Changlin crazy? Let's see who's going to die first. Ho Changlin grinned manically. Reincarnation strength slowly surrounded his enemy, but also he was bleeding and coughing up blood. His chi became extremely weak. The mysterious cultivator wanted to retreat, but Ho Changlin grabbed him and prevented him from fleeing. "I don't want to die with you, I surrender," shouted that cultivator furiously. Ho Changlin smiled and released him. The two moved away from one another. The leaders of the Ice and Snow Shrine and the Fortune Shrine both rose up in the air at the same time and grabbed their disciples. "I'm all right," said the mysterious cultivator, but his face was deathly pale. He stared at Ho Changlin and said, "Crazy. But you're doomed anyway. You can't do anything. You will definitely lose the last battle." Lin Feng released life strength around Ho Changlin. An endless amount of life strength flew throughout his body. The extreme destruction strength was terrifying. It was difficult to heal him. "Dear friends of the Life Shrine, please help us," said the Fortune Shrine's leader, taking Ho Changlin to the members of the Life Shrine. "All right," said the Life Shrine's leader, personally taking Ho Changlin. Life lights surrounded Ho Changlin. "Leave it to me." "You go," said the Life Shrine's leader. The Life Shrine's leader was a woman. She smiled in a gentle way, looking really beautiful. "Thank you very much," said the Fortune Shrine's leader. He left with Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Fortune Shrine's leader and said, "Thank you very much, leader." Ho Changlin is a disciple of the Fortune Shrine and a core disciple. He fought for the fortune shrine, no need to thank me, said the shrine's leader smiling at Lin Feng. If you can't win the last battle, don't do like him. Your life is as important as the fortune shrine's fate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2469, A Perfect Attack. Chapter 2469, A Perfect Attack. Edited by Red. Lin Feng looked at the shrine's leader's smile, it warmed his heart. Even though the shrine's leader didn't spend much time with Lin Feng and Ho Changlin, he cherished them. Lin Feng and the leader went back to the group of cultivators from the fortune shrine. Everybody looked at Lin Feng. Ho Changlin had won the battle, so Lin Feng would have the opportunity to fight. Lin Feng was the protagonist, it would have been sad if he hadn't been able to fight. At that moment, the crowd was watching Lin Feng. Ho Changlin had risked his life to give Lin Feng the opportunity to fight. Would Lin Feng be able to defeat Saint Tian Xinmo? Last battle, said the godly weapon master indifferently. When he said that, an invisible and intangible strength swept across everyone. Saint Tian Xinmo slowly walked forwards and landed on the battle stage. Lin Feng also came out. Saint Tian Xinmo glanced at Lin Feng indifferently. He looked calm and said, 2 years have passed. You think you can defeat me? Lin Feng glanced at Saint Tian Xinmo, a high-level saint who had been famous for a long time. His fighting abilities were incredible. It was said that he understood fusions of original strengths. Some people even said that his most powerful attacks had the power of some peerless saint's attacks. Lin Feng didn't reply. On a battle stage, talking was just a waste of time. All people were interested in was the result of the battles. Staying silent is useless as well. Today, the fortune shrine is going to disappear, it's going to be completely destroyed. That's the fortune shrine's destiny, said Saint Tian Xinmo, raising his head and looking at the members of the fortune shrine aggressively. After that, a terrifying demon strength filled the air, sweeping away everything. Saint Tian Xinmo slowly walked towards Lin Feng. Die! Lin Feng heard. Then, he saw many demon kings rose up in the air. They were holding demon king spears and pointing them at Lin Feng. Their strength was explosive. That's, Lin Feng frowned. It was an illusion, but it looked so real. He actually felt afraid. Lin Feng closed his eyes and opened them again. He saw Saint Tian Xinmo who was coming towards him. At the same time, the demons around him looked at him and became stronger, they didn't look fake anymore. Lin Feng was in pain. What a terrifying thing to go through. Everything was in his heart, physically and mentally. He saw many people. He felt extremely sad, that was even more painful than physical pain. He could see his whole life playing before him. A Mara robber of the mind. Lin Feng tried to remain determined, to be like Kong Ming. Saint Tian Xinmo was using all sorts of attacks to defeat Lin Feng as quickly as possible. Die! Said Saint Tian Xinmo. He wanted to punish Lin Feng, Lin Feng's heart hurt and he was covered with cold sweat. How strong, Lin Feng can't compete with him. Sighed the crowd. The sky turned dark, and demon energies rolled in waves. Lin Feng looked so fragile before those energies. Of course, all of this happened in a few seconds only. Saint Tian Xinmo moved as quickly as he could. Lin Feng looked at him, forcing himself to forget the pain and the attack which was moving towards him and emitting whistling sounds. He solely focused on his enemy. Suddenly, dream and time lights surrounded Lin Feng. Time lights rotated around Lin Feng. It moved 8 times faster than normal lights. That kind of time light wasn't like slow and fast strengths, the time lights around him accelerated around him, which meant that 8 seconds in the space just around Lin Feng were like 1 second outside. It meant that he could do 800% more things in the space around him than in the outside world. Ling Tian released sword qi, the pulsations of the earth around him also accelerated. At that moment, Saint Tian Xinmo was getting closer and closer. Lin Feng could sense his terrifying strength. His heart was beating quickly. It wasn't pleasant at all. I can't give him any chance, thought Lin Feng staring at his enemy. Saint Tian Xinmo's death strength oppressed Lin Feng, and his heart pounded even more furiously. Slow. Light surrounded Saint Tian Xinmo and slowed him down. He continued moving forwards, he didn't sense anything different. However, people in the outside world realized that Saint Tian Xinmo had suddenly slowed down because at that moment, when 1 second passed in the space around him, 8 seconds passed in the outside world. But because Saint Tian Xinmo was already incredibly fast, he was still extremely fast. Blood splashed out of Lin Feng's mouth. At the same time, the demon illusion attack continued intensifying around Lin Feng. What's going on? Saint Tian Xinmo sensed something. However, at that moment, he realized that Lin Feng was moving towards him. Die! Shouted Saint Tian Xinmo furiously. An incredibly aggressive strength bombarded Lin Feng and made it explode. However, as his body exploded, it also became extremely soft and liquid, like water. It fell to the ground, condensed, and at the same time, his hand, now containing sword chi, drove towards Saint Tian Xinmo's head. Go in! Shouted Saint Tian Xinmo. His illusion strength intertwined. However, Lin Feng closed his eyes and his sword strength continued moving forwards. A sharp and clear sound spread in the air. Sword Celestial Dao pierced through Saint Tian Xinmo's head. His death strength surrounded Lin Feng and bombarded him heavily. Lin Feng coughed up more blood. Everybody was astonished because the sword strength around him disappeared, but there was still a big hole in Saint Tian Xinmo's head. He slowly turned his head to Lin Feng and looked at him. He didn't understand. How had Lin Feng done that? Saint Tian Xinmo understood that he had suddenly moved slower, but it didn't seem real. It was like an illusion, but different at the same time. He didn't understand. He was wondering if it was just an incredibly high-level slow strength. However, he also thought that he couldn't possibly have moved slower, because it didn't feel like slow strength. However, who could sense time lights? It was just that time around him had changed, and if he couldn't understand time strength, then he couldn't change anything either. He's still not dying? Finally, Saint Tian Xinmo's head exploded, and his body slowly fell down. Saint Tian Xinmo, dead. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes. The whole battle had lasted for only a few seconds. They had seen Saint Tian Xinmo release strength, and suddenly sword strength had made his head explode. Most people hadn't seen anything clearly. Nobody really understood what had just happened. Lin Feng's attack was just perfect. Nobody understood why Saint Tian Xinmo hadn't been able to dodge the attack. Many people didn't understand how Lin Feng had done that, but it wasn't important anyway. Lin Feng had killed Saint Tian Xinmo, that was important. It meant that Lin Feng and the Fortune Shrine had won. An eerie silence filled the air. The 6 shrines were just stunned. Nobody had anticipated that. Nobody had thought the fight would end so quickly either. Even the members of the Fortune Shrine couldn't believe their eyes. Ho Cheng Lin had already recovered. He looked at Lin Feng and smiled proudly. He was even happier than if he had won himself. Lin Feng was his fellow disciple, a member of Tiantai and incredibly strong. Ho Cheng Lin had risked his life to protect Lin Feng, and it had been worth it. Lin Feng's attack had been perfect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2470, One Destructive Attack. Chapter 2470, One Destructive Attack. Edited by Red. Lin Feng had won that battle in a beautiful way, but the atmosphere didn't become less oppressive. On the contrary, it became even tenser. The members of the 6 shrines who had joined hands to kill Lin Feng were furious. Many people were staring at the members of the Fortune Shrine, who looked nervous. Were the 6 shrines going to leave now? This battle is over, said the godly weapon master calmly, breaking the silence. He smiled at the crowd and said, the Fortune Shrine won, 3-2. Oh, really? Thought many people. Why was the godly weapon master stating the obvious? Everybody knew the result and everybody knew the Fortune Shrine had won. Lin Feng became much stronger in only 2 years. We won't try and kill Lin Feng for the time being, said the Empty Space Shrine's leader at that moment. Everybody frowned. Finally, what was supposed to happen was happening. The Empty Space Shrine had to change their opinion. However, the Empty Space Shrine and the Fortune Shrine have now been enemies for so many years and the conflict should be solved too, said the Empty Space Shrine's leader. He had lost. They weren't going to try and kill Lin Feng anymore for the time being, but there were 6 shrines in Fortune City, and they were furious because of the loss. Same here, the Fortune Shrine killed so many strong cultivators of our shrine, the Fire Shrine. Now, we have to solve the issue, said the Fire Shrine's leader indifferently. They didn't intend to let the Fortune Shrine off. The agreement was a joke. If you want to destroy our shrine, why didn't you just attack straightforwardly? Or do you just want to waste time? Do you need people to play with you? Said the Fortune Shrine's leader calmly. The agreement was about Lin Feng. Since you won, we won't try to kill Lin Feng for now, but the tensions between our shrines and your shrine is another thing, said the Empty Space Shrine's leader. I apologize to everybody for having disturbed you and making you come. If you want to see how we intend to solve the conflict with the Fortune Shrine, you can stay here, otherwise, you can leave, said the Empty Space Shrine's leader. He didn't want people to disturb them, they wanted to deal with the Fortune Shrine without being disturbed. You lost and you continue talking bullshit. I understand now, said someone. Who dared talk that way? Everybody turned around. It was the leader of the Dragon Clan, an incredible cultivator. You must think we're ridiculous, said the Empty Space Shrine's leader indifferently. He released a terrifying chi. The strong cultivators of the Fortune Shrine frowned. Oh no! The Fortune Shrine's leader was startled. He turned around and suddenly saw a golden light streak across the sky. They were so dazzling he could barely open his eyes. The Fortune Shrine. People raised their heads and saw a hole appear in the vault of heaven above the Fortune Shrine. The faces of the members of the Fortune Shrine turned deathly pale. Sky-destroying sword. People's hearts were pounding. The golden light silently crashed onto buildings. People could barely open their eyes. Most of them closed them. The Fortune Shrine is doomed, swore many people. The 6 shrines had already planned an attack. Initially, no matter whether they won or lost the battles, they intended to destroy the Fortune Shrine from the beginning. Leader! Many strong cultivators from the Fortune Shrine shouted at the same time. So many of their friends and family members had died a second before under the attack. Dazzling Gold Shrine. Many people understood, it was the sky-destroying sword, the precious item of the Dazzling Gold Shrine, like the celestial sealing map. Shrines joining hands is a bit exaggerated, said the godly weapon master icily. Who would dare get involved though? The sky-destroying sword would destroy them as well. Dazzling Gold Shrine. Feng took a deep breath and pulled a long face. What if Meng Qing had been there? So many people's relatives had been killed. Don't move, said the Fortune Shrine's leader when he saw that many of his strong cultivators wanted to fight. He closed his eyes and said, the main purpose of the Fortune Shrine is now to destroy the 6 Shrines Alliance, all of them. Leader. Feng's face turned red. He was shaking. Feng, so many people just died, the Fortune Shrine will never get destroyed as long as you live, said the Fortune Shrine's leader, smiling at Feng. His smile was filled with pain. I will live and destroy the Shrines Alliance, said Feng in a trembling voice. Even if the Fortune Shrine loses power and influence, things will come back to normal at some point, said the Fortune Shrine's leader, tapping Feng's shoulder and smiling. Since a forbidden body has been granted to the Fortune Shrine, we have to pay the price, that's destiny. The Dazzling Gold Shrine and the other shrines prepared their attack really well, and they have formed a deep alliance already. Be careful in the future, and don't go to their shrines alone. Very well, Feng nodded heavily. He knew that the Shrines Alliance was powerful. They had prepared themselves for 2 years. Now, they wanted to wipe the Fortune Shrine off the map of the world and then kill him. The other shrines hadn't anticipated that either. The 6 shrines had formed an alliance, but the other shrines hadn't formed any alliance. Was it time? Otherwise, after the destruction of the Fortune Shrine, wouldn't they get destroyed as well? You went too far, said the Earth Shrine's leader after having remained silent for a few seconds. Finally, he couldn't stand it anymore. We just wanted to punish the Fortune Shrine. We didn't go against the agreement. Back now, smiled the Empty Space Shrine's leader. Then, he stood up and rose up in the air, glancing at the Fortune Shrine's leader in a provocative way. Let's go. The members of the 6 shrines all left smiling. How long would the Fortune Shrine survive? After they left, the Fortune Shrine's leader said calmly, I want to invite you people, does anyone agree? I'll stay. Earth Shrine, the shrine's leader. I'll stay here, too, said the leader of the Celestial Sound Shrine. The crowd was shaking. Maybe that attack had been beneficial in the end, maybe it was an opportunity for the Fortune Shrine to form an alliance. Count us in, said the strong cultivators of the World Clan up in the sky. The leader of the group was an old man. He frowned when he saw Feng. The World Clan wants to form an alliance with the Fortune Shrine and destroy the Fire Shrine, said extremely old man. All those strong cultivators were saints. Welcome everybody, said the Fortune Shrine's leader. Then that old man smiled and said, we'll stay in the Fortune Shrine temporarily. No problem, the Fortune Shrine's leader agreed calmly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2471 Mission. Chapter 2471 Mission. Edited by Red. Finally, many shrines left, and only the Earth Shrine and the Celestial Sound Shrine stayed behind. Apart from them, the World Clan, and Ordinary and Sa Lang the Supreme Cultivators also stayed. Lin Feng was astonished when the godly weapon master and his disciples also stayed. On the side of the supreme animal world, the leader of the Dragon Clan and the king of the Great Rock Clan also stayed. "Everybody, let's go," said the Fortune Shrine's leader calmly. They moved towards the wrecked buildings of the Fortune Shrine. The sky-destroying sword had destroyed many buildings everywhere, as well as many cultivators. The Fortune Shrine's strong cultivators looked for their relatives in the debris. They all looked extremely sad. However, the Fortune Shrine's leader still looked composed. He said to the crowd, "It's a disaster for the Fortune Shrine, I don't know how you feel. We need to get rid of the Six Shrines Alliance and progress together," said the leader of the Earth Shrine. Their enemies didn't care whether the Fortune Shrine would try to take their revenge or not. "I think the Earth Shrine and the Celestial Sound Shrine should become our allies, otherwise, the enemies will destroy you after having destroyed the Fortune Shrine," said the Fortune Shrine's leader. The others nodded, they thought the same. "King Dragon, thank you very much for today, but why did you decide to stay here?" The Fortune Shrine's leader asked the Dragon Clan's leader. The shrine's chaotic situation didn't pose a threat to the supreme animal world, so the Dragon Clan probably didn't want to form an alliance with them, right? Aotsun Hai and Alma from the Dragon Clan are close to Lin Feng. "It is my duty to stay here," replied the Dragon King, smiling. The Fortune Shrine's leader smiled and shook his head. "King Dragon, make yourself at home." Thank you, leader," the Dragon King smiled. "What about you, King Rock?" The Fortune Shrine's leader asked the Rock King. "Lin Feng, come here," said the Rock King, floating in the air and looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was surprised and asked, "Master Rock, how may I help you?" Golden lights streaked across the sky, it was impossible to follow them with the eyes. "Be careful!" shouted the Fortune Shrine's leader, raising his flaring scepter. At the same time Lin Feng moved backwards and time lights surrounded the Rock King. Lin Feng had just sensed that the Rock King harbored evil intentions, so he hadn't gotten too close. He had just taken one step towards him and then he had withdrawn. The Rock King's speed was incredible. Celestial rocks are too fast. A beam of light appeared. The Dragon King's helmet twinkled. "Stop!" shouted the Dragon King. The beam of light instantly stopped. The Rock King was constricted, but he flapped his magnificent wings in a blur. Rocks and stones from the ground rose up and flew around him so fast that they turned into meteors. Someone appeared in front of Lin Feng, as if time had stopped. The rock was so fast, but he was still slowed down thanks to the time lights. "Stop!" said the godly weapon master icily. Lin Feng stopped releasing time lights, and a fist struck the figure in front of him. The Rock King was smashed away. Dazzling lights surrounded him, but his head was still bleeding golden blood. He was staring at Lin Feng icily, surprised that he hadn't managed to kill Lin Feng. The air began to hum. The Rock King's figure streaked away across the sky, and he disappeared. Everybody took a deep breath. All this had happened in a few seconds, but it was still incredible and scary. "Celestial rocks are too fast. If we hadn't cooperated, he would have killed Lin Feng," stated the Dragon King. The crowd looked angry and nervous. As the Dragon King said, the Rock King was extremely fast. Killing people weaker than himself was extremely easy, but this time Lin Feng had help. The others looked at Lin Feng and the figure in front of him. How strong! He also controlled time strength, it seemed. That person had managed to protect him, his punch had blown the rock away. He had suddenly appeared there. "Master Ox, is that you?" asked Lin Feng. The figure nodded and disappeared. Lin Feng was stupefied. Even though Master Ox had told him he wouldn't help him in the outside world, he had intervened as Lin Feng was about to die. "Lin Feng has spiritual protectors since he's become a god's heir," thought the crowd. "Master Dragon, godly weapon master, thank you very much for your help," said Lin Feng to the two. The Dragon King had used a precious item and the godly weapon master also controlled time strength. He had fused his time strength together with Master Ox's time strength to make it even more powerful. "King Dragon, you already knew the Rock King harbored evil intentions, it seems," said the Fortune Shrine's leader to the Dragon King. "Yes, I heard the Fire Shrine and the others had gone to the Supreme Animal World and had contacted the Rock Clan," said the Dragon King calmly. Lin Feng had cold sweats. The Six Shrines Alliance's plan was scary, sly, and evil. So all the leaders were ready to strike back, said Lin Feng. He realized the Fortune Shrine's leader still had some allies to fight against the Six Shrines Alliance. "If I had been alone, I wouldn't have been able to ensure our safety," said the Fortune Shrine's leader. "Lin Feng, your life is more precious than my life. We can only protect you once in a while. You have to rely on your own self in the future." "Indeed, I understand," said Lin Feng. The Rock King had almost killed him a moment before. What if I took Lin Feng away? Would you feel more relaxed? Asked the godly weapon master suddenly. The crowd looked at him. Where do you want to take him? Asked Lin Feng. Lost country, said the godly weapon master. Lin Feng shivered. One of the 7 forbidden territories. You're a famous and powerful cultivator. We trust you, the Fortune Shrine's leader smiled. Lin Feng, would you like to go with the godly weapon master? Go with him, said the old ox to Lin Feng telepathically. Lin Feng was surprised, but said to the godly weapon master, I will come with you, master. There's no time to lose. Let's go then, said the godly weapon master. Lin Feng nodded and looked at the Fortune Shrine's leader and the diviner, leader, teacher, fellow disciples, take care. Don't worry. As long as you're alive, the Fortune Shrine will always tower aloft, said the Fortune Shrine's leader with a smile. He presented his scepter to Lin Feng and said, take the scepter. No, said Lin Feng, refusing. That was the scepter of destiny, the symbol of the Fortune Shrine's leader. He couldn't take it, especially since many strong cultivators were watching the Fortune Shrine and waiting for an opportunity to totally annihilate them. Why did the Fortune Shrine's leader want to give it to Lin Feng? I'm sure you'll have many saints' weapons if you stay with the godly weapon master, but this scepter is special, it can help you. It's the last vision I had from the stars of destiny, said the Fortune Shrine's leader smiling gently. Lin Feng shivered, last vision? No, I refuse, said Lin Feng, refusing and shaking his head. If you don't take it, the Fortune Shrine is going to be destroyed forever, said the Fortune Shrine's leader calmly. Lin Feng's heart started pounding. Take it, Lin Feng, said the Dragon King. Lin Feng stiffened. Finally, he nodded and received the scepter of destiny. Let's go, said the godly weapon master. A strong wind took Lin Feng and his 3 disciples high into the air. Lin Feng turned his head around and saw the shrine's leader smiling after him gently. Lin Feng had the impression his heart was being crushed. What did the leader's last words mean? Were the leader and the diviner going to die? What had they seen in the stars of destiny? What were their predictions? Lin Feng looked at the scepter in his hand. What was his future mission? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2472, Sealed Imprint Mountain. Chapter 2472, Sealed Imprint Mountain. Edited by Red. The Lost Country was one of the 7 forbidden territories of the continent of the 9 Clouds. It was located in the northern part of the imperial court of the continent of the 9 Clouds. According to legends, many terrifying entities were sealed inside. Lin Feng followed the godly weapon master and his 3 disciples. An ancient chi filled the air. He saw many wrecked castles, and there was debris everywhere, but those ruins hadn't continued deteriorating, which meant those cities had been destroyed during a flourishing era. Master, are the 7 forbidden territories all worlds which used to be flourishing? Asked Lin Feng. He was curious. He had already been to the supreme ancient pit of hell, the godly grave, Ganges time, and the beast's grave. He hadn't been to the island of absolute isolation or Horizon Web yet. He had the impression those places also used to be splendid and glorious back in the days. Kind of, said the godly weapon master smiled. Suddenly, sharp black claws emerged from some debris and moved towards them. The godly weapon master shook his hands, a whirlwind appeared and the claws disappeared. However, a terrifying chi floated in the air, something howled furiously. Lin Feng gazed into the distance and saw a head with black long hair. A face appeared, but it wasn't the face of a human being, it looked horrible and dreadful. The monster had just attacked them. It's been sealed. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. The legends were true. Many terrifying creatures were sealed in the Lost Country. There is debris everywhere here, it's annoying, let's accelerate, said the godly weapon master. Lin Feng and the others were surrounded by incredible lights. Lin Feng understood that kind of strength, time lights which made them move even faster. They streaked across the sky. Many monsters appeared, but didn't have the opportunity to attack them. The godly weapon master was quite confident, he stood at the top of the continent of the 9 Clouds. He had nothing to fear, even in the forbidden territories. They traveled for 3 days. Lin Feng sighed, the godly weapon master was already so strong and he still needed so much time to cross the Lost Country. The Lost Country was truly gigantic. Lin Feng also realized that the nothing could stop the godly weapon master on the way. 3 days later, they arrived above a desert, sand floating around. There was a gigantic bronze castle in front of them. We're here, said the godly weapon master. He slowly landed in front of the bronze gate and said, Old friend, we came to visit. The bronze gates slowly opened with the booms of powerful winches. A dazzling deployment spell appeared. "Let's go," the godly weapon master smiled. Lin Feng and the others walked into another place. The place was filled with a thick and rich qi, with water all around. It looked like a fairyland. Lin Feng and the others landed on the top of a mountain. There was a city built up around the mountain, people entering and leaving. There was a beautiful, lofty mountain range in front of them too. It looked like a godly celestial mountain. "Sealed imprint mountain," whispered Lin Feng. The godly weapon master smiled. "You know the sealed imprint mountain?" "Feng Mo's world," replied Lin Feng, nodding. Duan Feng had told him about Feng Mo, the sealed imprint mountain, and the lost country. "You seem to know a lot," said the godly weapon master lightly. "Go, let's go." Lin Feng and the others followed after the godly weapon master. Their hearts were beating really fast. Feng Mo was extremely famous, he had an incredible reputation. He was probably the founder of that small world. He was an ancient cultivator, he could seal demons, and had an unparalleled strength. The godly weapon master was also an ancient cultivator. He had been famous for a very, very long time and had been considered as the best weapon maker for countless centuries, too. The godly weapon master and Feng Mo probably knew each other. Otherwise, from what Duan Feng had told Lin Feng, he wouldn't have been able to go there. Outsiders were not allowed inside. The godly weapon master seemed to know the place quite well. There were many strong cultivators at the top of the sealed imprint mountain. Great emperors were common, saints were numerous. After a short time, two young saints saw the godly weapon master and smiled. "Greetings, godly weapon master." "Hello, how is your teacher doing?" said the godly weapon master smiling. "He's good. He's just a bit bored. He often says his old friends don't come see him anymore," said one of the young men cheerfully. "Master, let's go and see the teacher." "All right," agreed the godly weapon master, following them. One of the young men asked him, "When did you recruit a new disciple?" The godly weapon master had 3 disciples, but at that moment, Lin Feng was there too, so he thought Lin Feng was one of his disciples, too. "He's not my disciple," the godly weapon master smiled. The young men were curious. The godly weapon master had brought a stranger to the sealed imprint mountain. Third fellow disciple, fifth fellow disciple. When they arrived, a group of young people appeared. When they saw Lin Feng, they frowned. "It's you?" Disher looked at Lin Feng in a strange way. "Little fellow disciple, do you know him?" asked the third fellow disciple. "Yes. He cast greedy eyes on our teacher's historical sites in Chi Tian Holy Town. He's insolent. I would have never thought he'd dare come to the sealed imprint mountain," said Disher, releasing a terrifying chi which surrounded Lin Feng. After Disher had left the historical sites and obtained the original strength entity, he had gone back and practiced cultivation really hard. He had become much stronger. "Don't be insolent," shouted the third fellow disciple icily. "Greet the godly weapon master now." Disher's face stiffened. So that was the godly weapon master his fellow disciples sometimes mentioned? Lin Feng looked so young, had he become the godly weapon master's disciple? How lucky. "I've been here for only a short time, so I didn't know it was you." "Please forgive me," said Disher politely. He bowed before the godly weapon master and said, "If I had known he was your disciple, I wouldn't have dared do something like that." "Oh?" The godly weapon master smiled and said, "He's not my disciple." "There are tensions between you? You should resolve them. I'm not here to solve your problems." Disher's eyes twinkled and he said to Lin Feng, "Since the master says so, I better accept deferentially than to decline courteously." Disher hadn't been a disciple there for a very long time. Now he might have an opportunity to show how strong he was, and Lin Feng was his opportunity. He jumped forwards and released sealing strength. It descended from the sky and moved towards Lin Feng. At the same time, he also threw himself at Lin Feng, releasing more strength which moved towards Lin Feng. Time. Lin Feng increased his own speed. Disher saw his own attack explode and his body was blown away with a clap of thunder. His strength disappeared, and his face instantly turned deathly pale. Feng Mo's 2 other disciples were stunned and said to Disher, "Fellow disciple, show your gratitude, he was merciful." Disher's face stiffened. How had that guy become so strong? "Disher, you're not allowed to come to Sealed Imprint Mountain to practice cultivation for 100 years, said a voice. Disher pulled a long face, turning around and bowing before that person. "I understand, teacher." "Go now," said the teacher, waving him away. Disher didn't insist, he bowed and said, "I'll come back in 100 years. Then, he turned around and departed swiftly. "Bro, Lin Feng." Duan Feng appeared next to Feng Mo. He ran towards Lin Feng and smiled, his eyes twinkling. He hadn't thought he would see Lin Feng again in Sealed Imprint Mountain. Duan Feng, replied Lin Feng with a smile. He turned to Feng Mo and said, "Greetings, Master Feng Mo." "You're from my world, no need to be polite," said Feng Mo, nodding calmly. He looked at the godly weapon master and smiled. "Buddy, when was the last time you came to see me?" 1,000 years ago, maybe? The godly weapon master smiled. "Did you come because you need help with something?" Feng Mo asked him. "Haha, indeed. I need you to help me refine a weapon," the godly weapon master confirmed. He looked at Lin Feng and said, "Take out your sword, I'll help you improve it." "All right." Lin Feng took out his god sword and gave it to the godly weapon master. He hadn't thought the godly weapon master would ask Feng Mo for help. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2473, 3 Lives? Chapter 2473, 3 Lives? Edited by Red. Weapon Master Bing had made the god sword for Lin Feng. It was filled with a mysterious strength which allowed it to improve and adapt according to Lin Feng's strength. Lin Feng's intent was inside. Weapon Master Bing had told Lin Feng back then that he would help him make it more powerful. Lin Feng never thought that the godly weapon master would ever help him. "Why do you want to help me?" asked Lin Feng, handing over his god sword to the godly weapon master. He was curious. The master had brought him to Sealed Imprint Mountain, and he had even asked Feng Mo to help. Only a few people in the continent of the 9 clouds could ask Feng Mo for help. Lin Feng didn't understand. "What do you think?" said the godly weapon master smiling. "The shrine's leader," said Lin Feng to the godly weapon master. The godly weapon master was such a prestigious cultivator, the Fortune Shrine's leader was probably the only person he knew who could ask him to help Lin Feng, or even convince him to show up and act as a referee. Lin Feng never thought such things would happen. "Maybe, but there are other reasons," the godly weapon master agreed. "For example, Feng Mo has been waiting for you the whole time." "Waiting for me?" Lin Feng was stunned. He didn't understand. Feng Mo was an incredible cultivator who had lived for a countless number of years. He had even sealed a whole world. "Yes, you can ask him," the godly weapon master said. Lin Feng looked at Feng Mo. Feng Mo smiled and looked back at him, saying, "Let's go in." That boy is mysterious. He doesn't like it when other people hear about his personal life. "Let's go," the godly weapon master told Lin Feng and the others. They quickly arrived in front of a flight of stairs and climbed them, arriving in front of a celestial jade stage. There was a throne there, where Feng Mo usually practiced cultivation. Lin Feng glanced around. They were at the top of a mountain with incredible chi. Original strength kept rising to the skies. There were many prayer mats in 2 lines before the throne. It was probably a place where Feng Mo gave lectures to his disciples. Only Feng Mo and his disciples could come here. "I've been waiting for you for a very long time, indeed." Feng Mo turned around and looked at Lin Feng. He smiled calmly. Lin Feng had the impression Feng Mo was an incredible entity who stood at the top of all living creatures, and at the same time, he also looked lonely, which was understandable because he was so strong. "By the way, shouldn't you release my daughter?" Feng Mo asked. Lin Feng paused. "Feng Mo's daughter? What's that supposed to mean, master?" Lin Feng didn't understand. "Empress Shi," said Feng Mo smiled. Lin Feng's heart twitched violently. Empress Shi? How was that possible? Wasn't Empress Shi the 3 Lives Emperor's daughter? "Master, Empress Shi, the 3 Lives," Lin Feng looked at Feng Mo, but he didn't know what to say. "He's the 3 Lives, or in other words, the 3 Lives Emperor is Feng Mo," said the godly weapon master. Lin Feng was completely astonished. He tried to calm down but he couldn't. He took a deep breath. The incredible 3 Lives Great Emperor had bodies everywhere in the world. Apparently, he was also such an incredible cultivator as Feng Mo. I had thought that in the past, back then, everybody thought that Empress Shi and the 9 Netherworld's Emperor's graves had been sealed by the Demon Sealer. However, there was the 3 Lives gravestone as well, so I excluded the idea. Also, the Demon Sealer also sealed one of the 3 Lives Emperor's clones as if they were enemies. "Did you do that on purpose?" Lin Feng asked Feng Mo. Feng Mo and the godly weapon master burst into laughter. "Lin Feng, you're now so strong, but you're still so naive. You think Feng Mo did everything himself in the small world? If he had done the seals himself, you think you could have broken them?" said the godly weapon master with a grin. "Many things are just legends. Many things are not true, but people firmly believe they are, especially when it's about things that happened thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago. I'm so stupid, said Lin Feng, smiling wryly. Indeed. Feng was such a terrifying entity, he didn't need to act himself in the small world. He didn't go there personally. How many clones do you think the Three Lives Emperor has? Asked Feng, smiling at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked pensive. According to legends, the Three Lives Emperor was a Buddhist cultivator. His historical vestiges had appeared in Shuyu in the Death Valley in the Small World, and some had also appeared in the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan, and even in the Imperial Court of the Continent of the Nine Clouds. I have no idea, said Lin Feng, shaking his head after having remained silent for a few seconds. Indeed. The Three Lives Emperor means absolutely nothing. It's just a nickname I picked up randomly. When I was trying to become stronger a long time ago, I used that nickname so that all my clones could benefit from the same reputation. I used all of them to practice cultivation. But I never stopped. Maybe I myself don't even know how many clones I have. Feng laughed in amusement. Lin Feng sighed. Feng didn't care much about worldly affairs, he had many descendants. He didn't care about them, he just wanted to fuse his bloodline together with many women's blood to become stronger as well, like many strong cultivators. As long as people considered all his clones as the Three Lives Demonic Emperor, then things were perfect. Of course, Lin Feng trusted Feng and hoped he'd reach the same level someday. Lin Feng closed his eyes and a few seconds later, Empress Shi appeared. Feng smiled at Empress Shi and said, "Come here, my child." Empress Shi stared at Feng and didn't move, but a certain strength surrounded her and pulled her towards Feng Feng caressed her head and smiled. Having one's own lineage is not easy. Now you'll stay in the sealed imprint mountain and practice cultivation here. When you become strong enough, I'll let you go. Lin Feng said to Lin Feng. Actually, we've known each other for a very long time. You also practiced the 3 live scriptures. If you haven't reached a high enough level, feel free to ask me. Thank you very much, Master, said Lin Feng. He really wanted to know many things. Feng seemed not to care about the outside world, and at the same time, he seemed to know a lot. Besides, how strong was Feng? But, you said you had been waiting for me for a very long time, why? Asked Lin Feng. Feng remained silent for a few seconds and smiled. Wait until you become strong enough. And then? Asked Lin Feng. Then you'll get killed, said the godly weapon master before Feng had time to talk. Lin Feng started trembling. They would wait for him to become strong enough and then they'd kill him? Don't think I'm joking, said the godly weapon master, smiling at Lin Feng as if he had been talking about something ordinary. Many people are hiding in the darkness, they want to kill you too. Feng isn't the only one, and those people won't give you time to become strong enough to kill you, such as the shrines. Therefore, your shrine's leader made me bring you here to help you make a sword. Do you know what kind of sword we're talking about here? Lin Feng shook his head. Of course he didn't know. A sword which has the power to seal things. I'm the best weapon maker in the continent of the 9 clouds, Feng is the best sealer and the best seal breaker. We'll join hands to make a sword for you. Lin Feng's heart was pounding violently. Is it because of the celestial sealing map? Indeed. The Fortune Shrine's leader is very thoughtful and attentive. He's not worried about your strength, but he knew the celestial sealing map is dangerous for you. The shrine's leader is thoughtful, thought Lin Feng. He hadn't thought the shrine's leader would organize so many things for him. The celestial sealing map wasn't an offensive weapon, but it was terrifyingly efficient at sealing spaces. An entire city had been sealed, so it could also be used to seal smaller spaces. The godly weapon master clapped Lin Feng's shoulders and smiled. Hurry up and become stronger. Many people are waiting for you to become stronger. Thank you, master. No need to thank me. It's something I've been responsible for since my previous life. You don't need to know everything for now. When the right time comes, the shrine's leader will tell you everything. You'll trust him more than me, said the godly weapon master. Lin Feng sighed. At his cultivation level, there were still so many mysterious things. Only a few people knew about those things in the whole world. Lin Feng might believe him or not. That's why the godly weapon master said Lin Feng would probably trust the shrine's leader more. You're so talkative. Let's make the weapon. Lin Feng can have a rest, Feng said to the godly weapon master. The godly weapon master nodded and agreed. Let's go, then. The 2 great masters left. Lin Feng looked at Empress Shi and told her everything. Things happened naturally. This world was incredible. What do you intend to do? Empress Shi asked him. They were chatting naturally. Practice cultivation, said Lin Feng, looking at the sky. He needed to practice for a very long time to be able to compete with the strongest cultivators in the world. What about you? He said I have to stay here and become stronger. We'll see what happens, said Empress Shi. She didn't look cold at all anymore, she looked friendly and devastatingly beautiful. I underestimated you back in the days. Both my clones fell in love with you and became your wives, said Empress Shi, glancing at Lin Feng. Who knows? Maybe someday you'll fall in love with me too, said Lin Feng jokingly. Impossible, said Empress Shi, smiling gently. Brother Netherworlds will always be in my heart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2474, Determination and Counteroffensive. Chapter 2474, Determination and Counteroffensive. Edited by Red. Continent of the Nine Clouds, the Fire Shrine. Buildings were bathing in flames. In one place, 7 people were seated cross-legged and discussing something. Everybody, we failed again. Not only hasn't Lin Feng died, but the godly weapon master also took him away. The old man of the fortune shrine knew that if Lin Feng stayed, we would join hands to kill him, said someone. Everybody looked at a cultivator in golden clothes, the Rock King. This time, Brother Rock helped us and tried to take him by surprise, we were sure it would work. Go and try yourself, the Rock King grunted icily. Brother Rock, you're extremely fast. Nobody is faster than you in the continent of the Nine Clouds. If you can't kill him by surprise, who can? The fortune shrine can predict the future, and are very thoughtful. The problem is that so many peerless cultivators are protecting Lin Feng, said the Fire Shrine's leader, defending the Rock King. But Lin Feng left, it's a disaster. The Celestial Sound Shrine and the Earth Shrine are really audacious. They decided to form an alliance with the Fortune Shrine in such circumstances. What do you think we should do? The Celestial Sound Shrine and the Earth Shrine want to bring about their own destruction, so we'll help them. I'm convinced that if we succeed, the Thunder Shrine and the Soul Shrine will not dare do anything against us ever again, said the Ice and Snow Shrine's leader icily. Of course, we can't offend them yet, otherwise they will directly join the Fortune Shrine's alliance. We need to succeed and then we'll talk to them. They will make the right decision if we succeed. The leaders of the 6 shrines smiled. They could already imagine themselves as the leaders of the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Of course, I hope that nobody has doubts amongst us. Forming such an alliance was difficult. If anyone doesn't do their best, we'll be in a weak position and we won't be able to withstand a single attack, warned the Fire Shrine's leader. Everybody nodded slowly, they understood that. The 6 Shrines alliance was something rare, but it could also be destroyed easily. What would happen if anyone stabbed anyone else in the back? What should we do first? Asked the Empty Space Shrine's leader. We need to make some more teleportation portals between our different shrines, and keep our core disciples in the shrines to protect us. When we have an opportunity, we can strike, said the Fire Shrine's leader. Now is the right time, what do you think? Asked the Dazzling Gold Shrine's leader. Everybody looked at him. The Fortune Shrine's alliance is composed of the Fortune Shrine themselves, the Earth Shrine, the Celestial Sound Shrine, the World Clan, and Lin Feng's few friends. We are 6 shrines and the Rock King is with us. If we attack them at the same time, what will happen? Said the Dazzling Gold Shrine's leader. Everybody's eyes glittered. We could try to attack once by surprise, said the Fire Shrine's leader, after having remaining silent for a few seconds. The goal should be the Celestial Sound Shrine. Now, get ready to go back, convoke your peerless saints, and protect your shrines properly. At the same time, find 3 peerless saints to attack. I think that way, we won't suffer any loss. What does everybody think? Alright, everybody nodded. Every shrine had to send 3 peerless saints, or it would be too difficult. Alright, go back, we can talk further using talismans. Everybody stood up and used the teleportation portal the Fire Shrine had made to leave for their own shrines. Very quickly, only 2 people were left. They smiled indifferently. How strong are you now? Asked the Fire Shrine's leader. Quite strong. This spell was difficult to learn, but I think I'll master it soon, said the Ice and Snow Shrine's leader. What about you? You seem high-spirited and vigorous lately. I'm alright too, said the Fire Shrine's leader smiling. He stood up and said, you can go back, too. Alright, we'll meet again in the Celestial Sound Shrine, said the Ice and Snow Shrine's leader. He left using a teleportation portal as well. Things were progressing quickly on their side. After what had happened in the Fortune Shrine, the continent of the Nine Clouds calmed down again. However, the inhabitants of the continent of the Nine Clouds had a bad premonition that it was the calm before the storm. Someone in the Celestial Sound Shrine raised their head and looked at the sky. Then he slowly rose up into the air and floated up into the sky of the Celestial Sound Shrine. He wasn't the only one. Some more people appeared in the sky of the Celestial Sound Shrine and looked at the ground. People from the Celestial Sound Shrine were surprised. Those cultivators were terrifyingly strong. They were from the Six Shrines Alliance. The news that the Celestial Sound Shrine and the Fortune Shrine had formed an alliance had quickly spread in the region, and these people wanted to punish the Celestial Sound Shrine for it. But at that moment, those people remained silent, as the Celestial Sound Shrine was nearly empty. "We were quick, but they were even quicker," said one of them. Golden lights illuminated the Celestial Sound Shrine. Many of their sites have been destroyed. They took their books and items away and gave up the shrine. How incredible! The group of saints was stupefied. Giving up a shrine was symbolic in the continent of the Nine Clouds. The Celestial Sound Shrine had done it, but if they came back someday, it'd mean they'd come back as winners. If they didn't, then they wouldn't be the Celestial Sound Shrine anymore. Dash. At the same time, in the sky above some castles of the dazzling gold shrine, dazzling golden lights flashed, and energies appeared indistinctly. Some people descended slowly from the sky. The members of the dazzling gold shrine raised their heads, stupefied. Someone howled furiously, "Activate the Great Deployment spell and the teleportation portal. Inform all the shrines. Quickly." A terrifying sound spread out, and millions of lights filled the air. People dropped like flies, one after another. At the same time, destiny lights surrounded the whole shrine. It was the heavenly laceration attack. "Fast!" shouted someone desperately. Beams of lights dashed to the skies. Some people activated the teleportation portal. Many people appeared in the dazzling gold shrine, and peerless saints' chi swelled forth. At the same time, golden lights turned into light curtains and surrounded the whole shrine. "Explode!" shouted the Earth Shrine's leader explosively. A gigantic axe appeared. It looked like a god's axe as it descended from the sky in a peal of thunder. The shrine shook violently, and many of the dazzling gold shrine's buildings exploded. At the same time, a strong wind started blowing. In a very short time, many strong cultivators died. "Why are you not attacking yet?" shouted someone explosively. "They have better weapons. Next time, we can't let the leaders leave with the weapons." What a tragedy, they had just suffered great losses. The dazzling gold shrine's leader, who was at the Celestial Sound Shrine, suddenly turned deathly pale when he learned about what had just happened. He rushed back. Initially, they wanted to attack the Celestial Sound Shrine by surprise, but without them, it was impossible to protect themselves against all their other enemies. The dazzling gold shrine's leader's heart twitched. He had proposed attacking the Celestial Sound Shrine by surprise. He couldn't blame anyone. "Back! Everybody use the teleportation portal, let's go back to the shrines!" shouted someone furiously after hearing the dazzling gold shrine's leader. The others pulled long faces. The Fortune Shrine and their allies used their best weapons to attack. The others remained silent. The Fire Shrine's leader said, "Since they gave up, you can also give up the dazzling gold shrine. This time, we didn't anticipate well enough. If we want to destroy them completely, that's the price we have to pay." I wouldn't have thought the Fortune Shrine would be so good at scheming, though. They managed to make 2 shrines give up their shrines. "Yes, Brother Gene. When we created the alliance, we weren't worried. We didn't think they could make a counterattack. We didn't think they would find a way to get their revenge. We didn't act quickly enough, and we gave them an opportunity," said the Ice and Snow Shrine's leader. They had reached a point of no return. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2475, New Structures. Chapter 2475, New Structures. Edited by Red. In the continent of the Nine Clouds, Dayu City had been attacked. The Fortune Shrine, the Earth Shrine, the Celestial Sound Shrine, and the World Clan had formed an alliance to resist the Six Shrines Alliance. After what happened in Dayu City, the world had become even more unstable, and the battles were even fiercer. The Six Shrines Alliance didn't dare act too recklessly anymore. Even in the Six Shrines Alliance, it would still be a disaster for the Dazzling Gold Shrine because they would never be able to grow and catch up the 5 other shrines. Of course, it also meant that if anything happened, they would have no power to decide, and they wouldn't be able to protect their interests anymore either. At the same time, in the Imperial Court of the continent of the Nine Clouds, the various influential groups also started gathering and becoming stronger. Drops of water gathered to become lakes and rivers. They didn't want to watch and do nothing in the chaotic world. They had to be careful, otherwise the shrines might try to destroy them. The shrine's leaders were extremely strong, and they had some peerless saints. Very quickly, the news spread that the Fortune Shrine, the Celestial Sound Shrine, and the Earth Shrine had given up their territories. They had dispersed in various places of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Even if the Fire Shrine and their allies did all they could only find individuals dispersed all over the continent. The real battles would only happen at the level of peerless saints. So, all the other members could do was become peerless saints, and then they'd be strong enough to participate in the battles. People were amazed. The Fire Shrine and their alliance were stronger, but the Fortune Shrine and their allies still managed to give their enemies headaches. Attacking by surprise was now impossible. They had learned from the mistakes of the dazzling gold shrine. Now, the war was going to last for a very long time. However, what happened in that chaotic world wouldn't have any impact on Lin Feng. He had disappeared, and time passed. After many years, nobody mentioned Lin Feng's name anymore. He had already become like many ancient cultivators who were famous because they had shaken the continent of the Nine Clouds back in the days. He had risen, and then he had disappeared. Gradually, people forgot about him. In the Fortune Shrine, or more precisely, in the ruins of the Fortune Shrine, because there was nothing left there, a figure landed on a wrecked building. That cultivator sighed and left. At the same time, in the lower world, in the Holy City, there was someone outside of Tiantai's territory, but Tiantai wasn't there anymore. That cultivator stayed there for a long time and then turned around and left. Lin Feng had had Tiantai disappear hundreds of years ago to protect it. His enemies had already dared try to attack his family members, so he had to be very cautious. That's why he had made Tiantai vanish temporarily. A gigantic vortex appeared in the sky of the island of absolute isolation. The sky there was black, and the vortex absorbed everything. Next to the vortex was a figure. He was watching the vortex absorb everything and felt tiny. That person's face was pitch black, as if he were dead. However, some lights twinkled around his body, protecting him from the dark strength. After a while, that person disappeared into the vortex. After a long time, someone else arrived there. After a long time, that person was absorbed by the vortex. It was a never-ending cycle. In Genji's time, many figures similar to those on the island of absolute isolation also appeared. Those figures appeared next to the original strength most of the time. There were also two figures seated and facing each other. They were all identical, and they released two different sorts of original strengths. Planets rotated, time passed. 500 years were a very long time for ordinary people. For weak cultivators, 500 years was a lifetime. However, for people from the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds, 500 years passed in the blink of an eye. Those 500 years were special because there were many incredible cultivators. Some terrifying peerless saints even appeared. Of course, many people died too. The Shrine's war continued. During those 500 years, someone incredible which hadn't happened for dozens of thousands of years happened. 360 years before, the Fire Shrine and their allies had many fierce battles against the members of the Fortune Shrine's alliance. Many half-saints, low-level saints, and high-level saints of Fire Shrine's alliance were killed by the Fortune Shrine's alliance, every time they found one. Of course, they also lost many strong cultivators. The battles were tragic. A peerless saint of the Dazzling Gold Shrine and a peerless saint of the Wind Shrine were killed quickly at the gate of a shrine. The Dazzling Gold Shrine also killed a peerless saint of the Celestial Sound Shrine. After that, the Six Shrines alliance wasn't strong enough anymore. They needed a new ally, so they asked the Soul Shrine, but they refused. When the Soul Shrine refused, the Celestial Sealing Map enveloped their territory. When the Celestial Sealing Map was lifted, the Soul Shrine had already disappeared. The day after, a teleportation portal in the Thunder Shrine flashed many times, and then the news that the Thunder Shrine had joined the Fire Shrine's alliance spread everywhere. A shrine had been destroyed after all. But things didn't stop there. The Soul Shrine had been destroyed and the Thunder Shrine had joined the Fire Shrine's alliance, which had become extremely strong. The Fire Shrine, Ice and Snow Shrine, Empty Space Shrine, Dazzling Gold Shrine, Thunder Shrine, Wind Shrine, and Demon Shrine had become the Seven Shrines alliance. They were the strongest influential group. Apart from that, the Fortune Shrine, the Celestial Sound Shrine, the Earth Shrine, and the World Clan became the second influential group. The Buddha Shrine and the Life Shrine didn't get involved in worldly affairs. The Hell Shrine wasn't in the continent of the Nine Clouds. Nobody knew whether the Light Shrine existed or not. The Fire Shrine's alliance was getting ready to rise and dominate the world. For that reason, they wanted to oppress the influential groups of the world, but the problem was that the influential groups had formed alliances to resist the shrines. They had agreed on 3 battles. If the Fire Shrines Alliance won, the influential groups would join the Shrines Alliance. If the Fire Shrines Alliance lost, they would let those influential groups live in peace. However, two independent cultivators appeared on the side of the influential groups, and they won the battles. The Shrines Alliance wasn't happy. They want to keep the two cultivators and make them join the shrines. In the end, 8 peerless saints took measures and didn't manage to trap those two cultivators, and the worst thing was that they even managed to kill a peerless saint from the Shrines Alliance. After that, the Fire Shrine gave up. That battle amazed the whole continent of the 9 clouds. Their names reverberated everywhere. One of them was a complete stranger who had suddenly appeared. He had been practicing cultivation in secret for many years. His name was Zizhu, the Supreme Cultivator. The other one used to be extremely famous back in the days, Saintly Emperor Shi the Demon. Of course, those things had happened a long time before, and people still took delight in talking about them, just like people enjoyed talking about Lin Feng's adventures once in a while. In a restaurant in Fortune City, some people were talking about those two people. Even though the Fortune Shrine had been destroyed, Fortune City still existed. The Fire Shrine was cruel, but they had no interest in destroying ordinary citizens. Many of those people used to be extremely weak ordinary disciples of the Fortune Shrine, or family members of those disciples. They weren't important at all. The saints didn't need to do such things, it would only bring them trouble. But now, Fortune City wasn't in a great situation, and there were people from everywhere there, unlike in the past when everyone was related to the Fortune Shrine. What does the Fire Shrine's leader want to do this time? Asked someone. Do we need to talk about it? There are more and more independent cultivators who join influential groups and know they can threaten the shrines. 1 or 2 shrines wouldn't be as strong as them. Indeed, but Zizhu and Saintly Emperor Shi the Demon's meeting won't bring anything this time. But not necessarily. After all, the shrines didn't use their full strength last time. This time, things are different. Zizhu the Supreme Cultivator has already started gathering people and independent cultivators. I guess he wants to create an alliance which will be able to compete with the Shrines Alliance. A young man drinking alcohol alone in the restaurant heard those people. He raised his glass and took a sip, smiling strangely. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2476. Chapters 2476. Tianshui City was the city where the Independent Cultivators Alliance gathered. The city was very lively, with many cultivators. They had all gathered in one place, as the meeting was very important to them. Up in the sky, a young man was flying slowly. He was wearing simple, crude clothes, yet still looked elegant and free from vulgarity. He was a saint. So much snow. The young man stretched out his hand, and snowflakes fell onto his palm. A strange kind of strength appeared around him and the snowflakes stopped moving around him. The young man smiled and continued moving ahead slowly. So many years had passed, he didn't even know how old he was anymore. In the continent of the 9 clouds, 500 years had passed, but in his own world, time passed differently. It moved much faster than in the continent of the 9 clouds. Now, a few thousands of years had already passed in his world. Of course, his millions of clones, including some of his clones who were extremely strong, had gone to Ganji's time and had experienced different sorts of time strengths. Many of his clones were still in Ganji's time studying time. Feng, I can understand you now, thought the young man. In the past, he used to think that Feng was as strong as the leaders of the shrines, but now he thought differently. So many years had passed, Feng had created a character called the 3 Lives Emperor, but nobody knew who the 3 Lives Emperor was, how many sorts of strengths he had studied, or that maybe many of his clones were even stronger than the shrine's leaders. After a short time, the young man arrived in a place with many people. Saint Emperors seemed extremely weak among all those saints. Even though the shrines ruled over the continent of the 9 clouds, there were many extremely strong cultivators from different worlds here. The shrines couldn't compete with such an army. All those strong cultivators together wielded explosive strength. Some of those people had incredible fighting abilities. Are the two of you sure you want to do things this way? Asked someone on the ground. Those people looked at 3 groups, the leader of one wearing cyan clothes. The leader of another group looked aggressive. Those 2 people were Zizhu and Saintly Emperor Shi the Demon. The last group was small in comparison, but their cultivators were stronger. I've told you, those who want to be part of the Chaotic Sky Alliance can join me, Saintly Emperor Shi the Demon said indifferently. He had formed the Chaotic Sky Alliance. The Black Bamboo Alliance is also willing to welcome new recruits. Maybe someday, the Black Bamboo Alliance will become the Black Bamboo Shrine, said Zizhu calmly. Many people shivered. That was precisely why some people had acknowledged Zizhu and saintly Emperor Shi the demon, because of their decisions. They had many cultivators join them already. Since you have such incredible dreams, we can also become a powerful and influential group, said a strong cultivator of the third group. All those peerless saints had developed their groups. Saintly Emperor Shi the demon and Zizhu had relied on their achievements to attract people. Who will be the leader on your side? Asked Zizhu, smiling indifferently. Those people looked surprised, as their group had the biggest number of peerless saints, 7. I was stuck in the godly grave for tens of thousands of years, and I became a supreme cultivator. I should become the leader, what do you think? Said one of them. The 6 other peerless saints just looked at him, and one of them said, Buddy, don't forget that I'm also one of the supreme cultivators. Why would you be the leader? Lin Feng was standing in the sky, and when he heard them, he was surprised. 2 supreme cultivators from the godly grave had gathered there, and were eager to participate. Indeed, if Ordinary and Sa Lang hadn't bumped into him, they wouldn't have gone to the Fortune Shrine. Maybe they would have become members of these 3 influential groups. The Fire Shrines Alliance had destroyed the Soul Shrine, which was meant to be a warning for everybody. They would kill anyone who was against them. Humph. I could also become the leader, said a peerless cultivator in black clothes, grunting icily. The 7 supreme cultivators all wanted to become leaders. Since you all can't agree, I should become the leader, interjected someone at that moment. The crowd turned around and looked at someone. He was seated on a big throne, his arms were crossed in front of his chest, and he was grinning at them. Some people looked at him sharply. How audacious. 7 peerless saints were arguing to become leaders, even saintly Emperor Shi the demon and Zizhu didn't even get involved, but he did? But many people frowned. His cultivation level was blurry, they couldn't see how strong he was. What does everybody think? Asked that young man with a smile. He looked strange. Even though he looked young, nobody could rely on appearance to evaluate someone's age. He might be extremely old. You're quite audacious, Your Excellency. Who are you? Asked a peerless saint detachedly. I'm Divine Wrath, the god's punishing hand, said Lin Feng. He didn't show up with his real body, of course. These days, nobody could know he was Lin Feng anymore, even peerless saints. How arrogant. That guy had chosen such an arrogant name, the god's punishing hand, Divine Wrath. Why would you want to become our leader? Asked that person, staring at Lin Feng. The 7 supreme cultivators all wanted to become the leader of their group, that's why they hadn't joined saintly Emperor Shi the demon and Zizhu's groups. Otherwise, the Chaotic Sky Alliance and the Black Bamboo Alliance would have been enough. If I become your leader, I'll change the name of the alliance to Divine Wrath Alliance and we'll destroy all the shrines. The Divine Wrath Alliance will become the Divine Wrath Shrine. We'll punish all our enemies. What do you think? Said Lin Feng, standing up and smiling at the 7 supreme cultivators. Supreme cultivators, you wonder why I would be a good leader? Come and try me. How arrogant. I'll give it a try, let's see if you're strong enough to become a leader. Said one of the peerless saints, standing up. A terrifying chi filled the air, and the space suddenly became rigid. I can't move anymore. Many people were trembling when they realized they couldn't move anymore. How strong. How many kinds of original strengths had he fused together? That's how peerless saints became peerless, they understood original strengths at the maximum level and then they fused them together. Once original strengths fused together, it was almost impossible to tell there were several sorts of strengths in them. At the same time, time strength modified the speed at which time passed, but it was impossible to sense, it was also impossible to know whether one was faster or slower, it was just a strange sensation. The peerless saint disappeared. A hand streaked across the sky, and the ground under them collapsed. The hand stuck Lin Feng and his body exploded. Peerless saints are all incredibly strong. The crowd was all watching in astonishment. Lin Feng's body had been crushed instantly. The crowd sighed. That guy was really reckless, he hadn't even been able to withstand a single attack, and he had died instantly. However, after a few seconds, the crowd was astonished again, because the pieces of his body condensed back together and Lin Feng reappeared. He smiled at the peerless saint, standing there with his hands clasped behind his back. The peerless saint was astonished and stared at Lin Feng. He said, "What kind of original strengths did you make fuse together to create such a powerful attack?" "Guess," said Lin Feng smiling, "your attack wasn't enough, it seems. So let's continue. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 2477. Chapters 2477. Actually, the peerless saint who had fought against Lin Feng was incredibly strong, and could make the space around him freeze completely. People couldn't move when he used his attack. But it hadn't worked. The peerless saint didn't do anything to anyone else, or could have killed everyone around. But at that moment, he didn't understand. He had destroyed Lin Feng's body, but he hadn't managed to kill him, which meant that Lin Feng had fused some original strengths together and created an incredible attack. The peerless saint was staring at Lin Feng. He walked towards Lin Feng, raising his hands and striking out. Hands filled the air as the space around them became ice cold. Lin Feng looked like a statue, and didn't move. A terrifying destructive strength surrounded him, and his body broke apart again. And his soul didn't disperse? The crowd was amazed. How could he survive against such terrifying attacks? Then Lin Feng's body started condensing again. He stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, still smiling. He looked at his opponent in a provocative way. "What do you think?" asked Lin Feng with a grin. "I'm curious to know what kinds of original strengths you fused together to create such a technique. But even if I can't kill you, you also need to defeat me to prove you're qualified to be a leader," said the peerless saint. Crushing Lin Feng's body was useless, so he understood that he couldn't defeat Lin Feng. "I can tell you one thing, a simple fusion of original strengths isn't enough to do this," said Lin Feng. "If you want to see my attack, I'll show you." "I'll see then," said the peerless saint, staring at Lin Feng warily. "I'm going to use a saint's technique I created. It took me 800 years to create it. During those 800 years, I studied cursing strength for 200 years, then I studied the movements of the chi of the earth and the sky, then I fused the chi of the earth and the sky and the cursing strength together. After that, I spent some years traveling. I continued studying cursing strength, and water too. I realized that cursing and water strength had something in common, then it took me another 100 years to fuse them together, and then in the end I used all that knowledge to create a saint's technique," Lin Feng said slowly. His opponent was stupefied. Cursing strength was extremely rare. Understanding it at the maximum level was extremely difficult. This cultivator had fused cursing and water strength together, in only 800 years. How incredible! He was almost invincible, which meant he had probably fused several sorts of original strengths at the maximum level to have such a great defense. He was a really powerful peerless saint. The reason why there could be such big differences between high-level saints themselves and peerless saints themselves was original strength. Studying original strength was something extremely complex, and if someone understood several sorts of original strengths, they were stronger than ordinary others. If they understood many special ones, then they were a lot stronger, and their comprehension and the way they used them in spells also played a role. Therefore, many peerless saints who controlled rare original strengths had incredible fighting abilities. But even that way, it was impossible to know who was stronger just seeing two peerless saints. Usually, those who controlled special types of original strengths were stronger. Zizhu and Saintly Emperor Shi the Demon, for example, were stronger than the others. Some extremely strong cultivators fused 3 or 4 sorts of original strengths together. That was already incredible. Lin Feng hadn't managed to do that yet. He had used the 3 live scriptures, and created many clones to study all sorts of things, but he hadn't managed to make 3 sorts of original strengths fused together yet. "Be careful," said Lin Feng. A terrifying chi filled the air. Because Lin Feng warned his challenger, the crowd knew that horrible sensation was due to the cursing strength. "I feel so bad," said someone. "If he attacked me, he could make me go insane instantly." The crowd raised their heads and saw some dark lights. They looked like abyssal waters. The crowd frowned because it hurt their eyes. "My water strength is also at the maximum level. Water can turn into steam. Water can turn to drops and then condense together." "He really mastered all the states of water," whispered a high-level saint on the ground. The peerless saint wasn't having a good time either. "Stop," said that cultivator icily. The space became rigid. "Cursing strength is invisible and intangible. You can't freeze it," said Lin Feng, smiling casually. The attack continued condensing. His challenger was suffering even more. "This kind of strength won't kill you immediately. It just gets more and more powerful. You get cursed slowly, the curse slowly eats your luck, your soul, and then you die," Lin Feng smiled. "Actually, this attack is not perfect. I wish I could make a powerful saint's attack which would allow me to kill peerless saints instantly. Unfortunately, it's not that powerful. I'm not satisfied. You're really strong, but we can't let you become our leader. Saintly Emperor Shi the Demon and Zizhu aren't weaker than you," said the peerless saint, staring at Lin Feng. "So you still don't understand how incredible this kind of strength is," said Lin Feng patiently. A terrifying chi penetrated into his body, black lights condensed and rolled out, then they flowed through his body. The peerless saint stretched out his hand and noticed that his hand was rotting away. At the same time, his strength was also diminishing. Lin Feng took a step forwards, the rigid space shattered as his hand turned into a vortex, strength condensing around his body. Each time he took a step, his strength increased in intensity. Eh? The peerless saint was stupefied. He continued attacking Lin Feng, crackling sounds spread in the air again. Lin Feng's body turned into pieces and absorbed his strength, then condensed again and continued walking forward slowly. Lin Feng looked like a peerless aggressive god. The peerless saint's heart was pounding. The strength was still corroding his organs. I accept having you as a leader, said the peerless saint finally. The strength instantly disappeared. Lin Feng removed the strength from inside his body too, using life strength. How strong? The peerless saint sensed the incredible life strength and was startled. He couldn't compete with this man. Could Saintly Emperor Shi the Demon and Zizhu compete with such a cultivator? What about you? Lin Feng asked the other members of the third group. What is your stance regarding the fire shrine? Asked one of them to Lin Feng. Enemies, said Lin Feng indifferently. The Fire Shrine's alliance only has two ultimate goals. The first one is to absorb you and make you join their alliance, the second one is to destroy you if you don't submit. Therefore, you must have the same goals regarding them. There is no third option. If I become the leader, I'll do my best for things to happen smoothly. Since it's that way, I agree, we can become the Divine Wrath Alliance, said the others nodding at Lin Feng. 3 groups of independent cultivators had just been formed. Divine Wrath Alliance, Black Bamboo Alliance, Chaotic Sky Alliance, were all friends. If anyone is attacked by the Shrine's alliance, we have to help them. What do you think? Lin Feng asked Zizhu and Saintly Emperor Shi the Demon with a friendly smile. Of course. Replied Zizhu with a smile. I agree. Said Saintly Emperor Shi the Demon, glancing at Lin Feng. It was the first time Lin Feng met him, so to say. The first time in the Supreme Ancient Pit of Hell didn't count. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2478. Chapters 2478. Lin Feng knew that the Divine Wrath Alliance was the most unstable alliance. Saintly Emperor Shi the Demon and Zizhu's battle had shaken the continent of the Nine Clouds many years before. It had already determined their path. When conditions are ripe, success is naturally achieved. But the Divine Wrath Alliance had just been formed. Lin Feng had suddenly appeared and had created it. He had forced them to accept him as a leader. Leader, actually, we gathered for a reason today. You should know about it, a peerless saint said to Lin Feng. I know. The Fire Shrine wants to organize a meeting again in 3 days, and not far from Tianshui City. The Wind City is one of the shrine's dens, confirmed Lin Feng indifferently. He understood perfectly. That's why he had come. What do you intend to do, leader? Asked that peerless saint. Many people looked at Lin Feng. Since he had taken the reins and become the leader of the Divine Wrath Alliance, what did he intend to do? You must remember I told you my stance regarding the shrine's alliance a moment ago, right? Lin Feng asked that person. I remember, that person nodded. What they think about us is the same we think about them. We want to either absorb them or destroy them. The shrines are at the top of the continent of the Nine Clouds at the moment. Some shrines have disappeared, so they can't let anyone else threaten them anymore. Therefore, no matter what, we don't care about principles. We need to change the meeting by all means. The meeting must take place in Tianshui City, said Lin Feng firmly. He sounded firm, and made the crowd shake. They all considered their alliances weaker than the shrines, but now Divine Wrath was making them feel even more confident. There's a big difference between now and last time. Even though we should be happy because they think more highly of us now, we can't forget how the Soul Shrine has been destroyed and wiped off the map of the continent of the Nine Clouds, said Lin Feng. The crowd frowned. They knew that the shrines thought highly of them in terms of strength, but Lin Feng was right. The shrine's alliance could do the same thing to them. So what should we do? One of them asked Lin Feng. In 3 days, we'll spread the news as quickly as possible. We'll inform everybody in the continent of the Nine Clouds. At the same time, if the Fire Shrine's alliance doesn't come in 3 days, we'll cancel the meeting, said Lin Feng. His eyes twinkled. Everybody frowned. Since the Fortune Shrine's members were everywhere in the continent of the Nine Clouds, they would probably know about that before everyone else. They would probably send strong cultivators to Tianshui City. That would make things difficult for the Fire Shrine. The best decision for them would be to not send all their strongest cultivators to Tianshui City to oppress the alliances. Otherwise, the Fortune Shrine would be able to send people to the Shrine Alliance's shrines to destroy them. Therefore, the Fire Shrine had to keep half of their strong cultivators somewhere as a protective measure. The three great alliances would be able to take measures, too. Let's do that, then, said saintly Emperor Shi the Demon calmly. It's a good plan, agreed Zizhu as well. After coming up with a plan, the news quickly spread in the continent of the Nine Clouds. The inhabitants of the continent of the Nine Clouds quickly learned that three great alliances had been formed. 3 days passed quickly. There were huge snowflakes in the sky of Tianshui City. The snow on the ground was thick. Many people appeared there, forming 3 groups. However, they didn't stay far away from each other's. In front of them, another group of people appeared, oppressing the atmosphere there. The leader of that group was the Empty Space Shrine's leader. The Empty Space Shrine's leader has the celestial ceiling map. He came to the meeting as the leader. It means everything, deduced the crowd. They were independent cultivators. Independent cultivators would definitely lose against the Shrine's alliance in one-on-ones. Even saintly Emperor Shi the Demon and Zizhu, who were very strong, couldn't compete with the Shrine's leaders. The Shrine's leaders were just terrifying, and they had terrifying saints' weapons. Apart from that, each shrine had a few other terrifying saints' weapons which their peerless saints controlled. Apart from the Empty Space Shrine's leader, another shrine's leader appeared, the Thunder Shrine's leader. The Thunder Shrine's leader had no choice but to join the Shrine's alliance after the destruction of the Soul Shrine. The Fire Shrine's alliance didn't allow them to stand by and watch. They had to help and get involved, or they would be destroyed. Brother Lei, I've heard that one of our opponents is called Divine Wrath. Have you ever heard of him? The Empty Space Shrine's leader asked the Thunder Shrine's leader icily. He had heard about what had happened 3 days before and he wasn't happy. He already hated Divine Wrath, and knew he was arrogant. Only that he's just too arrogant, said the Thunder Shrine's leader, bathing in purple lightning. He looked dignified and majestic. Everybody, why did you want to meet? Asked Zizhu indifferently. The Seven Shrines Alliance is recruiting the most outstanding cultivators of the continent of the Nine Clouds, said the Thunder Shrine's leader in a dignified and majestic way, glancing at the crowd. Do you know who we are? Said saintly Emperor Shi the Demon indifferently. That guy wanted to recruit their people. The continent of the Nine Clouds is a state of chaos. Many people want to fish in troubled waters. However, the shrines are powerful. Nobody can compete with us. The Seven Shrines Alliance can control the whole world. People who don't respect us will die like the Soul Shrine. Most people have learned from the Soul Shrine's past mistakes, said the Thunder Shrine's leader. Many people suddenly felt some fear when they remembered that. Alright, if you came to tell us bullshit, you can leave, said Lin Feng calmly. The Thunder Shrine's leader looked at him, his eyes were filled with lightning as he said, don't be wildly ambitious, don't think those people will become your puppets. I don't think those people next to you want to die. Do you think a feudal group such as the Divine Wrath Alliance could compete with several shrines? Do you think a group like the Divine Wrath Alliance could rule over the continent of the Nine Clouds? If you didn't come to make things change in the world, why did you, the Empty Space Shrine's leader and the Thunder Shrine's leader, come here? Lin Feng said calmly, joining the Shrine's alliance? Ridiculous. You just want us to become cannon fodder so that the Fortune Shrine's members kill us when they see us? I also want to tell you something, it's the end of this meeting. If you want to fight, let's fight, if you want to talk shit, you can leave, said Lin Feng coldly. What an insolent little boy, said the Empty Space Shrine's leader icily. He raised his hand and the celestial ceiling map emerged from the palm of his hand and suddenly rose up in the air. Dazzling lights sealed the territory. Lin Feng heard a sound behind him. Some people were terrified. The Empty Space Shrine's leader was using the celestial ceiling map already. Apologize for what you just said, said the Empty Space Shrine's leader coldly. At the same time, the Thunder Shrine's leader took out a hammer. That hammer contained lightning, which surrounded his body. The Thunder Shrine's leader immediately took out the precious item of the Thunder Shrine, the godly celestial thunder hammer. According to legends, one strike can destroy a whole world. It's a powerful weapon. The two shrines' leaders came with their most precious weapons. Faces stiffened, and the atmosphere became oppressive. The two leaders were threatening Lin Feng. Would Lin Feng apologize, though? Lights flashed, and a long spear appeared in Lin Feng's hand. It was extremely strange, as it was shorter than a long spear, and it contained sword chi. Lin Feng slowly rose up into the air. He stuck the tip of the spear in the snow, and incredible chi emerged and the ground cracked open. A valley appeared under the spear. Lin Feng looked at them calmly and said, if you want to attack, that would be an honor and a pleasure. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2479. Chapters 2479. The spear Lin Feng had taken out was naturally the god sword Feng Mo had made for him. The godly weapon master had needed 381 days to make that weapon. The god sword was much more powerful than before, and it contained illusion strength, so it could transform into a sword or a halberd. Lin Feng had already used the god sword in the past, so it was better not to take it out. That's why he had taken it out as a spear. The only difference was that it was much stronger than before. The strong cultivators of the Divine Wrath Alliance looked at Lin Feng's back, their hearts were shaking. Divine Wrath wasn't scared in front of the shrine's leaders. His chi was incredible. As he had said, he was ready to punish his enemies. The Thunder Shrine's leader looked at Lin Feng and remained silent. Lightning dazzled and dashed to the skies. The hammer in his hand was shaking. "Since you want to die, why do you need so many friends?" said the Thunder Shrine's leader icily. "You want to die, why do you need the whole Thunder Shrine to die with you?" replied Lin Feng calmly. "So let's see how strong you are, and what makes you feel so confident to the extent that you call yourself Divine Wrath," said the Thunder Shrine's leader. Thunder rumbled as lightning snaked all around. It was like the sky was about to collapse. Many people in Tianshui City raised their heads and looked at the sky. Nobody dared get close, and they withdrew hastily. The Thunder Shrine's leader walked forwards. Saintly Emperor Shi the Demon and Zizhu also came out. They had promised to help the other alliances if the shrines attacked. "The shrines are proud and arrogant for no reason," said Saintly Emperor Shi the Demon. A peerless demon halberd appeared in his hand, similar to Lin Feng's great demon halberd of desolation. It contained a terrifying amount of demon energy, and was even more aggressive than Lin Feng's great demon halberd of desolation. Saintly Emperor Shi the Demon had killed a great many people with it. Many people's souls shook when they saw it. Zizhu walked forwards and smiled. "Let's exchange views on cultivation. I've always been curious to see how strong the shrines were. How strong can they be after the War of the Ancient Days?" The three people looked incredible, like real leaders. When the Empty Space Shrine's leader saw that, he also walked forwards. The crowd was awed, their hearts pounding. Those people weren't playing. The previous time, the Fire Shrine didn't know about Saintly Emperor Shi the Demon and Zizhu, and they spent more time trying to find people from the Fortune Shrine's alliance. They didn't attach enough importance to Saintly Emperor Shi the Demon and Zizhu's alliance. But now they were getting involved personally, which meant they attached importance to them, and they had even brought their most powerful weapons, the Celestial Sealing Map and the Godly Celestial Thunder Hammer, which meant they wanted to be certain to win. That way, they'd influence the whole situation of the continent of the Nine Clouds. If they managed to kill Divine Wrath, Zizhu, and Saintly Emperor Shi, everything would be fine, especially since their alliances were not stable enough. After winning, they'd recruit or kill the members of the three alliances, and the Fortune Shrine wouldn't be able to do much about it. "Let's be fair. Make someone else come out to fight against us three," said Saintly Emperor Shi the Demon indifferently, while releasing a peerless chi from his demon halberd. People around found him scary at first glance. "Two people are enough to kill you three," said the Thunder Shrine's leader coldly. He seemed aggressive and domineering. They were both shrines leaders, and they both had saints' weapons. How could they lose? The Empty Space Shrine's leader and the Thunder Shrine's leader glanced at each other and nodded. "Everybody, move back," said the Thunder Shrine's leader indifferently. "Divine Wrath Alliance, Chaotic Sky Alliance, Black Bamboo Alliance members, move back, all of you," said Lin Feng as well. Everybody retreated. At the same time, they condensed strength and got ready to fight. Such battles were terrifying, and energies could spill over and kill people in the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, they had all moved back. The great battle was on the verge of breaking out. "Empty space, free!" shouted the Empty Space Shrine's leader. The atmosphere condensed and became frozen. Lin Feng, Saintly Emperor Shi the Demon, and Zizhu had the impression they couldn't move anymore. The Thunder Shrine's leader smiled icily, his eyes were filled with murder. The Godly Celestial Thunder Hammer bombarded the atmosphere. "Time, freeze," said Zizhu at that moment. Suddenly, it was like if time had stopped. Everything became extremely slow. People were stunned. One strong cultivator could freeze space, another one could freeze time, both were incredible powers. Zizhu could freeze time. When space was frozen, at least it could be broken. But when time was frozen, cultivators couldn't do anything unless their understanding of time strength was more advanced. The Thunder Shrine's leader moved extremely slowly, it was as if he were underwater. "Break!" shouted the Thunder Shrine's leader explosively. 9 celestial lightnings condensed around him. He was surrounded by lightning, the earth and the sky shook violently. He raised a fist filled with lightning and made an overhand punch. Absorbing strength emerged from Lin Feng's spear. It shone out as he moved freely. The spear destroyed the lightning bolts one after another, or more precisely, it absorbed them easily. How fast? He's faster than a peerless cultivator. They gasped when they saw Lin Feng. At that moment, in Lin Feng's space, time passed a dozen times faster than in the outside world. When lightning bolts took 1 second to appear, Lin Feng had a dozen seconds to react, but other people couldn't sense anything, only Zizhu. Demon dragons emerged from Saintly Emperor Shi the demon's halberd and roared angrily. The sound waves caused by their roars collided with the lightning bolts and destroyed them. Those supreme weapons are terrifying. The godly celestial thunder hammer is terrifying, each bolt contains a mysterious strength. Even peerless saints could be killed if those thunderbolts reached them. However, the cultivators of the 3 great alliances are incredibly strong, they can destroy the lightning. Those watching sighed. The empty space shrine's leader disappeared. After a few milliseconds, he reappeared in front of Zizhu. The space around Zizhu froze. Seal! Shouted the empty space shrine's leader icily. Zizhu had the impression something was constricting his body. He could barely move. Zizhu! Lin Feng was nervous. Go and destroy that stupid thunder old man, said Zizhu indifferently. The crowd was amused. Stupid thunder old man? When the Thunder Shrine's leader heard that, he looked furious. Lightning flashed around him. At the same time, Zizhu made time around him stop. If his enemy wanted to freeze him, Zizhu wanted to make him stop. Break! Said the empty space shrine, throwing out his fist. The empty space shrine's leader was extremely slow, though. Even though he was very strong, he seemed much slower. It made the crowd shiver, knowing it meant that Zizhu was and his allies were terrifyingly strong. The Black Bamboo Alliance's leader almost made the empty space shrine's leader stop moving. Maybe he's using a technique with 3 original strengths. If his opponent was an ordinary peerless saint and not a shrine leader, he might have killed him in the blink of an eye, a peerless saint mused. Zizhu slowed the empty space shrine's leader down, he was almost motionless. His attacks were much slower, too. He threw his fist out, and snowflakes scattered around them. The space around them was ice cold. At the same time, Saintly Emperor Shi the demon and Lin Feng slowly walked forwards. They both had weapons. Their enemy was the Thunder Shrine's leader, who bore the godly celestial thunder hammer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2480. Chapters 2480. The Thunder Shrine's leader looked furious. Saintly Emperor Shi the demon and Lin Feng were advancing towards him. 9 godly celestial lightnings dazzled around him. Even if you both attack me, it's useless. Lightning with snake shapes appeared all around him and lashed out towards Saintly Emperor Shi the demon and Lin Feng. Leader, I'll help you, said a peerless saint, running towards Lin Feng. That way, the Thunder Shrine's leader would just fight against Saintly Emperor Shi the demon. Back in the days, Saintly Emperor Shi the demon and Zizhu had both become famous, so people considered Zizhu and Saintly Emperor Shi the demon extremely strong. Therefore, that peerless saint decided to fight against Lin Feng and leave Saintly Emperor Shi the demon to the Thunder Shrine's leader. Lin Feng looked at the peerless saint calmly, and smiled evilly. He shook his spear, and lights flashed. Die! Millions of thunderbolts crackled and roared. Lin Feng could sense the atmosphere shake violently around him. Earth strength surrounded him. The earth strength exploded and lightning raged towards Lin Feng. At the same time, a heavy strength oppressed Lin Feng. He had the impression a mountain range had fallen onto him. Earth original strength, thought Lin Feng. His enemy also understood Earth original strength. Lin Feng continued walking forwards and time lights surrounded him. Light balls which looked like magnificent flowers kept emerging from Lin Feng's spear. The flowers destroyed the lightning. The peerless saint was surprised. Lin Feng was supposed to be stuck, but he looked so relaxed. Each of his spear attacks were as fast as lightning. Initially, it seemed like Lin Feng's attacks had reached their maximum speed, but with the time lights, they were even faster. The Thunder Shrine's peerless saint didn't change his mind because of Lin Feng's speed. He continued advancing as fast as he could. He threw out a fist which contained lightning energy. In front of him, 5 lightning bolts appeared. Die! The 5 thunderbolts crashed towards Lin Feng. When they appeared in front of him, the crowd was convinced he was doomed. What a powerful attack! Lin Feng's spear flew away. The crowd didn't understand because the spear didn't move towards the 5 lightning bolts. Lin Feng let the 5 bolts penetrate into his body, thunder cracking loudly. Destructive lights surrounded Lin Feng, and a strong wind started blowing as the space became desolated. The Divine Wrath Alliance's leader is dead? The crowd frowned. However, at that moment, lights twinkled. Millions of tablets appeared and turned into Lin Feng. He reappeared beside the spear he had thrown aside. He immediately grabbed it back. Phew. I almost forgot his body is almost indestructible. The attack didn't destroy him a moment ago. How terrifying. But how did he create such a spell? Divine Wrath is amazing. Lin Feng's attack reached the Peerless Saint. The man's expression changed drastically. He couldn't believe it. His 5 lightnings attack was incredible, fast and powerful. Even if the Thunder Shrine's leader was struck by that attack he would have died. How come Divine Wrath was still alive? But he didn't have much time to think. He had to dodge. Lin Feng's attack was a beautiful saint's technique. It was incredibly fast, as he used time strength in it. The Thunder Shrine's strong cultivator wanted to resist, but there was a crackling sound, and he didn't have time to condense energies. The spear pierced through his head. Lin Feng didn't use spear strength, he mainly relied on speed. A terrifying strength went through the man, and the cultivator's body exploded. His soul dispersed, and he was dead. The crowd was astonished, staring blankly at them. A peerless saint had just died in battle. Peerless saints were extraordinary beings, they were precious even for shrines. When one of their peerless saints died, it had a significant impact on their organization. Peerless saints were at the core of shrines. The previous time they had met, Saintly Emperor Shi the Demon and Zizhu had won 2 out of 3 battles. This time, Zizhu fought against the Empty Space Shrine's leader, Saintly Emperor Shi the Demon fought against the Thunder Shrine's leader, and Divine Wrath killed a peerless saint in one strike. Die! The Thunder Shrine's leader shouted furiously. Lightning descended from the sky towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng continued releasing time strength. At the same time, he continued attacking the bolts with his spear. The atmosphere undulated around him. At that moment, the Empty Space Shrine and the Thunder Shrine's peerless cultivators moved forwards. They initially thought that the shrine's leaders were enough to resist against their enemies, but they were wrong. A peerless cultivator had even been killed. Saintly Emperor Shi the Demon is strong and he has the Demon Halberd. It's a terrifying weapon. The crowd sighed. When the peerless saints of the shrines moved forwards, the peerless saints of the 3 great alliances also flashed forwards. Strength rolled all around them, a perfect storm of conflicting energies. Piss off! Shouted the Thunder Shrine's leader. He threw his hammer at Saintly Emperor Shi the Demon. A terrifying godly thunderbolt streaked across the sky. He wanted to destroy Saintly Emperor Shi the Demon. Saintly Emperor Shi the Demon was holding his halberd. Demon lights surrounded the area. At the same time, there were multiple explosions and energies bombarded the godly thunderbolt. Even though the lightning didn't get destroyed, at least it was stopped. The Empty Space Shrine's leader noticed that something was wrong. He stretched out his hand and an empty space map shot towards Zizhu. Lights flared. Zizhu and 2 other peerless saints were suddenly sealed in a small space. The celestial sealing map could be used to seal a whole space, and he had sealed the whole area to look dignified and majestic. Now, he realized he had to have a real strategy because Zizhu was also extremely strong, so he decided to seal him. It seems like the shrines need to suffer a little bit, Lin Feng said with an evil smile. I told you the shrine's goal is either to make us submit to them and use us as slaves, or to kill us. I hadn't thought it would happen so fast. So from now on, when the Divine Wrath Alliance sees anyone from the Shrine's Alliance, kill them. Chaotic Sky Alliance, I give you the same order. Said Saintly Emperor Shi the Demon icily. Black Bamboo Alliance, same order. Shouted Zizhu. He was stuck in the celestial sealing map. The battle was terrifying, only peerless saints could participate. The Empty Space Shrine and the Thunder Shrine's leaders' hearts twitched. They hadn't thought the 3 great alliances would be this powerful. The Empty Space Shrine's leader walked forwards and suddenly disappeared. He reappeared in the central battlefield and shouted furiously, "Empty space, condense!" Everything became rigid. The strong cultivators of the great alliances had the impression they were stuck in moving sands. Die! The members of the shrines attacked, but at the same time, a peerless sharp chi filled the air. The Empty Space Shrine's leader looked nervous. Lin Feng shot towards him without effort, raising his spear as a cage appeared around the Empty Space Shrine's leader. Insolent! The Empty Space Shrine's leader hadn't thought that other than Zizhu, someone else would dare attack him alone, especially with the intention to kill him. Freeze! Lin Feng had the impression the atmosphere was becoming thicker around him. "You want to die?" said the empty space shrine's leader, throwing his hand at him. "I can't use too many attacks in front of him, otherwise he'll understand who I am," thought Lin Feng. This body's main strength was that he could disintegrate and then condense again. Actually, it was just an illusion he had created, but at least that way people thought he was immortal. On the other hand, Lin Feng had to find a solution, because if his enemies came to the conclusion that he had no other way to attack, he would be in a critical situation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2481. Chapter 2481. The empty space shrine's leader's attack crushed the whole space around them. His attack moved closer and closer to Lin Feng. "Time," said Lin Feng. Time passed faster around his body and slower in the outside world. At the same time, he used the spear to protect his body. It turned into a vortex which absorbed everything around him. All the lights generated by the attacks around him were absorbed. The empty space shrine's leader was taken aback when he saw that Lin Feng could absorb attacks so easily. He took a step forwards and threw out his hands. Lin Feng had the impression that the space around him was becoming isolated and moving away from the world. Lin Feng sensed that the space around him was being drawn towards the empty space shrine's leader. "What kind of attack is that?" Lin Feng frowned. He didn't understand. The empty space shrine's leader was truly strong. The empty space shrine's leader walked forwards. He looked furious. His eyes were filled with killing intent. To him, Lin Feng was doomed. "Destroy," he said icily. The space around him undulated. It was on the verge of exploding. Lin Feng threw himself at the empty space shrine's leader. The empty space shrine's leader was surprised. His face stiffened. His expression was really funny to see. He was asking himself, how can that guy cross an empty space I created? A mysterious strength surrounded him. He sensed something and saw the spear driving towards him, thrusting at his head. Empty space lights flashed. He could sense he was moving much slower, and he frowned in consternation. The ground trembled. A strength struck his body, to his astonishment. Divine Wrath, who had just shown up and wasn't known before, had proven he could compete with him. Piss off. The space around the empty space shrine's leader changed slightly. Lin Feng's spear passed next to his head. The empty space shrine's leader disappeared. He reappeared somewhere else, staring at Lin Feng in fury. Lin Feng flew forwards. He stood proudly in front of the strong cultivators of the three great alliances. The battles around them were fierce and tragic. Both sides had lost peerless saints. 3 peerless saints had already been killed. It was an incredible thing in the continent of the 9 clouds. "Go!" said the empty space shrine's leader. The strong cultivators of the empty space shrine and the thunder shrine fled. They had fewer cultivators on their side than the 3 great alliances this time. They had relied on their leaders and their ultimate weapons to oppress those independent cultivators, but hadn't thought the independence would be so strong. The Thunder Shrine's leader was extremely powerful, but saintly Emperor Shi the demon was so strong so the Thunder Shrine's leader couldn't kill him. Even though the empty space shrine's leader could seal the space with the celestial sealing map, he couldn't kill Zizhu and Divine Wrath, even if he sealed them. They were at a dead end. "Do you think you can go?" said Lin Feng icily. He suddenly released time strength to move faster and attack someone who was moving away. That person sensed a strange and mysterious strength surround him. He turned around and saw a spear shooting towards him. Freeze. After the empty space shrine took the celestial sealing map away, Zizhu froze time. Many people stopped moving in front of Lin Feng. He could easily kill them with his spear. A vortex made of absorbing strength appeared around the spear, and the spear absorbed their vitality and intent. Bodies exploded and souls dispersed, one after another. "Remember me!" shouted the empty space shrine's leader explosively. However, Zizhu just laughed and shot back. "You came to kill us and now you're running away and your people are getting killed. And now you still dare get angry in front of us?" The Thunder Shrine's leader stood in the sky, holding his thunder hammer. He raised it, thunder rumbled out, and lightning descended from the sky. "Back!" shouted Zizhu. Lin Feng and saintly Emperor Shi the demon shot forwards. The Thunder Shrine's leader was surprised at their resolve, and followed those who were running away. "I'm sure we'll meet again, but..." Lin Feng's spear attacked the lightning bolts. He watched those people running away icily. They had still killed 3 peerless saints. It was an achievement. Some people were struck by lightning and lost arms and legs. They were amazed by the power of those ultimate weapons. But their three great alliances had still lost less people than the shrines. Wha! Someone shouted excitedly. They had made 2 shrines leaders run away, even with their ultimate weapons. After what happened today, we'll see if they dare attack us again, said someone happily. Everybody would soon know about this throughout the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds, and would probably be amazed. If we continue collaborating, we'll be as strong as the shrines and at the top of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Zizhu smiled. Then he looked at the crowd and said, Tianshui City is the place where we became famous. The 3 great alliances could settle here, what do you think? No, said Lin Feng instantly. Zizhu looked at Lin Feng and smiled, Divine Wrath, what do you suggest? This battle will shake the whole continent. But it's not enough. The Empty Space Shrines Alliance isn't only made of 2 shrines. If we settle in Tianshui City, the 7 shrines will come and attack us here, and will be destroyed instantly, said Lin Feng. Indeed, Divine Wrath. So, what do you think we should do? Zizhu asked with a smile. They had seen how Lin Feng was during the battle. We must take the initiative to attack the 7 Shrines Alliance, we must make them suffer significant losses. They lost 3 peerless saints this time, it's not bad already. If we continue and keep up the good work, then we'll stand at the top of the continent of the Nine Clouds and we'll be able to control it, said Lin Feng with a hard smile. The 7 shrines formed the Iron Alliance. They are all connected by teleportation portals. We can't go there and attack them directly, said Zizhu. He was curious. If we can contact the Fortune Shrines Alliance and join hands with them, we could attack them once, said Lin Feng. Everybody could imagine. The Fortune Shrines Alliance was made of 4 groups, the 3 Great Alliances was made of 3 groups. They didn't know how strong the Fortune Shrines Alliance was, but the 3 Great Alliances were stronger than 3 shrines. Right now, the biggest problem was to fight against the 7 shrines, because they all had ultimate weapons. Otherwise, killing entire groups in the shrines would be something easy for them. We need to think and plan, said someone. Yes, indeed, it's not a small thing, Lin Feng agreed. Let's stay in Tianshui City for now. At the same time, have the news spread so that the Fortune Shrines Alliance hears about us. Alright, let's go. Everybody agreed, and quickly dispersed. They were all happy, the battle had been perfect for them. The news quickly spread throughout the continent of the Nine Clouds, and people were astonished. 3 groups of independent cultivators were rising in the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds. The battles in that chaotic world were getting more and more astounding. Everybody was curious to see how the situation would end up. Would things end up like back in the past? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2482. Chapter 2482. The Imperial Court of the Continent of the Nine Clouds. The Divine Wrath Alliance, the Chaotic Sky Alliance, and the Black Bamboo Alliance had become famous. It was still snowing in Tianshui City. Lin Feng was standing there with his hands clasped behind his back. Behind him, someone arrived carefully. It was Saintly Emperor Shi the Demon. Saintly Emperor Shi the Demon left footprints behind him in the snow. He walked up next to Lin Feng and gazed into the distance. You want to use the strength of the 3 great alliances to destroy the Shrines Alliance? Asked Saintly Emperor Shi the Demon calmly. Lin Feng, I support you. Lin Feng frowned and slowly turned to look at him. He didn't look indifferent anymore. He was convinced that with his strength, nobody could recognize him anymore. However, that old demon emperor seemed to know who he was. The first person who had told Lin Feng about Saintly Emperor Shi the Demon was the diviner. Back in the days, there was a demon cultivator whom some people called the Demon Emperor. He used to wander around in the continent of the Nine Clouds. Lin Feng had heard about the Demon Emperor many times. Lin Feng also remembered Yuan Fei in the small world, the place where the Demon Emperor was once from used to be called the Mountain of Flowers and Fruit. He also remembered the words he had read in the Jade Emperor's palace. Apart from that, Lin Feng had also seen an image of the Demon Emperor on the Heavenly Grace Ancient Tree, and he had seen many of his images in the Supreme Ancient Pit of Hell, as well. Lin Feng had thought those were only coincidences. The Sky Palace, what was the date tonight? Surprised? The Demon Emperor looked at Lin Feng, smiled and said, in the Supreme Ancient Pit of Hell, you heard my voice. I am your image, your shadow. You used to be a demon king in the ancient past. Only your own determination can make you understand those things. On the day when you do understand, you'll become the peerless demon king. You'll defy the skies, blood will spill unceasingly in the continent of the Nine Clouds, and you will be the strongest cultivator in the world. Supreme Ancient Pit of Hell, so it's really you. Lin Feng frowned. Of course. You think that with your strength, back then, you could have left the supreme ancient pit of hell? It's your karma. You are the forbidden person, you have a forbidden body. I was earlier than you by 1,000 years, hey and she. That's our karma, my karma, your karma. I am you, you are me. We are one, said the saintly emperor Shi the demon solemnly. Karma? Lin Feng remained silent. Did karma really exist? Does the handsome monkey king believe in karma? Lin Feng slowly turned his head again and gazed into the distance. Saintly emperor Shi the demon didn't say anything. Lin Feng frowned. Saintly emperor Shi the demon remained silent. Lin Feng looked at him again and frowned. Eh? You want to rely on the great alliances to destroy the shrines, I'll help you, said saintly emperor Shi the demon smiling. Lin Feng smiled and replied, thank you very much. Saintly emperor Shi the demon turned around and walked away. Lin Feng watched him go, he had cold sweat down his back. In the Jade Emperor's palace, he had read, Limitless Sky Palace, what's the date tonight? Then he also remembered the name of that mountain, the mountain of flowers and fruit. Everything seemed to be pointing at one thing, the incredible demon emperor, and he seemed to come from the same place. However, a moment before, he mentioned the handsome monkey king, and the demon emperor changed the topic. Lin Feng found everything quite mysterious. Someone else came to him. It wasn't saintly emperor Shi the demon this time, it was Zizhu. Lin Feng smiled at him in greeting. Zizhu could compete with the empty space shrine's leader, he was extremely strong. Any ideas? Asked Zizhu smiling at Lin Feng. I contacted some strong cultivators, and attacking the fire shrine would be a good idea, said Lin Feng smiling. Is our target only the fire shrine's alliance? What about the fortune shrine's alliance? Continued Zizhu. Nowadays, the fire shrine's alliance is strong. They won't try to oppress us again. Regarding the fortune shrine's alliance, I don't think they would do anything to us. They're not stupid, said Lin Feng slowly. Zizhu smiled meaningfully. Lin Feng, I support you, said Zizhu. Then he also turned around and left. Lin Feng looked at Zizhu. He had a strange feeling. He had used a new identity to become the leader of the Divine Wrath Alliance, and now saintly Emperor Shi the demon had recognized him. Lin Feng was really convinced that the demon emperor was his image, otherwise he wouldn't have recognized him. But what about Zizhu? And what was that smile supposed to mean? What did he know? But Lin Feng didn't think about it too much. He wanted to destroy the fire shrine and their allies first. After that battle, the continent of the Nine Clouds became quite calm again. However, people from the continent of the Nine Clouds could imagine how furious the empty space shrine and the thunder shrine were. Together, in total they had a dozen peerless saints, and now they had lost 3. Now they were less powerful. However, even then the 7 shrines didn't go to Tianshui City to get their revenge. The Divine Wrath Alliance, the Chaotic Sky Alliance, and the Black Bamboo Alliance protected that place, and the Fortune Shrines Alliance probably knew that as well. If anyone was watching Tianshui City, they would be able to inform the Fortune Shrines Alliance if anyone came to attack, and they would come to help the 3 great alliances. The Fortune Shrines Alliance didn't want to miss any opportunity. The 7 shrines needed to protect themselves from the Fortune Shrines Alliance no matter what, because many years ago they had decided to disappear and continue the war until its end. In Lin Feng's Star World, Lin Feng looked at the high-level saints and smiled. Back in the days, I promised that I'd fight against you if I were a high-level saint and that if you defeated me, I'd release you. However, my cultivation level is different from other people's cultivation level. For me, high-level saint means nothing, it doesn't exist. But I have to do what I promised you. Actually, I want you to help me one last time and then I'll release you, said Lin Feng. He was the master of this world, so he controlled their freedom. He could let them leave or not. Only the old ox had privileges in that world. When the golden ape heard Lin Feng, he smiled and said, Lin Feng, you're wrong. I'm wrong? Lin Feng looked at him sharply. Do you really think I'm stuck here and can't leave? The golden ape laughed. When our master left, he wanted us to leave, but we didn't want to. We still wanted to wait for him. We hadn't thought you'd come instead and become the new leader. Besides, you were much weaker than us. You think you could give us orders? Of course not, replied Lin Feng. But now you can, the golden ape smiled. No matter what you want us to do, we'll help you. Lin Feng looked at the golden ape's smile and smiled broadly too. I will become the strongest cultivator in the continent of the Nine Clouds. I will honor your former master. We can't wait, the last bestial saint smiled. Lin Feng nodded and left. After that, he appeared in front of the 3 peerless bestial saints. They opened their eyes and looked at Lin Feng. Should we go to war in the continent of the Nine Clouds? Asked the peerless bestial saint who had helped Lin Feng the previous time. He was smiling as he guessed Lin Feng needed help. Yes, it's a crucial battle. It could change everything in the continent of the Nine Clouds, said Lin Feng straightforwardly. The bestial saint smiled. If you need us, just ask. When Lin Feng heard him, he smiled back. He hadn't gone there for such a long time. He hadn't thought that all the bestial saints who used to be cold to him would have become so nice and helpful. He was touched. Thank you very much, Lin Feng bowed, and then he left. He reappeared in front of a treasure building. He hadn't opened the last door yet. Lin Feng didn't know when the old ox had appeared behind him, but at that moment, he was there and looking at him. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Thank you, old ox." Then, he tapped the old ox's horn. "You're getting more and more audacious," said the old ox angrily. He. Lin Feng laughed, "Brother ox, all the bestial saints are so nice to me, it's all thanks to you, right?" "Kind of," said the old ox, not admitting anything. "Go inside and have a look." "All right." Lin Feng nodded. He put his hand on the door, strength suddenly filled the air and rolled out in waves. The door began to glow brightly, crackling sounds spread in the air. Lin Feng could sense the strength of a peerless saint. He slowly opened the door and entered the palace. He shivered. There were peerless saints' weapons everywhere. There were around 80 weapons, their spirits terrifying. Even a shrine couldn't have so many peerless saints' weapons. "Those saints' weapons are terrifyingly powerful," he murmured. Unfortunately, he didn't know many peerless saints he could trust. Otherwise, if he had been able to give them to other peerless saints and form an army of 80, that would have been terrifying. They would have been able to destroy the whole world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2483. Chapter 2483. Tianshui City was a calm and peaceful city. The 7 shrines didn't come to get their revenge, which actually made the crowd have bad premonitions. The strong cultivators of the 3 great alliances suddenly left the city. Were they trying to deceive the observers? On the same day, the leaders of the 7 Shrines Alliance gathered in the Fire Shrine. I received some news. The 3 great alliances and the Fortune Shrine are going to divide into 2 influential groups and they will attack 2 of our shrines. They want to make things difficult for us, that way we won't be able to protect ourselves, said the Fire Shrine's leader. Everybody already knew that, so they remained composed. Do you know which shrines they intend to attack? They're not sure yet, and I am not even sure whether it is really true or not, answered the Fire Shrine's leader. Everybody frowned. But I'm sure that they will come. The 3 great alliances left Tianshui City during the night. Oh, what should we do? Asked the Thunder Shrine's leader coldly. He was still furious. The previous time, everybody had heard about what had happened to the Thunder Shrine and the Empty Space Shrine and their humiliation. We can surround and destroy one of them, said the Fire Shrine's leader. Kill which one? Initially, they were a bunch of independent cultivators. We need to destroy them, and I've heard that Lin Feng is with them. Everybody frowned. They hadn't heard of Lin Feng for 500 years. They were all worried because they all thought he would become extremely strong, and someday he'd destroy them. After all, each time Lin Feng showed up, he was much stronger, progressing extremely quickly. Everybody was convinced he had the potential to become a cultivation god. Lin Feng, how's that possible? Why would he be in the Independent Cultivators Alliance? Asked the Empty Space Shrine's leader, curious. From what I heard, he didn't only show up, he also fought against you, said the Fire Shrine's leader, staring at the Empty Space Shrine's leader. Impossible. I have the void-breaking vision, I can see through all things. Someone of my level can't escape from the void-breaking vision. The leader of the Divine Wrath Alliance, Divine Wrath, what do you think? Asked the Fire Shrine's leader. The Empty Space Shrine's leader frowned. He raised his head and looked at the Fire Shrine's leader sharply. How is that possible? How could he have become that strong? Nothing is impossible. That's the reason why I want us to use our full strength to get rid of them. The Fortune Shrine and the Independent Cultivators Alliance want us to feel overwhelmed. They want to move faster than us. Let's learn from them. If it's not true, then we'll just have wasted some time. If it is true, then we can't miss this opportunity, said the Fire Shrine's leader calmly. Everybody remained silent. If their enemies really attacked by surprise and in 2 groups, it would be difficult for them. The best thing to do was to gather and have a big battle. Lin Feng couldn't know what was going on in the Fire Shrine. He didn't even know how the fire shrine knew who he was. Actually, if Lin Feng knew, he wouldn't even believe it. Finally, Lin Feng, the fortune shrine, and the others agreed to attack the wind shrine and the dazzling gold shrine. The reason why they chose those two shrines was because they were close to each other. If peerless saints rushed over, they'd be there in a short time, so they'd use their own power. The other shrines used teleportation portals to cross the longer distances, but if people flew and didn't use teleportation portals, then things would be easier. Lin Feng and the others would have time to react. This time, their goal was to attack as quickly as possible. During the beginning of the attack, the shrines wouldn't know what to do, they'd be unstable, and during that time of instability, they'd have time to carry out a big attack. One strike had to be enough. If it was possible, then they'd also attack a second time by surprise. The three great alliances' target would be the Wind Shrine, the Fortune Shrine's alliance target would be the Dazzling Gold Shrine. Lin Feng was in contact with the Diviner and the Fortune Shrine's leader. At that moment, they had already arrived in the city where the Wind Shrine was. They didn't inspect the Wind Shrine with their godly awareness, it was too dangerous. They needed to do a blitz attack so that the enemies wouldn't have time to react. Why do I have a bad premonition, thought Lin Feng. He had to be extremely vigilant. Leader, teacher, are you ready? Lin Feng asked the Fortune Shrine's leader and the diviner using the Jade Talisman. We're ready, but Lin Feng, I have a bad premonition, replied the Fortune Shrine's leader. We have reached a point of no return, let's get ready to attack. We attack and then leave instantly, said Lin Feng. He then rose up in the air, his godly awareness rolling in waves above the Wind Shrine. Lin Feng was surprised. There weren't many people in the Wind Shrine. He didn't even notice any peerless cultivators. It can't be. Suddenly, Lin Feng noticed many strong cultivators apart from them, many peerless saints. Boom! Silhouettes rose up in the air, and suddenly, there were extremely strong cultivators all around. The three great alliances' strong cultivators realized that apart from them, there were many terrifying cultivators there. It was as if all the members of the Shrine's alliance had been waiting for them there. They hadn't released their godly awareness until Lin Feng had released his own. Lin Feng, there's absolutely nobody here. The shrine is empty, said a voice to Lin Feng telepathically. Lin Feng frowned, leader, there was an ambush here. Wait for us, try to survive, said the Fortune Shrine's leader. At the same time, the empty space shrine's leader appeared in the sky, holding the celestial ceiling map. Anyone who isn't from the three great alliances, don't move. If you do anything, we'll kill you, said the empty space shrine's leader icily. He used the celestial ceiling map. Terrifying cultivators appeared one after another. Lin Feng saw all the shrine's leaders. They were all holding their ultimate weapons, their eyes filled with killing intent. They really wanted to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you turned into divine wrath and tried to obtain help from the three great alliances to help the Fortune Shrine fight against us. How long did you intend to lie to the three great alliances? Shouted the empty space shrine's leader. His eyes were twinkling. He had a special vision, but he still couldn't see through Lin Feng. And you, morons. Lin Feng used you. Who wants to join my shrine's alliance now? You won't die if you join us, said the empty space shrine's leader icily. Don't let them ruin your determination. If it works, our three great alliances won't be able to withstand a single attack. Get ready to fight, said Zizhu at that moment. Kill Lin Feng first, said a voice at that moment. A few people walked towards Lin Feng slowly. Lin Feng frowned. He was nervous. He was in danger. Who had sold him out? There were only peerless saints here. Nobody knew about his agreement with the Fortune Shrine. But in any case, his enemies had been waiting for him here and they knew who he was. How tragic. Lin Feng, you will die today, said the empty space shrine's leader, slowly walking towards Lin Feng. He wanted Lin Feng to admit who he was. Apart from the empty space shrine's leader, the Thunder Shrine's leader also walked towards Lin Feng, along with the Dazzling Gold Shrine's leader. Three leaders could probably kill Lin Feng easily. This time, Lin Feng couldn't escape. Come and kill me, answered Lin Feng, suddenly withdrawing. He had to leave this place for the others to not to be in danger. A strong wind started blowing. Lin Feng flew upwards. Humph. You think you can escape? Sneered the empty space shrine's leader. Lin Feng took out his spear, which streaked across the sky. Dazzling lights flashed, Lin Feng moved and shouted, everybody, the Fortune Shrine's alliance will be here soon. When they arrive, we'll be able to counterattack. We must hold on for now. His allies grit their teeth, they had no choice but to endure. Lin Feng moved towards the celestial ceiling map. The empty space shrine's leader smiled icily. Did Lin Feng think he could leave? And then Lin Feng's spear pierced through the celestial ceiling map as if it wasn't there. The empty space shrine's leader was stunned and started shaking violently. Lin Feng punched through it and was outside. How is that possible? Shouted the empty space shrine's leader in disbelief. The two other shrine's leaders were astonished, too. Hurry up and take the celestial ceiling map away! Shouted someone furiously. The empty space shrine's leader took the celestial ceiling map away. They rose into the air and chased after Lin Feng. When they left, the empty space shrine's leader threw out the celestial ceiling map again to seal the shrine again, but at the same time, Lin Feng attacked it again with his spear. He was playing with them. He's wasting time on purpose, said the empty space shrine's leader. He looked nervous. Lin Feng controlled time strength and was moving too fast. Zizhu! Shouted Lin Feng explosively. Zizhu glanced at him and understood what he wanted. He also helped out. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2484. Chapter 2484. Zizhu looked at Lin Feng, who was coming towards him. They converged on two peerless saints and released time strength. Time, freeze! Shouted Zizhu icily. The two peerless saints stopped moving, their time was frozen. When they noticed Lin Feng was attacking them, he only needed a microsecond to reach them. Fast! Said Lin Feng. He increased his own speed. His spear pierced through a peerless saint's head. When Zizhu and Lin Feng cooperated, even peerless saints seemed weak. As Lin Feng was about to kill the second one, a destructive lightning bolt descended from the sky. Lin Feng moved back and released more time strength. He moved so fast people could hear sonic booms, even among the blurs of movement on the battlefield. Great celestial seal freeze! Said a voice icily. The sky became white, it looked frozen. Many strong cultivators died frozen. Crackling sounds spread in the air. Peerless saints were freezing. Die! Said the dazzling gold shrine's leader, throwing his sky-destroying sword and slicing into the cultivators sealed in the sky. Destructive golden light slashed through the sky. Many peerless saints fell from the sky. Even though many people were frozen, they continued thinking of what to do next. The Seven Shrines Alliance have the advantage over the three great alliances, especially since they have some ultimate weapons. Murmured some people, forgetting about the imminent danger. The Seven Shrines kept gaining ground and encircling the independent cultivators. A moment before, the sky had been frozen by the Ice and Snow Shrine's leader. He was holding an ultimate weapon. It was a door with dark frost on it. It was the freezing door of the Ice and Snow Shrine. He moved towards Lin Feng. The ice and frost strength around Lin Feng was dreadful. He had the impression he was going to freeze instantly. The Empty Space Shrine's leader and the Thunder Shrine's leader also charged him. Back! Shouted someone, as cultivators appeared in front of Lin Feng, the three bestial saints. The old ox also appeared in another form. Lin Feng had asked them to intervene at a crucial moment, and they had accepted. At the same time, a peerless bestial saint didn't appear, instead taking the 9 high-level bestial saints to the fire shrine to destroy it. Time! Said the old ox, and time stopped. As expected, it's Lin Feng. The shrine's leaders were now convinced that divine wrath was Lin Feng. Hurry up and kill Lin Feng! Said the fire shrine's leader. The atmosphere was sealed. 9 celestial thunderbolts descended from the sky. The sky-destroying sword also flashed, the ice and frost door froze the space and grew to great size, oppressing everything. It looked like the apocalypse. Time, freeze! Shouted Zizhu furiously. Time stopped. The time strength made Lin Feng and the others' movements limited, too, and the ultimate weapons didn't completely stop moving. Many people looked at them. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. He was encircled by so many shrines leaders and their ultimate weapons, who had sold him out. He felt like he was stuck. The old ox attacked the 9 celestial thunders. His attack looked ordinary, but it was incredibly powerful. Blood appeared on his arm. The 2 other bestial saints were also oppressed. Lin Feng was attacked. His body exploded, but it recondensed higher up in the sky once more. He's not dead? The crowd was astonished. That attack hadn't killed Lin Feng. How strong, but he's using the great sky-deceiving illusion technique, no wonder I couldn't see through it. He probably understood several sorts of original strengths at the maximum level, including illusion original strength, and then fused them together. Then he modified it and created his own illusion technique. "We're not attacking his real body each time," swore the Empty Space Shrine's leader. The crowd was astonished. No wonder Lin Feng seemed immortal. He was using a special technique he had created. Continue killing. Even though they were slowed down, they didn't stop attacking. Lin Feng's illusory body appeared indistinctly. His perceptions were acute, as if time had really stopped: wind, destructive energies, empty space strength, time. An ice and frost energy surrounded Lin Feng. The ice and frost door moved towards him. A peerless bestial saint jumped into the ice and frost door and gradually disappeared. Lin Feng's face turned deathly pale. A peerless bestial saint had just died because of him? That wasn't the only peerless saint who had died for him actually, many peerless saints had died or were dying. Lin Feng glanced around and thought, maybe I could really make time stop? Time, fast, slow, whispered Lin Feng. The ice and frost door continued moving towards him. The Ice and Snow Shrine's leader smiled icily. I can make time pass either slower or faster, but I haven't managed to understand fast and slow strengths at the maximum level because they are antagonistic kinds of strengths. However, back in the days, I could understand life and death strengths and make them fuse together. Why couldn't I do the same with fast and slow? Thought Lin Feng suddenly. God's strength. With God's strength, he was supposed to be able to control everything: slow, fast, time. They all belonged to the same kind of thing. They were the origin. Lin Feng needed to understand the very source. In the world, everything has an opposite, so everything can be considered in relation to something. Fast can be opposed to slow. Something can be considered as fast if it is faster than something else. Slow is the same. But speed is relative to the speed at which time passes in the world itself. That is the source, and if the source is modified, then slow and fast can fuse together. A special kind of chi surrounded Lin Feng. It was as if some original strengths had been increasing and reached their maximum level and then fused together. It was impossible to see or touch them. Lin Feng was studying. The ice and frost door was getting closer and closer. However, Lin Feng just looked at it, as fearless as if it were nothing special. When slow, fast, and time fuse together, then you modify the nature of time itself. It can stop, thought Lin Feng. Suddenly, the ice and frost door stopped in front of him, and it wasn't the only thing. It was as if the source of time had changed. Everything stopped all around him. Even Zizhu couldn't understand what was going on. Zizhu had fused 3 types of original strengths at the maximum level together: time, slow, and water, which was why he could make things slow down and then freeze them on top of that, so they moved even slower. Lin Feng's new technique surpassed Zizhu's. Lin Feng understood time better than Zizhu now. However, it only stopped for a few seconds, but it was enough. Lin Feng streaked across the sky and saved another peerless bestial saint who was about to get killed. Phew, the peerless bestial saint took a deep breath. He looked at Lin Feng. What had just happened? He didn't understand. The old ox also looked at Lin Feng and smiled. Lin Feng had managed to do something the old ox had never managed to do. Actually, the old ox understood several sorts of original strengths, but he only fused fast and time strengths together, as well as slow and time, and slow and fast, but he hadn't fused the 3 of them together. He had also fused other sorts of original strengths fused together to carry out powerful attacks. He had easily become a peerless saint, but he had needed a great deal of time. Lin Feng had surpassed him by far. At that moment, Lin Feng was thinking that it was extremely difficult to modify the source of something. Making time stop was extremely hard, too. At that moment, lights dashed to the skies, flaring brightly. Lin Feng was delighted. The dazzling gold shrine hadn't destroyed their teleportation portal, so the Fortune Shrine's cultivators had used it to arrive. The 7 Shrines Alliance hadn't destroyed their teleportation portal because they weren't sure the news was true. If they had destroyed it, it would have been even more difficult to teleport. They had done many things though, and had even managed to kill several peerless saints of the 3 great alliances. It was already a great loss. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2485. Chapter 2485. The 7 Shrines Alliance also realized that the strong cultivators of the Fortune Shrines Alliance were there. Their expressions changed. The Ice and Snow Shrine's leader shouted, "Hurry up and kill those people, kill Lin Feng first." "All right," said the Empty Space Shrine's leader, nodding. He looked at Lin Feng icily. Lin Feng was strong. They still hadn't managed to kill him yet. "Brother Ox, let's move back," said Lin Feng. He didn't wait for them to attack. He stopped time once again. Only the old ox could avoid being slowed down by time. At the same time, Lin Feng accelerated using time strength. He moved to the peerless bestial saint and took him away. After that, time returned to normal again. Some strong cultivators gathered outside of the celestial ceiling map and attacked it. Among them were the Earth Shrine's leader with the godly axe and the Celestial Sound Shrine's leader with their ultimate weapon, a celestial pitch pipe. With the ultimate weapons and the peerless saint's attacks, the celestial map was shaking violently. The celestial ceiling map is going to break. The empty space shrine's leader looked extremely worried. But how had Lin Feng escaped a moment before? Everything had happened in a few seconds. Time had stopped. Chase him. The empty space shrine's leader continued chasing Lin Feng. Lin Feng shouted, "Come here." Lin Feng raised his spear and stuck the celestial ceiling map. "Break," said Lin Feng. A hole appeared, and Lin Feng jumped into the hole. The Fortune Shrine's leader and the others understood. The Earth Shrine's leader also used the godly axe to make the hole bigger. The hole in the map was getting bigger and bigger. Lacerate. All the strong cultivators moved towards the hole and attacked it. It was like the sky was falling. The empty space shrine's leader's face stiffened and turned deathly pale. He waved his hand and recalled the celestial ceiling map. However, there was a big hole in it now. Die. The Fortune Shrine's leader and the others came in and released an explosive chi. People from the city were stupefied. They had never seen so many terrifying cultivators. The strongest cultivators of the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds were almost all there. It was the most powerful battle since the war in the ancient past. The group of people who were attacking destroyed a peerless saint instantly and then shot in all directions. Earth Shrine's leader, let's join hands. Try and don't fight, don't collide with enemies directly, shouted Lin Feng furiously. Everybody nodded and started moving away. The Earth Shrine's leader had the godly axe. He came to Lin Feng and asked, "How do we join hands?" "Help me block the attacks." "Brother Ox, help me and protect me too," Lin Feng said to the old ox. A few strong cultivators appeared in front of them, the shrine's leaders who were chasing him. "Stand still," shouted Lin Feng icily. Time strength appeared, and time stopped in front of him. Time stopped for his enemies and his own people. He had modified the source of time. Lin Feng attacked the Wind Shrine's leader who was in the front. The Wind Shrine was the fastest of the leaders, so he was closer to Lin Feng. He was even holding an ultimate weapon, a fan that served as an armor, too. It was black, white, and silver, and it looked extremely sharp. Lin Feng threw himself at the Wind Shrine's leader. He used time strength to move faster, turned into a god sword, and the space shook around him. No, the Wind Shrine's leader became animate again when time restarted, looking desperate and shocked. Oh no! The other shrine's leaders were stunned and their faces all changed. The empty space shrine's leader shouted out. Space condensed, but at the same time, all their attacks became slower. The Earth Shrine's leader knew what Lin Feng wanted to do, so he also threw the godly axe and moved forwards. He realized he was moving much faster too, there was a silhouette next to him. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. The sword whistled, even as the Wind Shrine's leader moved into the wind. Slow! Shouted Lin Feng explosively. His sword pierced through the man's shoulder bone, and at the same time it absorbed his strength. Blood gushed out. The Wind Shrine's leader was injured, and continued fleeing. At the same time, he threw his ultimate weapon out, and a destructive strength appeared around Lin Feng. Illusion destruction. Lin Feng's body exploded. However, at that moment, the Wind Shrine's leader wasn't happy because danger came from above. Time, stand still! Shouted Lin Feng. A sword appeared in Lin Feng's hand and pierced through his enemy's head. The Wind Shrine's leader wanted to escape with his soul and cried out desperately. The god's sword came back to Lin Feng's hand, and he destroyed the leader's impaled soul. That's his real body. A gigantic empty space hand appeared in front of Lin Feng. The Earth Shrine's leader and the old ox had already destroyed many attacks and enemies around Lin Feng, however, some attacks still arrived in front of Lin Feng. He expected them, and withdrew. He modified the speed of time, his god sword humming angrily. At the same time, he condensed strength into his hand and thunder boomed. Lin Feng sensed an incredible strength penetrate into his body and corrode his life. He instantly released life strength all around him and retreated. The enemy was still chasing him, but he was much slower, which made Lin Feng smile icily. Time. All the strong cultivators stopped. They had just now seen him kill a shrine's leader, and were scared. Now they saw Lin Feng smile, he was making fun of them. They were very nervous, as they understood Lin Feng was playing with them. At the same time, the Earth Shrine's leader and the old ox also arrived next to Lin Feng. You can make time stop, the Earth Shrine's leader said to Lin Feng. He didn't know what to think though. Was it a good or a bad thing? Lin Feng was becoming stronger and it was good to fight against the Seven Shrines Alliance, but in the future, what would happen? Dazzling world lights flashed and descended from the sky, surrounding everybody. Lin Feng raised his head and saw a face in the sky, the World Clan's king. Lin Feng had seen that person a very, very long time ago, the king of the 10,000 beasts. The World Clan had had problems with the shrines in the past, so he had had several lives in the lower world. Then he had created the king of the 10,000 beasts world to raise an army to fight against the shrines. Lin Feng, you continue killing, the shrines leaders and me will continue on our side, the World Clan's king said to him. Lin Feng nodded, thank you. Lin Feng disappeared. The Fortune Shrine's leader and the Celestial Sound Shrine's leader replaced him to fight against the shrines leaders. They didn't need to win, they just had to defend. Lin Feng could make time stop, so killing other peerless saints was easy. Very quickly, Lin Feng arrived in front of someone, who panicked to see him. Lin Feng made time stop. The god's sword streaked across the sky and killed him instantly, his soul dispersed. By the time the shrine's leaders destroyed the world lights, they saw that Lin Feng had already killed 2 peerless saints in the blink of an eye. They all grimaced. Lin Feng's understanding of cultivation was becoming extremely dangerous. What a tragedy! Escape! Shouted someone. Finally, the 7 shrine strong cultivators started giving up and escaping. The problem was that Lin Feng could only make time stop sporadically, he didn't understand time well enough yet, and needed to wait between each attack. Therefore, he couldn't make time stop and kill everybody at once. However, he didn't intend to give up. He decided to chase them. The king of the 10,000 beasts had slowed them down for a little while. When Lin Feng made time stop, he used the source of time. It also impacted his own people, so they couldn't catch up with the enemy. Therefore, Lin Feng could only catch up with one person at a time. Lin Feng caught up with one and used his god's sword to attack him. After killing that person, he used his godly awareness to inspect the area and stopped when he couldn't see any peerless saints anymore. Since he had started chasing them, he had already killed 3 peerless saints. Lin Feng's achievements were incredible during that battle, but he didn't look happy at all. It was a tragedy, both sides had suffered losses. Lin Feng turned around and flew back. After a short time, he arrived back on the battlefield. The battle was finished, people who were alive looked devastated and sad. It took cultivators a very long time to become a peerless saint, and today, so many had died. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2486, Gloomy Atmosphere. Chapter 2486, Gloomy Atmosphere. Edited by Red. The inhabitants of the city below had been shocked by the battles. The Wind Shrine's leader had even been killed. Lin Feng is so strong. He showed up again and now he can compete with the shrine's leaders. He can even kill some. How incredible! Murmured some people. Lin Feng went back to the old ox and said, Brother Ox, I'm sorry. Who would have thought such a thing would happen? You did nothing wrong. The only problem is who sold you out? Said the old ox. Someone had betrayed them. Their plan was perfect, they could have had a beautiful victory. But we still won even if we suffered losses, the old ox sighed. Lights flashed, the peerless bestial saint and the old ox disappeared. Lin Feng took out his jade talisman and said, How are things? The Fire Shrine's teleportation portal is wrecked. The Fire Shrine's members haven't had time to come back using teleportation. We're done here. The Fire Shrine is already a mess. I'm looking for your clone, answered the peerless bestial saint who hadn't come with Lin Feng to the Wind Shrine. He had gone to the Fire Shrine with the 9 high-level bestial saints. When Lin Feng had noticed the teleportation portal of the Fire Shrine, he had noted its location. Initially, the teleportation portal hadn't been used because the Fire Shrine's cultivators had already been here. Therefore, Lin Feng had made them break the teleportation portal as quickly as possible. The peerless bestial saint had taken a peerless saint's weapon and the high-level bestial saints, they had done a great job. Thank you for your hard work, said Lin Feng. It had been very dangerous for them. If the Fire Shrine's cultivators had been able to use the teleportation portal, things could have been worse. We found your clone, how are you there, Lin Feng? You can talk to my clone, replied Lin Feng. He put the jade talisman away. His clone had been stuck in the Fire Shrine for so many years. Lin Feng hated the Fire Shrine more than anything. Lin Feng. The Fortune Shrine's leader called out to Lin Feng. His silhouette flickered and landed next to him. "Leader, how bad are the losses?" asked Lin Feng. "When we arrived, you had already become even stronger, so we didn't suffer too many losses," replied the Fortune Shrine's leader. But Lin Feng sensed something. The Divine Wrath Alliance's people were looking at him icily. Lin Feng had used them. They had suffered great losses. "Lin Feng, we admit that you are extremely strong and talented. You're an extraordinary person, however, that being the case, you used us to fight against the Fire Shrine, and you didn't use your full strength until the Fortune Shrine's alliance arrived. The three great alliances suffered tragic losses." "That's not good," said someone. Many people from the three great alliances thought that way. They had seen how strong Lin Feng was, and he hadn't protected them properly. They were really unhappy. Lin Feng had really used them for the benefit of the Fortune Shrine. Lin Feng looked at them and said, "I know you all think that way. I hadn't thought the battle would end up this way. I am really, really sorry. Regarding my strength, I became stronger during the battle, and one of my protectors saved my life at that precise moment. Do you really think I would want my allies to get killed? You don't care. From now on, the Fortune Shrine doesn't need to fear the Seven Shrines Alliance. I think the Divine Wrath Shrine should settle here in the Wind Shrine City. If you feel like it, we can settle here, and you can choose a new leader. If you wish, I can continue being the leader, and someday, when the Divine Wrath Shrine becomes stable and powerful enough, I can leave," said Lin Feng. He didn't try to explain anything, he just kept his composure. Many people's heart twitched. "Divine Wrath Shrine? I am also willing to offer 3 Peerless Saints' weapons as a sign of gratitude," said Lin Feng. Everybody's heart started pounding. They started believing Lin Feng. Maybe it was an accident. "I trust him. And I am willing to join you to create the Divine Wrath Shrine," said Zizhu. Everybody glanced at him. Being the founding member of a shrine was really something amazing. Many years in the future, maybe the Divine Wrath Shrine would tower aloft, and everybody in the continent of the Nine Clouds would know them. "Alright, I trust him too. Lin Feng doesn't need to lie to us," said an old man. Everybody started believing him, and most people ended up agreeing to found the Divine Wrath Shrine. Even though they had suffered great losses, the three great alliances could now become the Divine Wrath Shrine. Saintly Emperor Shi the Demon and Zizhu were extremely strong, and now they just needed an ultimate weapon. Everybody can discuss the details. The Wind Shrine's ultimate weapon is in the Empty Space Shrine's leader's hands now. He will not give it up for sure, so they will probably argue about it. The Wind Shrine will never be able to rise again. "From now on, this place is the Divine Wrath Shrine," said Lin Feng calmly. Excitement began to build. Then Lin Feng looked at the Fortune Shrine's leader and said, "Leader, I can't modify the scepter, take it back." The Fortune Shrine's leader looked at Lin Feng. He didn't understand. Lin Feng sounded a bit harsh. "Lin Feng, I gave you the Scepter of Destiny, maybe you can't modify it now, but in the future, you will understand," said the Fortune Shrine's leader insistently. Finally, Lin Feng nodded reluctantly. "Lin Feng." An old man came up to Lin Feng and smiled. "Master, King of the 10,000 Beasts." The King of the 10,000 Beasts had helped Lin Feng in the past, so Lin Feng respected him. "Call me brother now. Back then, I never thought you would progress so fast, or that you changed the situation of the continent of the Nine Clouds before me," said the King of the 10,000 Beasts, smiling. "Brother, I wouldn't have thought it'd be you, either. No wonder you came to look for me back then in the small world. And on top of that, you had already transcended worldliness. Back in the days, you experienced my lives. One of them was my first life. Back in the days, I founded the World Clan, but the Fire Shrine oppressed me and wanted the World Clan to disappear forever. Therefore, I took my people away and hid in another world for a very long time to practice hard and come back to life," said the King of the 10,000 Beasts, smiling in a carefree manner. "But the Fire Shrine's leader is strong. He's already extremely old, older than most of the other leaders. But I intend to take the fighting phantoms with me to go and fight against him." "We must destroy the Fire Shrine," said Lin Feng. "Yes. When do you want to attack?" asked the King of the 10,000 Beasts. "First, the members of the Divine Wrath Shrine need to rest. Our enemies can't pose a threat to us for now," said Lin Feng calmly. "Lin Feng, I don't think so. Now is the best opportunity to attack. We could target the Dazzling Gold Shrine, for example," said the Fortune Shrine's leader. "I agree. What do you think, Lin Feng?" said the King of the 10,000 Beasts, his smile hard. Lin Feng shook his head. He didn't agree. "Since you don't agree, we won't force you. Fortune Shrine's leader, let's go to the Dazzling Gold Shrine together." "Alright," said the Fortune Shrine's leader nodded. Then he glanced at Lin Feng in a meaningful way and left with his group. Very quickly, only the members of the three great alliances were left there. Lin Feng gazed into the distance and the others were in the sky. The only ones who knew who he was were saintly Emperor Shi the Demon, the Fortune Shrine's leader, and the Diviner. Nobody among the peerless saints of the three great alliances knew who he really was. Someone had sold him out, and that was why they had had such problems. At that moment, someone slowly walked to Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned around and saw the Diviner. He smiled and said, "Teacher, I am well aware you couldn't anticipate all this." "Don't worry," the Diviner smiled. He was trying to cheer Lin Feng up. "Teacher, it was a man-caused calamity," Lin Feng said to the Diviner. The Diviner was sad for Lin Feng. He had known Lin Feng for a very long time. He gazed into the distance and said, "Lin Feng, you know, as the leader of a shrine, you think of the shrine first. And making the Fortune Shrine powerful is the Fortune Shrine's leader's goal." Lin Feng's heart twitched and he said, "And everything that happened before? Was that fake?" The Diviner sighed and left. Lin Feng looked at the Diviner's back. Lin Feng was a member of the Fortune Shrine. What if he had died during the battle? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2487, Meeting. Chapter 2487, Meeting. Edited by Red. What happened had a big impact on Lin Feng's mood. It took him a while to calm down. What his teacher had told him probably confirmed what he had thought. Everything happened for the Fortune Shrine. But did the Fortune Shrine do their best to protect him for the Fortune Shrine, too? And now, hadn't the Fortune Shrine used that opportunity to use him? Lin Feng still couldn't understand some things in that world. He didn't like using people. He had feelings. Even though he had gone through a lot in life and was strong, he still didn't understand some things. He wasn't emotionless. During those days, things changed drastically in the continent of the Nine Clouds. So many peerless saints had died, the Wind Shrine's leader had died, and the Divine Wrath Shrine had been founded. All those things amazed the whole continent. After that, the Fortune Shrine's alliance destroyed the dazzling Gold Shrine, so just like the Celestial Sound Shrine, they had nowhere to go anymore. Things were changing quickly, and the Seven Shrines alliance wasn't in the best situation. Right after the Divine Wrath Shrine was founded, many strong cultivators joined them, and it became incredibly strong. They recruited some disciples. They also hoped that peerless saints would join them and become senior officials of the Divine Wrath Shrine. They might become extremely strong in the future that way. However, Lin Feng didn't think about those things. He practiced cultivation really hard. He was meditating and forgot about worldly affairs. He had managed to fuse three original strengths together and he could make time stop for a second. He wanted to improve his powers and abilities now, so he isolated himself from the outside world. On the way, a few of Lin Feng's friends came by, so he stopped meditating and met them, Ho Changlin, Lang Yi, and Jun Emoshi. Lin Feng was extremely happy to see them. "Lin Feng, when we separated last time, we didn't think you'd become a peerless saint, and now you're even able to stop time, and you've become a shrine's leader," Lang Yi smiled. The Divine Wrath Shrine's leader was still Lin Feng. Over 500 years had passed since he saw them last. Lang Yi had also become stronger. The king of the 10,000 beasts had supported him and he had a king-type body. He had traveled a lot, and he had created many small worlds, been in many mysterious worlds. He was now a high-level saint. Ho Changlin had also become a high-level saint. Shortly after the Shrine's agreement 500 years before, Ho Changlin had become a low-level saint, then he had continued practicing cultivation really hard and become a high-level saint. Against all expectations, Jun Emoshi was still only a low-level saint. "I didn't think we'd have the opportunity to meet again after all that happened in the continent of the Nine Clouds," said Lin Feng smiling and clapping his friend's shoulders. "We should have drinks today," said Lang Yi smiling. "Yes, we should have drinks today," Lin Feng agreed cheerfully. "This time, I prepared some strong alcohol," Jun Emoshi grinned. They walked aside. Jun Emoshi took out many bottles of strong alcohol and threw some of them at his friends. "Lin Feng, do you remember the first time we met?" Lang Yi asked Lin Feng. "I remember. I was with Meng Qing and you helped us." "Ah, yes. Back then, the World Clan thought Meng Qing was a forbidden person. We only learned you were a forbidden person when our leader came back." "The king of the 10,000 beasts went back to the World Clan only afterwards?" asked Lin Feng. He was curious. Yes, he was hiding in one of the World Clan's worlds. He trained people and also practiced cultivation a lot. In the end, he created a terrifying army, and that's how the World Clan came back to life, said Lang Yi sighing. So many years had passed, yet the leader of the World Clan was still determined. "The king of the 10,000 beasts is patient and proud," said Lin Feng, nodding and drinking. He looked at Jun Emoshi and Ho Chang Lin and said, "Emoshi, back then in Dragon Mountain, we were very young, high-spirited and vigorous. We never thought we would make this far. We never thought hundreds of years would pass in the twinkling of an eye. And you, brother, back in the days, we were the 11 disciples of Tian Tai, we went through so many hardships. We were proud. We dreamed of becoming peerless cultivators. We had to fight against the members of the Tianlong Divine Castle all the time. We even killed their princes, you remember? We weren't afraid, even though nobody thought we had potential. It feels like a dream." Jun Emoshi and Ho Chang Lin remembered. They felt nostalgic all of a sudden. Sometimes, they missed the good old times, sometimes, they asked themselves what the point of cultivation was. But it didn't prevent them from persevering and keeping it up. Good men miss the good old times and remember their close ones. "Someday, Tian Tai will tower aloft in the continent of the 9 clouds again," said Ho Chang Lin. His long hair was fluttering in the wind. He still looked natural and unrestrained. "All right, with friends, we're not lonely. Cheers, brothers," said Jun Emoshi, raising his glass, and then they all drank heartily. Lin Feng had fun drinking with his friends. It was rare to be able to relax like that. They drank all day and all night. They had millions of things to talk about, they were like brothers. On the next day, 2 more people came to see Lin Feng. He was extremely happy. They were his sons, Jitian and Xiongshang. Jun Emoshi, Ho Chang Lin, Lang Yi, Jitian and Chang Lin were all together. They chatted and laughed. When the father is a lion, the son cannot be a dog. "Lin Feng, your son is stronger than me," said Lang Yi. He couldn't see Jitian's cultivation level anymore. Xiongshang had already become a high-level saint. How incredible! They were also very lucky. They got a great teacher. Lin Feng smiled. He knew that Jitian and Xiongshang were strong, but if they hadn't encountered Mr. Time, they wouldn't have become that strong so quickly. Mr. Time was a terrifying cultivator. "But they're extremely talented anyway," Lang Yi observed. Jun Emoshi said, "I remember you and you back then during the great competition of Shuiyu. Now, so many years have passed, and your son is stronger than I am." "Uncle Emoshi, don't ridicule me," Xiongshang told Jun Emoshi. "You know who I am?" "Of course, I know you, Uncle Ho Chang Lin and Uncle Lang Yi. My mother told me my dad's and your stories. I want to be like my father and have such great friends." "You know how to talk to people, better than your daddy," said Jun Emoshi, laughing happily. Lin Xiongshang scratched his head. "All right, how come you're here, boys?" asked Lin Feng. "Mr. Time had us come back. Mr. Time said that Jitian could now help you fight." "I'm not that strong yet, but I'm sure I'll be able to fuse 2 sorts of special original strengths together soon," said Lin Xiongshang, smiling self-consciously. Jitian exclaimed, "Dad, I can finally help you." "You think I'm not good for fighting anymore?" replied Lin Feng, smiling wryly. Then he heard some steps behind him. "Leader!" shouted someone. Lin Feng turned around. "What's wrong?" "Leader, the elders want us to join the battles. The Fortune Shrine and the Empty Space Shrine have been having some fierce battles recently. Should we join them as well?" The members of the Divine Wrath Shrine knew how strong Lin Feng was. Not only was he strong, but he was also very good in terms of strategy. That's why they wanted to keep Lin Feng as their leader. "Yes, tell all the elders that they can listen to Ziju's orders. If I want to fight, I'll intervene," said Lin Feng. That person nodded, "Yes, leader." After that, the person walked away. Lin Feng said, "I need to meditate in seclusion some more." "What do you all intend to do?" "All right, since you need to study, go and practice cultivation in peace." "Don't worry about us," Ho Chang Lin said to Lin Feng. "Dad, we'll be around waiting for you," said Jitian. "All right," Lin Feng nodded. He left them, heading to a quiet room and then going into his own world. Up in the sky, Lin Feng created a pavilion where he could practice cultivation without being disturbed. He could also study his own world there. In the outside world, 500 years had passed. In Lin Feng's world, time initially passed 800% faster and gradually it increased to more than 1000%. Therefore, thousands of years had passed inside. It had already turned into a continent. There were many cities and cultivators everywhere. In Lin Feng's previous life, 5,000 years were long enough for a country to become a civilization with a culture. It was a very, very long time. Those years, Lin Feng helped his saints become stronger. He had them do various things to improve his own world, and took them as disciples. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2488 Ruler's Godly Imprint. Chapter 2488 Ruler's Godly Imprint. Edited by Red. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged in his pavilion. In his world, he was a god. Now, he could do almost anything in his world. He had changed it a lot. The chi in his own world had become mysterious and powerful. In front of him, there were all sorts of strengths, which turned into rivers and flowed towards him. Condense, said Lin Feng. The rivers collided together and condensed. Dazzling golden lights appeared in the sky. They looked like lights of righteousness, noble as a god's halo. Lin Feng was god in his world, but his original strengths hadn't all reached the maximum level. They were just extremely pure and had turned into a special god's strength. Even if the strengths were not at the maximum level, they were still powerful, and they increased as Lin Feng became stronger. As he studied, his original strengths also became more powerful. These years, Lin Feng had generated more and more clones. They practiced cultivation everywhere, and they studied all sorts of things. Only his real body practiced things which were really specific to him, including things related to his own world. He also wanted to create a godly spell. He had started, but it was still rudimentary. He hadn't managed to finish it. However, after the recent battles, he had almost died, and it had allowed him to understand how to make time stop. Therefore, he had decided to meditate in seclusion. If Ho Ching Lin and the others hadn't come to visit him, he wouldn't have come out. But he had had a great time with his friends. They had talked about all sorts of things, and it had also helped him understand a few things, so it had been beneficial for his cultivation. Perseverance was important. In the world of cultivation, people were usually cold and detached, emotionless. They only cared about their own interests. Lin Feng had gone through so much in life, but he had never become emotionless or heartless. He had compassion, he had feelings. He was attached to his feelings, and he didn't want to give them up, so it was also a way for him to persevere. He wanted to be true to himself no matter what. He didn't want to go against his own convictions. To progress on the path of cultivation, several things were important all along that journey. In the star world, the god had transmitted knowledge to him because he had studied celestial Tao. He hadn't gone against his own convictions, he was true to himself, and he had received extensive knowledge and a profound scholarship. When he had become a saint, he had decided to be true to himself too, just like Saint Emperor Freeze, who had decided to return to the source. Chu Chun Xiu had actually done the same. He had remained true to himself by going against the will of heaven. He had become his own god, a bit like Lin Feng. When you understand celestial Tao, you remain true to yourself and you can create your own self, whispered Lin Feng. His state of mind became extremely particular, and he started dreaming. He experienced a lot in that dream. Time passed. He studied and experienced many other people's lives. He studied all sorts of strengths. He studied the celestial evolution, holy scriptures, demon skills, the ancient holy techniques, and in his dream, everything flowered briefly like the broad-leaved epiphyllum. Many years passed. In his mind, Lin Feng saw many dazzling stars. Great imperial and imperial chi appeared and intertwined. Lin Feng transformed them. They looked like ancient imprints. A chessboard made of stars appeared. They had their own pulsations, their own patterns, and yet blended into nature. It continued for 3 years, but Lin Feng didn't notice that. Of course, because time was different in his world, in the outside world, only a few months passed. On that day, Lin Feng opened his eyes and dazzling golden lights flashed. He was surrounded by a saint's aura. He looked solemn, his chi looked noble, and resembled nature itself. His energies were of the highest quality. Lin Feng's whole body had changed. In order to transmit a saint's technique, you need to use your godly awareness, so nobody can steal or study my saint's technique. If I want to transmit this one, I must transmit it using my godly awareness, he murmured. A saint's technique had to be transmitted using godly awareness, otherwise the receiver wasn't able to grasp the details. I'm a god here, everything is like an imprint I created. Therefore, I will call this attack my ruler's godly imprint. He declared. The ruler's godly imprint could replace the god's sword, it was much more powerful. When Lin Feng thought about it, he inspected the whole world, and went to the holy place of Shuiyu. The empire of Shuiyu had become a place with many extremely strong cultivators. It had become much bigger, too. Shuiyu was as big as a city of the continent of the 9 clouds. There were many saints there. Saint emperors were also quite common. Emperors were considered weak. There were trillions of them. Lin Feng arrived in Shuiyu and spent some time with his family members. He also convoked the saints of Shuiyu and taught them various things. The saints of Shuiyu considered Lin Feng a god. They all bowed before him. Lin Feng brought his two sons to his world. Then he attended to the Divine Wrath Shrine. There were still many incredible battles in the continent of the Nine Clouds. The different influential groups of the continent were relentless. They all wanted to become stronger, and they all wanted to take advantage of those chaotic times to rise. Lin Feng went up to a saint of the Divine Wrath Shrine and asked, "What does the situation of the shrines look like now?" Back then, the Empty Space Shrines Alliance lost. The Empty Space Shrine wanted to use the Wind Shrine's precious treasure. Two saints from the Wind Shrine remained and they didn't agree, but the Empty Space Shrine's leader killed them instantly. At the same time, the Empty Space Shrine's leader sent people to kill some others from their own alliance who didn't agree with him. The other shrines of their alliance didn't want to offend the Empty Space Shrine's leader anymore. The celestial ceiling map was broken. The Wind Shrine's ultimate weapon was a kind of substitute. If they continue having inner conflicts, they'll become weaker and weaker. The Empty Space Shrine's alliance had a few inner conflicts, and the Fortune Shrine attacked them a few times, but the losses were too important. Now, if the Empty Space Shrine's alliance fights against the Fortune Shrine's alliance, they'll both suffer great losses. Nobody has the advantage anymore. There's an equilibrium in the balance of power now. In the Imperial Court of the continent of the Nine Clouds, the influential groups are all competing. There are a few incredible cultivators, especially one of them, Shu Chunxiu, who used to be a member of the Fortune Shrine. He's turned into a gigantic demon. He can now destroy entire sects or clans instantly. When he does so, he absorbs their strong cultivators' vitality. He created an incredibly powerful sky-absorbing saints technique and can absorb people's strength. It is said that he has already killed and absorbed the strength of billions of people, and he started 500 years ago. Now his victims are just stronger and stronger. Many strong cultivators in the continent of the Nine Clouds are watching him. When Lin Feng heard that, he shivered. Shu Chunxiu had decided to become a real destructive demon. He just killed anyone as long as he could become stronger. How dangerous. Alright, I understand, Lin Feng nodded. The news that he had stopped meditating in seclusion quickly spread. A few months later, the king of the 10,000 beasts came to see Lin Feng. He asked Lin Feng, "How come you didn't tell us you had stopped meditating in seclusion?" Lin Feng smiled, "Brother, do you need my help? Back in the days, we agreed we'd destroy our enemies. We said we would stand at the very top of the world. Now we have an opportunity, so of course I came to see you. What do you think?" said the king of the 10,000 beasts. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. He asked, "What is your idea?" "Right now, the Fire Shrine and the others are already extremely weak. I want to attack both the Fire Shrine and the Dazzling Gold Shrine at the same time. This time, we'll crush the Dazzling Gold Shrine and we'll cut the Fire Shrine's wings. What do you think?" the king of the 10,000 beasts asked. Lin Feng was surprised. "We can't let the same thing as last time happen this time. I will send my people to the Fire Shrine to watch them. When we're sure, we can attack," said the king of the 10,000 beasts sharply. Lin Feng sighed, his eyes glittered, and he said, "Alright, I'll convoke the members of the Divine Wrath Shrine. Let's get ready to go to the Dazzling Gold Shrine. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 2489, Champions Battling. Chapter 2489, Champions Battling. Edited by Red. The Dazzling Gold Shrine was not very lucky. They had been attacked several times, but at the same time, they didn't collapse completely. The Fire Shrine helped them survive. Lin Feng had turned into someone else, and the king of the 10,000 beasts had done the same thing. They were both walking around like ordinary people near the Dazzling Gold Shrine. The king of the 10,000 beasts' illusion abilities were really good. When we attack, they'll use the teleportation portals. Then, the World Clan will attack. You can waste some time. I will send some people to guard the teleportation portals, and after that, we can destroy them. Then, we can wipe the Dazzling Gold Shrine off the maps of the continent of the Nine Clouds forever, the king of the 10,000 beasts told Lin Feng telepathically. If anyone around them had heard that, they would have been astonished. The king of the 10,000 beasts sounded quite casual, as if wiping a shrine off the map of the continent was something normal. "Alright," said Lin Feng nodded. If the Fire Shrine and their allies had given up their fortresses, they could have survived longer, but they hadn't, and in such circumstances, their enemies could attack them more easily. When a shrine weakened, their enemies never missed the opportunity to attack and destroy them. Now it was time to settle some accounts. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the castles in the sky. He remembered back then what the king of the 10,000 beasts had told them. Who would ever disdain them if they stood at the very top? Finally, it was time to rise to the very top. There, it's going to start, said the king of the 10,000 beasts. After a short time, an incredible empty space strength emerged from a castle. Lights flashed and dashed to the skies. Someone was using the teleportation portal. Come out. Suddenly, world lights rolled through the sky. People came out of world coffins, and she invaded the space. It happened so suddenly that the members of the dazzling gold shrine were extremely nervous. Suddenly, the world coffins descended from the sky and attacked people. Many people died instantly. More world lights emerged from the world clan's army and surrounded the whole dazzling gold shrine. They continued slaughtering people. They were merciless. Those were the rules of war. If they didn't kill, they would get killed, just like the soul shrine back then. They had to completely annihilate their enemies, otherwise they would come back to life and then they'd be able to get their revenge, just like the world clan. If the world clan had been completely destroyed back then, they wouldn't have been able to come back to life, and now they were destroying their old enemies. In the sky, more empty space strength undulated, and the king of the 10,000 beasts whispered, "They're back, let's go." He turned into a beam of light and disappeared. Lin Feng was watching with his godly awareness, so he could see everything. Very quickly, the king of the 10,000 beasts people destroyed the teleportation portals of the dazzling gold shrine. The king of the 10,000 beasts was in the sky, and cast an escape-proof net of strength to seal the area. World lights glittered and formed a vortex that was the only exit. Only the king of the 10,000 beasts could have such powerful world lights, thought Lin Feng. Figures appeared all around, all strong cultivators from the divine wrath shrine. They moved quickly in all directions. At the same time, Lin Feng flew up and landed on a castle's roof. He could see all the battles from there. The dazzling gold shrine's leader's face was deathly pale. He saw Lin Feng, who had transformed again. This time, Lin Feng's face was his real face. He returned to his normal face. Lin Feng, you created the divine wrath shrine, why do you join hands with them to slaughter us? Aren't you afraid? After you destroy us, I think the Fortune Shrine's alliance will destroy you, and the Divine Wrath Shrine, said the dazzling gold shrine's leader icily, staring at Lin Feng. You remember the sky-destroying sword in the Fortune Shrine, and the Rock King's surprise attack? If I weren't lucky, I'd be dead already, said Lin Feng calmly. He even looked indifferent. Since it's that way, go ahead and die, then. The dazzling gold shrine's leader took out the sky-destroying sword, a sharp chi filling the air. The dazzling gold shrine's leader flew up and threw himself at Lin Feng. Time, stand still, said Lin Feng icily. Everything stopped around him, even the destructive sword lights stopped. Lin Feng slowly walked towards the dazzling gold shrine's leader. Time had stopped and he looked extremely fast. Lin Feng released an incredible strength, millions of ancient imprints appearing. It was ruler's strength, noble and supreme. It condensed and absorbed the chi of the earth and the sky. The ancient imprints looked like the marks of the gods. The dazzling gold shrine's leader came back to awareness, his sky-destroying sword continued moving. It contained ultimate strength and explosive power. On the ground, saints were fighting and chi exploded everywhere. Bodies exploded as saints died. What an incredible battle! Surprisingly, he can resist an ultimate weapon, fought the members of the dazzling gold shrine on the ground. A disaster had befallen them, their leader who had an ultimate weapon was their only hope. However, Lin Feng could resist their leader, he was terrifying. Only a god can rule over the world, said Lin Feng. He was standing in the sky, and looked like an immortal god. Heavy ruler's godly imprints kept bombarding the space. The dazzling gold shrine's leader felt oppressed, his heart was pounding, and he was getting more and more nervous, grasping his sword firmly for reassurance. He shouted, and the space around him became golden, but Lin Feng's god's strength absorbed them right away. At the same time, the dazzling gold shrine's leader had the impression time had stopped, his sword couldn't move forwards. You can't destroy me, shouted the shrine's leader. He turned golden, looking like an ancient statue. The ruler's godly imprints bombarded his body, and he trembled. The ruler's godly imprints contained a supreme strength, including fusions of original strengths at the maximum level. Lin Feng's ruler's godly imprints contained the strength of the 10,000 things of creation. The golden body crackled with almost musical notes as it began to break. The dazzling gold shrine's leader shouted desperately, "No!" His body exploded into a million pieces. The river of imprints swept him away and he vanished. A shrine's leader had just died. People on the ground were astonished, their hearts pounding. Their leader was dead. What kind of attack was that? It was so explosive. He can now kill shrines leaders, cultivators who stand at the top of the continent of the 9 clouds, cried the members of the dazzling gold shrine. They realized it was their judgment day. Lin Feng took the sky-destroying sword. He glanced around and continued walking forwards. He released Ruler's godly imprints into the area around him. A peerless cultivator didn't have time to escape and exploded. The peerless cultivator of the World Clan facing him was astonished, staring at Lin Feng and remaining motionless. Lin Feng's strength was too incredible. Lin Feng's attack was supreme. It was already more powerful than a peerless saint's attack. Go and clear up the mess, murmured Lin Feng. The World Clan and the Divine Wrath Shrine had joined hands to destroy the Dazzling Gold Shrine, and the Dazzling Gold Shrine's leader was dead. In a short time, the Dazzling Gold Shrine was wiped off the maps of the continent of the Nine Clouds. The king of the 10,000 beasts landed next to Lin Feng and said, "I've always known you'd become that strong. I am not going to destroy the teleportation portals, then. We can use them and continue. Don't worry. Pick everything up," said Lin Feng calmly. The king of the 10,000 beasts nodded. He knew that after that battle, Lin Feng would become a legendary cultivator of the continent of the Nine Clouds. "Father!" Jatian's silhouette flickered and he arrived next to Lin Feng, looking pleasantly surprised. His father was so strong. "Let's go," said Lin Feng. They left the Dazzling Gold Shrine, which had been completely razed to the ground. That was one less legendary shrine in the continent of the Nine Clouds. The battle at the Dazzling Gold Shrine amazed the entire continent of the Nine Clouds. It became a symbol, a sign that a nightmare had started for the shrines. The forbidden body had shown up, and everything in the continent changed. Lin Feng quickly became a legend in the continent of the Nine Clouds. People started considering him as a god. Nobody had thought that someone could become so strong, so quickly. He had made a great show of his talents, he was the forbidden person. Nobody could compete with him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2490, Decisive Battle. Chapter 2490, Decisive Battle. Edited by Red. The Fire Shrine's alliance was shaken. The Wind Shrine had been destroyed, now the Dazzling Gold Shrine had been destroyed. The Divine Wrath Shrine had risen and their leader was considered a god by many. He could kill shrines' leaders who had ultimate weapons. The 7 Shrines Alliance members who remained were panic-stricken, scared their judgment day had come. The 5 Shrines leaders gathered in the Fire Shrine, they didn't know what to think. "What should we do now?" asked the Thunder Shrine's leader after a long time. He was an incredible cultivator, but at that moment, he looked scared and dispirited. Were they going to be destroyed as well? "I invited the strongest cultivators of the Rock Clan to gather here. Let's wait for them to arrive," said the Fire Shrine's leader calmly. "We should give up and escape." "How could I give up my shrine?" "We're extremely powerful," said the Demon Shrine's leader icily. "I want to fight." "We're 5 shrines, we still have 5 ultimate weapons. With the members of the Rock Clan, we are definitely stronger," said the Ice and Snow Shrine's leader. The eyes of the Empty Space Shrines and the Thunder Shrine's leaders glittered. They had to come up with a decision, but in any case, they had already reached a point of no return. According to rumors, Lin Feng has already become stronger than peerless saints. "How could we win against him?" said the Thunder Shrine's leader. He has completely transcended worldliness and become a god?" said the Fire Shrine's leader looking at him. "You think that if a god wants to kill you, you can just escape and hide? Besides, do you really believe he could have become a god? Impossible. He's just a strong peerless saint because he fused lots of special original strengths together, and then he created some powerful attacks. As long as he's a peerless saint, we can kill him. The thing is that he can almost make time stop, we just have to be very careful. The problem is when he manages to use that technique on us, he can easily attack us while we're powerless, we just have to be careful and we won't end up like the Dazzling Gold Shrine's leader." Everybody nodded. They had to fight. The news that the Fire Shrine's Alliance wanted to have a final battle against the Divine Wrath Shrine and the Fortune Shrine's Alliance quickly spread throughout the continent of the Nine Clouds. Everybody in the continent of the Nine Clouds was watching the Fire Shrine. The final battle of the continent of the Nine Clouds, who would finish at the top? Of course, the Fortune Shrine's Alliance and the Divine Wrath Shrine heard about it, too. Lin Feng was in the former territory of the Fortune Shrine. There were many strong cultivators in a palace there. When Lin Feng arrived, he saw the Fortune Shrine's leader and the others, their fortune robes were fluttering in the wind. The Fortune Shrine's leader and the diviner glanced at one another. Something unusual was going on, everybody could feel it. Lin Feng frowned and slowly walked forwards. "What's the matter, teacher?" "Nothing. Lin Feng, don't get involved. I have a bad premonition. My visions are ominous, said the diviner. The Fortune Shrine's leader looked nervous. He looked glum and said icily, move back. The diviner looked at the leader and said indifferently, Leader, please revoke your order. Insolent! Shouted the Fortune Shrine's leader icily. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He jumped forwards, the diviner groaned with pain and took steps backwards. Lin Feng was startled and asked, Teacher, what happened? Lin Feng, stay away from the Fortune Shrine, said the diviner, smiling at Lin Feng. Someone looked at him icily. I would love to know how well you hid your real strength, said the Fortune Shrine's leader. He jumped forwards and threw his hand at the diviner. Stop! Shouted Lin Feng icily, his facial expression changing darkly. Time, stand still. Time stopped. Lin Feng moved towards the diviner at the speed of light, landing next to him and threw his hand at the leader's hand which was moving towards the diviner. Time became normal again. People were stunned. How could there be an internal conflict at the time of a decisive battle? Good boy, Maradeva. Mandate of heaven, die! Shouted the Fortune Shrine's leader icily. Destiny strength surrounded the diviner, and he screamed, he couldn't compete with the Fortune Shrine's leader. I am not afraid of death. That being the case, I hope that you can go against the principles of heaven, leader, said the diviner. His silhouette became illusory, he could die at any second. Lin Feng was furious. He stopped time again and moved like the wind. He released Ruler's godly imprints, which turned into sharp swords and shot towards the Fortune Shrine's leader. Time had thoroughly stopped at that moment. Lin Feng took out a sharp sword which shot towards the Fortune Shrine's leader. The Fortune Shrine's leader was looking at Lin Feng calmly, he didn't resist. Lin Feng! Shouted voices furiously. Lin Feng's hand struck the Fortune Shrine's leader's shoulder, which burst apart, blood going everywhere. However, the leader was still staring at Lin Feng. If you kill me, then it's the will of heaven, and I won't be mad at you, said the Fortune Shrine's leader calmly. Lin Feng shouted furiously, what is going on? Take it, said the Fortune Shrine's leader, smiling at Lin Feng. He gave Lin Feng something and said, everybody, I am not going to join the decisive battle. From now on, the members of the Fortune Shrine can listen to Lin Feng. Respect Lin Feng like you respect me. I also hope that the Earth Shrine and the Celestial Sound Shrine can join hands with the Divine Wrath Shrine, and that you will be able to destroy the Fire Shrine. Lin Feng remained silent. He took what the leader had given to him and turned around, looking at the diviner. Don't go, said the diviner, shaking his head. I don't want anything to happen to you, teacher, said Lin Feng. He rose up in the air and ordered, let's go. Everybody followed him, including the members of the Fortune Shrine. They all flew towards the Fire Shrine. People in Fortune City looked at the cultivators in the sky and shivered. Was it time for the decisive battle? The Fire Shrine's strong cultivators had already gathered in a battle formation, waiting for them. A strong wind started blowing, and the atmosphere became oppressive. Every cultivator who wasn't involved fled. It was far too dangerous there. Die, said Lin Feng. The strong cultivators behind him didn't dare move too fast. If one person was too far out in the front, they could get surrounded easily. Great Celestial Seal, said someone. The earth and sky seemed to freeze. Everybody found it difficult to move. It was the power of an ultimate weapon. Time, stand still, said Lin Feng. All the attacks stopped moving. The old ox and Lin Feng destroyed the attacks which had stopped in the sky. Time became normal again. Zizhu said, time, freeze. The strong cultivators of the Fire Shrine's alliance had started moving again, but now they stopped again. Lin Feng looked at a peerless saint aggressively, like an angry god. That figure turned into a beam of light, the ruler's godly imprints made space tremble and surrounded that cultivator. When the crowd saw Lin Feng's attack, they were astonished, he looked like an almighty god. Everybody was shaking violently, they didn't dare get too close to him. Thunder Shrine leader, attack him with your hammer, said the Fire Shrine leader. The Thunder Shrine leader was surrounded by celestial lightning, a terrifying lightning strength thundered around him. Empty Space Shrine leader, let's join hands, said the Ice and Snow Shrine leader. They both flew towards a peerless saint of the Divine Wrath Shrine. Empty space, freeze. Great Celestial Seal, shouted the two cultivators. Then they stopped, the Empty Space Shrine's leader disappeared and reappeared in front of someone. He threw his fist at him, and the space broke around him. A cultivator also released an ice and frost attack. The Ice and Frost Shrine's leader had also used his terrifying ultimate weapon and killed a strong cultivator. When the leaders of two shrines joined hands, their power was explosive. Earth Shrine Leader, fight against the Thunder Shrine Leader. Celestial Sound Shrine Leader, fight against the Fire Shrine Leader. Saintly Emperor Shi the Demon, fight against the Demon Shrine Leader. Zizhu and Brother Ox, follow me, said Lin Feng, moving towards the Ice and Frost Shrine and the Empty Space Shrine leaders. Zizhu and the Old Ox followed him. They were both incredible warriors. With Lin Feng, they could probably destroy their enemies easily. At that moment, whistles from extreme speed could be heard. In the distance, a group of gigantic rocks appeared. The leader of the group was the Rock King. We knew you'd come. World lights flashed in the sky. A group of godly dragons appeared, King Dragon leading them. King Rock, you thought you were using them and in the end they used you, how ridiculous, said King Dragon mockingly. The Rock King's eyes looked sharp at the humiliation. He was the fastest creature in the continent of the 9 clouds, nobody dared make fun of him. Who would dare fight against him alone? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2491 Acknowledge Allegiance. Chapter 2491 Acknowledge Allegiance. Edited by Red. People on the ground saw the members of the Rock Clan and the Dragon Clan fighting. The two great animal clans were also participating in this battle. The fate of the continent of the 9 clouds was at stake. Lin Feng, Zizhu, and the Old Ox continued flying towards the Empty Space Shrine Leader and the Ice and Frost Shrine Leader. Those 5 cultivators already held the lives countless powerful cultivators in their hands. They were dangerous. The Empty Space Shrine and the Ice and Snow Shrine leaders watched their 3 enemies. They couldn't help but withdraw in fear. Curse, said Lin Feng. Cursing strength appeared in front of him, and he also created a few clones. His cursing strength turned into a river, corroding the enemy's luck in life. Combining cursing strength with water made it flow with even more power. Everybody around felt sick. Empty Space Shrine Leader, don't you have 2 ultimate weapons? Take them out, said the Ice and Snow Shrine Leader. The celestial ceiling map is broken. I can't fix it, and I didn't manage to modify the other one, so I can't use it properly, said the Empty Space Shrine Leader, annoyed. Time strength appeared around them as the Old Ox attacked. Zizhu, called Lin Feng. Zizhu understood, and time froze. Lin Feng and the Old Ox attacked at the same time. Great Celestial Seal, shouted the Ice and Snow Shrine Leader coldly. His ultimate weapon floated out in front of him. Break, shouted Lin Feng, releasing his ruler's godly imprints, which seemed like they could break anything. The Great Celestial Seal undulated and crackled under Lin Feng's overlapping attacks. At the same time, he continued moving forward, looking like an ancient god. Who could compete with him? The Empty Space Shrine Leader was frightened, and released empty space strength to surround himself. He was trying to penetrate into another space. Time, stand still, said Lin Feng. Everything stopped moving around him. Lin Feng charged at the Empty Space Shrine Leader. He landed in front of the man and released his ruler's godly imprints again. The Empty Space Shrine Leader's face turned deathly pale. Time became normal again, and he immediately released empty space, trying to isolate himself from the outside world. The ruler's godly imprints smashed into the space around Lin Feng with brutal explosions, space trembled and the sky seemed about to collapse. The empty space was shattered. The Empty Space Shrine Leader looked terrified, he couldn't escape. Time condensation. Zizhu attacked the Empty Space Shrine Leader as well, which slowed the latter down. At the same time, the Old Ox and Lin Feng accelerated as Lin Feng released fast strength. At this moment, Lin Feng was much faster than the Empty Space Shrine Leader. Destroy. Lin Feng continued attacking the Empty Space Shrine Leader with imprints. The Empty Space Shrine Leader tried to isolate himself in another space again. However, his empty space strength broke apart instantly. He was at a dead end, and had nowhere to escape to. The peerless god's strength surrounded him, his body exploded into a billion pieces, and he vanished. He was dead. The hearts of those watching pounded violently in astonishment. Lin Feng's strength had become extreme. Nobody could fight against him alone anymore. With the help of Zizhu and the Old Ox, it was even more incredible, the trio looked like killing gods. Nobody could stop them. What should we do? The Thunder Shrine Leader cried out while attacking, the Earth Shrine Leader blocking him. Another Shrine Leader had died. How tragic. He turned around and saw the Fire Shrine Leader and the Demon Shrine Leader. They didn't want to fight anymore, they knew they could die anytime. Their enemies were too strong. What he saw made him speechless. The strong cultivators who had charged forth under a hail of attacks were all members of the Empty Space Shrine and the Thunder Shrine. The three other shrines were trying to escape. They didn't fight. Back! Shouted the Thunder Shrine leader furiously. He realized that apart from him, only two peerless saints were left among the strong cultivators of the Thunder Shrine. Ha ha! How awesome! Shouted the Earth Shrine leader happily. They could finally compete with their enemies. Back! It's a battle to the death. The leader of the continent of the Nine Clouds will be determined at the end of this battle, said the Fire Shrine leader coldly. The Thunder Shrine leader was furious and shouted, Xiangyang, what is that supposed to mean? But after this battle, we'll know who the new leader of the continent of the Nine Clouds is, stated the Fire Shrine leader coldly. Those watching were appalled. He was clearly in a position of weakness and he dared act that arrogantly. During the battle in the ancient past, a god died. Now it's different, a god is going to rise. A forbidden person is rising, but just who is going to become a god? Shouted the Fire Shrine leader. His voice reverberated far, far away. The Fire Shrine leader was extraordinarily old, a very ancient shrine leader, just like the Fortune Shrine leader. They were both incredibly strong. But Lin Feng, a forbidden person, was rising at the speed of light. Why was the Fire Shrine leader still so confident and arrogant? At that moment, the crowd's attention turned to the Ice and Snow Shrine leader, who had arrived next to him. Are you ready? Asked the Fire Shrine leader. I've been practicing the godly skills for such a long time, all for today, right? I will do my best to stand at the very top of the continent of the Nine Clouds, said the Ice and Snow Shrine calmly. We've been patient for so many years. Since we weren't talented enough to become gods, we have to rely on our own strength to make things change in this world. From now on, you and I will become the gods of this world, shouted the Fire Shrine leader. His hand streaked across the sky, and his flames started burning. Manifold flames dazzled and sparkled around him, a magnificent sight. His chi was as hot as the sun. He was fire itself. The Ice and Snow Shrine leader did the same thing, his hand streaked across the sky. His body turned into ice, becoming almost invisible. His body was extremely cold, cold enough to freeze time and space. Patterns appeared between them and condensed. They turned into 8 dazzling trigrams, yin and yang. Yin, yang. The crowd shook violently. The existence of the 10,000 things of creation was closely related to yin and yang. They were the source of all things. The earth and sky, the sun and the moon, coldness and heat, men and women, everything had a dual nature because of yin and yang. The Fire Shrine leader had studied Yang strength while the Ice and Snow Shrine leader had studied Yin strength, and now they were fusing their strengths together. Hurry up and stop them! Shouted the old ox. His facial expression had changed drastically. Lin Feng was stupefied and shouted furiously, Time, stop! Lin Feng bombarded that area with a chronal attack. The 8 trigrams pattern flashed and defied his power. He could only grimace. It's useless. Everything exists because of yin and yang. Cultivators have to fuse 2 sorts of original strengths together to become peerless saints, probably due to the nature of life, to yin and yang. Life and death, fire and water, everything is yin and yang. We've both been practicing yin and yang strengths for countless years. We knew we couldn't become gods on our own, but we also knew that ancient gods had left yin and yang godly skills and techniques, so we decided to study yin and yang strengths together. Thanks to you, the forbidden person, we finally managed to master the technique. Now we can modify yin and yang strength, and from now on, we'll be the new gods of the continent of the Nine Clouds. The Fire Shrine and Ice and Snow Shrine leaders said in eerie unison. They sounded exactly the same, they had turned into one person. It was astonishing to see. Just for more strength, they had decided to learn a technique which defied the laws of the world. Those 2 shrines leaders didn't care about anything anymore, they were willing to do anything to become stronger. You two are good actors. You didn't want other people to understand your plans. I see, who would have thought that you were insane? Said the Earth Shrine leader, pulling a long face. The 2 shrine leaders glanced at each other and smiled. We chose to walk the path of cultivation, and the most important thing for a cultivator is to become the strongest one in the world. The forbidden body appeared in the world, which means that a god is missing. If he dies, I'll become a god. The 2 shrine leaders were fusing together. An incredible strength surrounded them and began to expand. Yin and Yang were fusing together in their new body, a perfect fusion. The Fire Shrine and the Ice and Snow Shrine cultivators were totally dumbfounded. They had no idea such a thing would happen. A strange light appeared in the sky, a river of yin and yang strengths appeared. She transformed and penetrated into their bodies, and they joined together. The fusion of the two cultivators opened his eyes. There was a new body, a new chi. That new cultivator didn't look as aggressive as the shrine leaders. He looked every bit as incredible as Lin Feng, like a king and a god. From now on, I'm a supreme cultivator, I'm Ice Fire. I'm the supreme cultivator of the continent of the 9 clouds, said the man, smiling proudly. I'll spare the lives of those who obey my orders, said Icefire regally. He wanted everybody to acknowledge allegiance to him. He would forget and not bear recriminations against those who submitted, no matter whether they were their enemies in the past or not. Everybody remained silent. Icefire smiled. People still didn't seem to understand, it seemed. Icefire looked at someone and flashed away. Die. Icefire pointed at the peerless saint, and suddenly yin and yang chi turned into an incredible dragon. The man's face turned deathly pale. The yin and yang dragon absorbed him, and he immediately perished. A peerless saint had just died in the blink of an eye. As the cultivator disappeared, Icefire glanced around with his godly awareness. He looked like a conquering hero, wanting the whole world to serve him as his subjects. Greetings, Supreme Cultivator! Cried out the members of the Fire Shrine and the Ice and Snow Shrine as they submitted. Their leaders had fused together, so they could accept him as a new leader without qualms. Greetings, Supreme Cultivator! After that, the members of the Empty Space Shrine acknowledged allegiance to him. Greetings, Supreme Cultivator! The Thunder Shrine cultivators also bowed. Icefire turned his eyes on the Thunder Shrine leader, whose face stiffened. The yin and yang chi made him lower his head, and he said, Greetings, Supreme Cultivator Icefire. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2492 Listen to my orders. Chapter 2492 Listen to my orders. Edited by Red. Ha, good. Laughed Icefire, glancing at the crowd and cackling gleefully. He said to the crowd, From now on, everybody must obey me. I am the new king of the continent of the 9 clouds. Only one system will exist now in the continent of the 9 clouds. How ambitious. He wants one system in the continent of the 9 clouds. He wants all the shrines to submit and become his subjects. He wants to be the only ruler of the continent of the 9 clouds, thought the Thunder Shrine leader. The two leaders had made great efforts for such a long time, all for this moment. The members of the Fire Shrine Alliance didn't dare go against the will of Icefire. Now, he wanted to make the members of the Fortune Shrine Alliance submit too. Icefire slowly turned to Lin Feng and the others, and said coldly. Apart from Lin Feng and the members of the Fortune Shrine, you others can submit and I won't kill you. He was definitely going to kill Lin Feng, who had a forbidden body, as a god couldn't let Lin Feng live. The Fire Shrine leader was one of the oldest shrine's leaders. He had heard about the battle of the ancient past, and before the god of the Fortune Shrine had died, he had left a prophecy. If someone with a forbidden body appeared someday, they'd have the potential to become a god, so no shrine would let him live. However, what if the forbidden person died? Then who would become the god? Lin Feng, yin, and yang are the source of the 5 elements. The power of yin and yang chi is almighty. He's already stronger than a peerless saint. We must think of a solution to escape, the old ox said to Lin Feng telepathically. Lin Feng's heart twitched, but he said calmly. If anyone wants to surrender and pay allegiance to him, I won't blame them. Bullshit. That thing is not even a human anymore. I would never surrender and pay allegiance to him. I prefer battling to death, said the Earth Shrine leader coldly. Icefire smiled sinisterly and said, Wait for your destruction then. Icefire, spoke up Zizhu suddenly. Icefire glanced at him. The world is not as simple as you think. Do you think you have no enemies anymore just because you understand yin and yang chi? Do you think you can do anything? Said Zizhu calmly. Icefire glared at him and replied, I'd love to see who can compete with me. If I lose this battle, no matter what you guys do, I won't blame you. And if you don't want to serve him as his subject, then leave while I'm fighting, said Lin Feng. He rose up in the air and retreated as fast as he could, disappearing and reappearing far away in the horizon. Where are you going? Asked Icefire, smiling coldly. He wanted to kill Lin Feng, how could he let him escape? The crowd quickly realized Lin Feng was trying to buy time to protect the others. Let's go! Shouted Zizhu. They left. Nobody dared stop them. After all, if Icefire wasn't there, Lin Feng's team would have been stronger. Lin Feng and Icefire suddenly appeared high up in the sky. Lin Feng said coldly, "Time, stand still." Time stopped, and he threw himself at Icefire. However, his enemy's yin and yang qi surged, modifying space around him. All sorts of strengths were inside his energies. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. An incredible amount of cursing qi turned into a river and flowed out. At the same time, his god qi turned into dazzling ruler's godly imprints, descending from the sky and oppressing everything. Icefire smiled coldly. His qi was also a noble king qi. He acknowledged that the forbidden strength was incredible. No wonder peerless saints couldn't withstand a single attack. The forbidden person was truly incredibly strong. However, he had practiced yin and yang qi, and he was stronger than peerless saints as well. His yin and yang qi attack collided with Lin Feng's ruler's godly imprints. The yin and yang qi exploded, turning into two threads of energies moving left and right. They morphed into dragon heads containing millions of different kinds of strengths. The ruler's godly imprints gradually broke apart, and the yin and yang qi continued moving forwards. "Slow," said Lin Feng. He retreated quickly, grimacing. "You've become so strong, that's quite rare. However, you will die today, it's your destiny," declared Icefire arrogantly. Ice energy froze the space around them. He used the great celestial seal and fused it together with yin and yang qi. Icefire flickered, he moved as fast as lightning and charged at Lin Feng. A strange kind of strength emerged around his body. After that, Icefire had the impression he was being taken to another world, a misty world. Icefire didn't understand. "Splendid. The forbidden body has a world. I really want to absorb you and turn my body into a forbidden body." Icefire had practiced for so many years. Both leaders had practiced that set of skills for countless centuries. They had gone through so many hardships. Lin Feng had been talented since birth. He was jealous, and he wanted to kill Lin Feng. "Die!" An incredible amount of cursing strength turned into an earth-shattering ocean, roaring as it hurtled towards Icefire. Lin Feng was even stronger in his own world. Yin and yang qi are the most original source of energies in the world, even in your world, shouted Icefire furiously. He gazed at the incoming ocean, and ice and fire dragons emerged from his body. At the same time, he continued moving toward Lin Feng and threw his fist at him. Lin Feng released ruler's godly imprints to collide with him. However, Icefire suddenly turned around and threw his fist out behind him. There was a tremendous rumble, and the whole world around them shook, on the verge of collapse. Many of the people living there sensed something abnormal was happening. "Lin Feng, your illusion technique is powerful, but with my current strength, you can't do much against me. I understand now because when our fists collided a moment before, your real body turned into an empty space illusion. You probably fused illusion and empty space original strengths together to create that attack. When people are fighting against you, they don't notice it because they're never prepared well enough against such a fusion of attacks," said Icefire. One of his eyes was filled with yang energy and the other one with yin energy. They could absorb all sorts of strength. "You're strong here, but today, I will destroy your world," shouted Icefire, spitting out the strength of the earth and sky. An incredible amount of energy struck the fabric of the world with soul-quaking thunder. Lin Feng was furious, releasing time strength to move faster. At the same time, he also released time strength to slow down his enemy. His god's sword appeared in his left hand as he moved as fast as lightning. He looked like a fearless god, not caring about anything anymore. This battle was too important. His body started to burn with power. Lin Feng released a peerless strength, the true power of a forbidden person. Icefire's yin and yang qi swirled into a celestial curtain which could destroy anything. Both cultivators' attacks collided, and at that moment, Lin Feng disappeared. The whole world shook violently. Many people raised their heads and looked at the sky, not understanding what was going on. Were gods fighting? A hole appeared in the sky, and Lin Feng coughed up blood. Each time the world shook, his body shuddered. He was injured. However, he continued fighting this crazy battle. Icefire could see Lin Feng's images everywhere in the sky. He was shocked, as his own robe had bloodstains on it now. His heart shook, realizing Lin Feng had gone berserk, and was terrifyingly strong. Lin Feng released cursing strength to corrode away Icefire's life. Icefire wasn't badly injured yet, but Lin Feng was going insane, so he had to use his full strength. He had to create the best yin and yang attack he could to protect himself. That time strength was still influencing his speed, otherwise, Lin Feng wouldn't have been able to pose a threat to him. On top of that, in this world, Lin Feng's strength was multiplied. "Die, die, die!" shouted a voice. The whole world shuddered. People in the palace of Shuiyu were nervous as they looked at the sky. There was only one possibility: Lin Feng, the god of the world, was fighting against someone, and his enemy was extremely strong. Thunder crashed, and she descended from the sky. The ground was shaking non-stop, and many buildings came crashing down. Finally, some people heard someone shout, "Piss off," and the world began to calm down. In the outside world, Icefire had been driven out of Lin Feng's world, and Lin Feng had disappeared. He grunted angrily, his face pale. He looked at his chest, where there was a huge wound with blood dripping down, death and cursing strength infecting it. It was incredible, the strength of the forbidden body was still corroding him. He pulled a long face and looked around coldly. "Lin Feng, you're insane. Your injury is worse than mine. We'll see how long you can hold on. My yin and yang qi is corroding your world and your body. You'll die sooner or later. Obey me, surrender and pay allegiance to me. Everybody, search the continent of the 9 clouds and look for Lin Feng's traces," shouted Icefire angrily. The members of the fire shrine were shaking. Icefire hadn't managed to kill Lin Feng, and he had managed to escape. How strong! However, Icefire had still defeated him, and forced Lin Feng to flee. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2493, The New Situation of the Continent of the 9 Clouds. Chapter 2493, The New Situation of the Continent of the 9 Clouds. Edited by Red. Icefire had appeared in the world, defeated Lin Feng, and all the shrines had acknowledged allegiance to him. It shook the entire continent. Lin Feng and his allies had lost the decisive battle, Icefire had won. The Fire Shrine and Ice and Snow Shrine leaders had fused together after studying Yin and Yang. The very next day, Icefire proclaimed himself king of the continent of the 9 clouds. Even the supreme animal world was afraid. The Rock Clan and the Dragon Clan had also participated in the decisive battle. If Lin Feng hadn't fought against Icefire, many people wouldn't have been able to escape, and would have died. However, Icefire still terrified most people in the continent of the 9 clouds. The news that the Fortune Shrine had disappeared spread everywhere in the continent. They were now in hiding. Everybody understood that they had no choice. With the insane supreme cultivator Icefire in the world, people couldn't do anything, since the Fortune Shrine wasn't willing to submit. On the 5th day, the Earth Shrine and the Celestial Sound Shrine leaders went to the Fire Shrine to acknowledge allegiance to Icefire. On the 6th day, the news that Icefire had taken back control of the Fire Shrine spread in the continent of the 9 clouds. He wanted to make the Fire Shrine the strongest shrine in the world. On the 7th day, the influential groups of the continent of the 9 clouds chased the World Clan's members and captured a peerless saint, joining hands and killing him. However, everybody knew that Icefire wanted to kill Lin Feng above all else, and he gave everybody the order to capture people who were related to Lin Feng to force him out. He was ready to do anything, regardless of the price. At the same time, people were fighting everywhere in the continent of the 9 clouds. The shrines had ceased to exist except in name, but their members continued fighting. The influential groups also started fighting to conquer territories and become stronger. Icefire didn't care about such minor events, he just wanted to be the strongest cultivator in the world. Nobody dared attack his people. People didn't know about the battles in the ancient past, but they knew about the battle which had propelled Icefire to the rank of strongest cultivator in the continent of the 9 clouds, the king of the continent of the 9 clouds. Icefire was wildly ambitious. He also wanted the Buddha Shrine, the Demon Shrine, and the Life Shrine to submit and pay allegiance to him. They couldn't go against his will. He created the Supreme Shrine and built a Supreme Shrine Palace. He organized a ceremony on a flight of stairs with 1,000 steps. He stood at the very top and looked down at the crowd and the shrine leaders among them. "I am not the king of the continent of the 9 clouds. That's the destiny of the continent. I will become a real god," shouted Icefire grandly. He was in a good mood. People shouted back, "Congratulations, Supreme Cultivator Icefire." "No need to be polite," said Icefire, waving his hands and smiling. He frowned suddenly and shouted furiously, "Why isn't the Demon Shrine leader here?" People frowned. The Demon Shrine leader wasn't there? Icefire was at the apex of his power, nobody could resist him. Someone slowly flew up in the air. He was wearing a demon robe. He looked at Icefire and said slowly, "Today, the Demon Shrine leader officially paid respects to his master. At the same time, he invites everybody to come and congratulate him. Everybody is here, so everybody can go. Supreme Cultivator Icefire, you can also go if you wish." "Insolent!" shouted someone furiously. However, that person's expression didn't change. Icefire frowned. I think the demon shrine leader's behavior is strange. Whom could he acknowledge allegiance to, apart from me? I'm curious to see who can still compete with me in the continent of the 9 clouds. Bring those people here first, said Icefire coldly. 2 people were brought over. Those people were from the Divine Wrath Shrine, one of them was Zizhu. Today, I'll kill you first, and then I'll go to the demon shrine personally, said Icefire glancing at Zizhu. Zizhu turned to Icefire, looking fearless. He said icily, will you dare kill me? Do you know who my teacher is? When the crowd heard Zizhu, their faces changed, looking amused. Zizhu was a member of the Divine Wrath Shrine, formerly part of the 3 Great Alliances, and used to be the leader of the Black Bamboo Alliance. He had a teacher? How strong was his teacher? Who? Asked Icefire, unimpressed. Master Icefire, you really think you're the king of the continent of the 9 clouds? You're really funny, said Zizhu, equally unmoved. These years, all the shrines ruled over the continent of the 9 clouds, but have you all forgotten about Sealed Imprint Mountain in the Lost Country? Feng, the supreme cultivator. The crowd murmured. Sealed Imprint Mountain had incredibly strong cultivators in the ancient past. Few people knew how strong that guy really was. I'm Feng's disciple, Zizhu. If we needed a king of the continent of the 9 clouds, my teacher would have come out already. You are far from being able to compete with him. The only thing is that he didn't really care. Now, however, it is imminent. My teacher made me come out because a god may have to be chosen. He might come out too. You keep chasing Lin Feng, you want to kill the forbidden body, but did you know teacher Feng supports Lin Feng? He helped him become stronger. When he becomes strong enough, there will be the real decisive battle between them. You think you're qualified to compete with my teacher? Zizhu challenged him calmly. The crowd shivered. How strong was Feng? I practiced the yin and yang godly transformation skill, how could your teacher compete with me? Icefire rebuked him proudly. My teacher can seal gods and demons. He controls the strength of the 10,000 things of creation. Nobody knows how many bodies my teacher has in the world. Do you really think all the strongest cultivators in the continent of the 9 clouds were the peerless cultivators who participated? If I hadn't come out, who would have known about me? Zizhu huffed. Today, if I die, my teacher will destroy the Supreme Shrine. Icefire remained silent for a few seconds before answering. I won't kill you, then. Since your teacher intends to show up in the world again, I'll wait for him. Send him back. Zizhu stayed alive, astonishing everyone. Nobody had thought that so many incredible things would happen. Lin Feng had risen, Icefire had appeared, the demon shrine leader had a new teacher, Feng was going to come to the continent of the 9 clouds, the forbidden body had really attracted some incredible things. Icefire had become a conqueror too early. Nothing was decided. Icefire gazed into the distance. His eyes glittered, and he said detachedly, I'm going to the demon shrine, but... He flew away and disappeared, faster than the crowd could see. The crowd didn't leave with him, but they all still wondered, what was going to happen in the demon shrine? The crowd waited for a long time. After several days, a lone figure descended from the sky, Icefire. He looked grim and detached as he smiled coldly. Seems like I won't be lonely on the path to becoming a god. He rolled up his sleeves and promptly left again. Everyone understood that the demon shrine leader's teacher was someone who could compete with Icefire. After 7 days, the demon shrine organized a banquet and invited everybody. People didn't dare offend him, so off they went. They all felt pressured, especially the shrine leaders. Despite their positions, they now were under pressure and felt powerless. They could just manage to get by swallowing insults and humiliations. All this was one of the reasons why they didn't want the forbidden person to live, but the forbidden person hadn't become powerful enough yet, but Icefire and the demon shrine leader were already competing. 1 month later, Feng from the Sealed Imprint Mountain of the Lost Country landed in the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds. He went straight to the Supreme Shrine and took Zizhu away. The continent of the 9 clouds was shaken once again. Now there were 3 potential kings in the continent of the 9 clouds. At the same time, everybody was looking for Lin Feng, especially Icefire. He had to kill Lin Feng, the forbidden person. The demon shrine was also looking for Lin Feng. Feng also sent people to look for Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng had completely disappeared. There were 2 people standing at the top of a mountain. One of them asked, haven't you found him yet? I can't find him, he's completely disappeared. Can you contact him using the Jade Talisman? It's useless, no reply. His friends are optimistic. The one who had just spoken continued moving. Icefire was at the top of a flight of stairs as he asked coldly. Haven't you found him or his traces? Supreme Cultivator, there is nothing. Feng is good at disguising himself. He can easily pretend he's someone else. Take your time. When we fought, I corroded his body with yin and yang qi, he probably can't recover easily. However, I won't feel assured until he dies, replied Icefire calmly. The man bowed and withdrew, walking backward. After a short time, the Life Shrine, which didn't get involved in worldly affairs, was destroyed because they had refused to submit. Their leader had been killed. Actually, many people felt extremely sad at this happening, to the extent that some people cried over their destruction. Time passed. Another century flowed by. At that moment, in a wild area of the continent of the Nine Clouds, a figure was suddenly surrounded by reincarnation strength and absorbed quickly. A handsome man appeared. It was Ho Chang Lin, now a peerless saint. People kept chasing him, one of which had just died. Icefire was pursuing him and all the former members of the Fortune Shrine. Eh? At that moment, Ho Chang Lin looked surprised. He took out a jade talisman and his eyes twinkled. He flew up in the air. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2494, Conspiracy. Chapter 2494, Conspiracy. Edited by Red. Feng was still in the continent of the Nine Clouds, living in Fortune City in an ordinary thatched hut. He was in his own world right now. The sky was broken, and she kept spilling into the star world, because Feng's body was there. 100 years have passed and I haven't recovered yet, Feng sighed. A century ago, Icefire had broken his world and badly injured him. No matter what strength Feng used, he couldn't fix it. It wasn't an external injury, because his world was a part of his body, like his vital organs. It was also why he almost never fought in his small world. That battle had damaged his world. Feng had managed to injure Icefire too, but it was not an even exchange. Now Feng was badly injured, probably no stronger than an ordinary peerless saint. All those years, he had first become strong in his own world and then in the outside world. His strength came from there, it came from inside him. Feng and the old ox were seated facing each other in the pavilion in the sky. The old ox and the few bestial saints of the star world were the only ones who had come to see him in his world. Brother Ox, I've been trying to recover for 100 years but I can't, is this my destiny? Asked Feng calmly. Even though he was badly injured, he still remained calm. It's a good opportunity for you. You're lucky, it was destroyed and now you can build it again and improve it, the old ox smiled. But yin and yang qi is truly powerful. You have a world inside of you, the sky is dark, the soil is yellow, you understand the strength of the 5 elements, you understand space strength, time strength. If you understood yin and yang strength, your world would be perfect. Yin and yang is the source of all strengths. Icefire understands yin and yang strength, so is he a real god? A cultivator of the Shen layer? Even though I don't know what the Shen layer is, I'm sure he isn't. Brother Ox, back in the days, you insinuated that the Shen layer and immortality were connected, did you mean it? Back then, my master told me that. Maybe it just referred to the act of transferring one's knowledge to an heir. I'm not sure, the old ox smiled. You're dispirited now. Great changes have occurred in the continent of the Nine Clouds. You should practice cultivation and keep calm. Just isolate yourself from the world. Many people are looking for you in the continent of the Nine Clouds. Alright, Feng nodded. He looked at his broken world and murmured, my path has always been different from the path of other people. Maybe making strengths fuse together to create techniques is not the right path for me. I understand time strength, the 5 elements, space strength, and I can create anything, just like a real god. I think I should study yin and yang. That way, I could fix my world and improve it. It would become a real world because it would have all the components necessary to create a normal world. You can think that way, but if you hadn't fused different sorts of strengths together, how could you have fought against peerless saints? The old ox cajoled him. Feng nodded back. It seems like I still need to understand one sort of strength, then I'll use the power of destiny and then I'll be able to make things change, thought Feng, raising his head and looking at the sky. His eyes were sharp. Even if he was going through hardships, he remained motivated. Father! Jatian spoke up at that moment. How's the situation in the continent of the Nine Clouds? Asked Feng. The 3 kings still are at peace with one another, the other influential groups are all oppressed all the time. Regarding your friends, our enemies are still looking for them, but you told them to go to other worlds, so it's almost impossible to find them, replied Jatian calmly. Lin Feng nodded at him. Someone is here, said the old ox at that moment. Lin Feng left his world and opened his eyes in the outside world. A handsome man was standing there, but because he was wearing a mask, one couldn't see his face. Brother! Lin Feng greeted him with a smile. Ho Chang Lin smiled back. Lin Feng, I never thought you'd spend all your time in Fortune City. How brave! The most dangerous places are often the safest ones too, Lin Feng grinned. His smile stiffened as a terrifying chi filled the air. Many people appeared. Ho Chang Lin's face also paled. How is this possible? Ho Chang Lin was a peerless saint. If anyone had followed him, he would have noticed. Lin Feng, go, said Ho Chang Lin, stepping in front of Lin Feng. Brother, Icefire will show up soon. We need to leave, said Lin Feng. How could we escape from them? Lin Feng, I'm your fellow disciple, listen to me, leave now, said Ho Chang Lin turning his head back. I'll fight against them, you take Lin Feng away, the old ox said after appearing. Ho Chang Lin was surprised. Lin Feng nodded. Brother Ox is strong enough. All right, agreed Ho Chang Lin. His figure flickered, and Lin Feng, Jitian, and Ho Chang Lin left. They heard the old ox shout, time. Time became slower, and those who were chasing Lin Feng stopped moving. Ho Chang Lin and Jitian took Lin Feng away. He said to Lin Feng, I am sure nobody chased me. How come they suddenly appeared? They anticipated, said Lin Feng. Ho Chang Lin was stunned and asked, you knew? So why didn't you do anything? I wanted to see if I was right or not, and I was right, explained Lin Feng. Ho Chang Lin was surprised at the reply. Some strong cultivators nearby released a powerful chi. I'll go, said Jitian, reacting instantly. An ultimate weapon, the sky-destroying sword, appeared in his hand. Time, freeze, said Jitian. Time stopped. Ho Chang Lin was shocked. This little boy Jitian also understands the same strength as his dad? How strong? He watched the sky-destroying sword descend from the sky and cut apart a peerless saint. You're lucky, too. Your teacher was great, you are talented, you understand many kinds of strengths. How could you not become an extraordinary cultivator? Lin Feng grinned at him. No need to worry about my son's life. He's got a life-saving technique. Very well, Ho Chang Lin sighed. An old man was seated cross-legged in the ruins of the fortune shrine. The old man's clothes were ragged, but he looked clean. His eyes were closed, he looked calm and peaceful. A figure slowly appeared next to him. Leader, you're back, exclaimed the person who had just appeared. The old man who was seated was the fortune shrine leader. My teacher predicted that one disaster would happen to me, and surprisingly, he said that the disaster would be you. I felt puzzled. I didn't understand why you couldn't become a peerless saint until you stirred up trouble when Lin Feng appeared. Now I understand, replied the fortune shrine leader calmly. Leader, you think a lot. I don't understand why you came back, that. Since my destiny was to face a disaster, why would I hide? You dedicated your life to the forbidden body, you took risks to make him grow. Why? In the continent of the 9 clouds, all living things have the same purpose, don't you think? Answered that person. But you could have taken his life under control, why did you keep waiting? There were things I hadn't anticipated, that person sighed. Alright, today I will use the strength you taught me to make you disappear. You should die content. A terrifying strength surrounded the fortune shrine leader, it was disaster celestial destiny strength. A few white lights flashed and the fortune shrine leader's body crackled. Eh? The man frowned, and his face stiffened. Why don't you resist? The fortune shrine leader opened his eyes and smiled peacefully. I'm doomed. I want to die and become a martial god. His body exploded into light, and he vanished. His killer's face stiffened. Lin Feng suddenly stopped. He took out a talisman, which was now broken. He felt aggrieved. Back then, he had actually attacked the shrine leader. Brother, you go on ahead, Lin Feng said to Ho Chang Lin. Ho Chang Lin's face stiffened. Lin Feng, don't underestimate me, Ho Chang Lin smiled. How could he leave? Alright, brother. Go to my world to practice cultivation. I need to see someone, Lin Feng finally agreed. She surrounded Ho Chang Lin, and he disappeared, reappearing in Lin Feng's world. Someone came shortly thereafter to Lin Feng, it was Saintly Emperor Shi the demon. Follow me, he told Lin Feng calmly. Where are we going? Asked Lin Feng. The supreme ancient pit of hell. We're going to wake the ancient demon king, who can defy the laws of the world and cause rivers of blood to flow in the continent of the Nine Clouds. What if I'm not going? Said Lin Feng. You are me. I am you. We are the same person. If I go, you're going too, said saintly Emperor Shi the demon firmly. Lin Feng smiled. He didn't contradict the man. Give me 1 hour and I'll come with you, replied Lin Feng indifferently. Very well, saintly Emperor Shi the demon nodded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2495 Demon King. Chapter 2495 Demon King. Edited by Red. Lin Feng found a place to sit down cross-legged and go to his own world. He opened his hands and looked at the broken jade talisman. He felt so sad. He had actually attacked the Fortune Shrine leader once. Instead of being angry, the Fortune Shrine leader had given something to him, his jade talisman. He had said to Lin Feng, "If I die, it means that the one who's always been deceiving you was the one who killed me. After my death, don't forget to refine the scepter of destiny." Back then, Lin Feng had kind of stopped having doubts about the Fortune Shrine leader. However, the one person he had decided to trust was the diviner. Therefore, this time, he had decided to have Ho Ching Lin come, purely to see if the diviner would cheat him or not. He had also done that to see whether saintly Emperor Shi the demon was really his image or not. If he was, he would know everything about him, and apparently, he did. Lin Feng had already obtained some answers. The scepter of destiny appeared in Lin Feng's hands, and he scanned it with his powerful godly awareness. Something was broken inside. Lin Feng established a connection to the scepter of destiny and started refining it. After he managed to control it, some fluttering sounds spread in the air, and picture appeared in front of him. It was a shrine, towering aloft. Within the shrine were two people, an old man and a young man. The old man's chi was weak. His figure was transparent, as if he was about to disappear. The young man was crying. "My son, it's my disaster technique, don't be sad." This time, during the battle against the Demon King, both sides suffered losses. I have 1 foot in the grave after I sealed the Demon King. He won't recover for a countless number of years. But I still have some ominous premonitions. I will check the secrets of the gods, it's the best time, whispered the weak old man. He could disappear at any time. Teacher, the members of the Fortune Shrine all believe in divination, and they all have premonitions. If you use the celestial premonition technique, your soul will disperse. Protested the young man. He wanted to prevent the old man from doing so, but a curtain of light stopped him. The old man said, "I'm doomed. I can still use the premonition technique once. It doesn't matter." He closed his eyes and used the strength of the gods to peer into the future. Celestial strength condensed and turned into words. Celestial Tao Destiny Technique. Lin Feng observed with a shiver. Was this a coincidence? Celestial Tao words floated around the old man. Lin Feng was stared at them. The Sky Palace, what's the date tonight? Mountain of flowers and fruit, a cave with a waterfall at its mouth. Secret world, cultivation strength. When the forbidden person appears, a god will appear. Nobody knows what awaits them, but who can't recognize a monarch? Lin Feng's heart was pounding violently. Those were the words Lin Feng had read in the Jade Emperor's palace, the exact same words. Lin Feng couldn't calm down. How incredible! Celestial Tao Destiny Technique. Was it really the Celestial Tao Destiny Technique? Was it a prophecy? Teacher, I don't understand what those words mean, the young man said softly, looking at the words floating around. Never mind. I didn't think that I wouldn't understand them myself. However, remember them. No matter what they mean, they have something to do with the forbidden person. Maybe in the future, a forbidden person will appear. Remember this, you might meet the forbidden person someday. Remember, sighed the old man, as he became even more transparent. Teacher! Cried out the young man, his eyes red. This scepter is now yours. It contains destiny strength. You can use it to protect yourself, it has the strength of a half-god. The mysteries of heaven must not be revealed. If they are revealed, you will die. You're the only one who knows, and you must protect the forbidden person. The forbidden person is the dusk of all gods. This time, the forbidden person might become a god, and I will go to a god's grave. I have the impression that I have to go there for a reason. The old man turned into light and vanished. The young man was alone, staring blankly at the empty space. Teacher, I promise that if I face a disaster, I will sacrifice myself for the forbidden body," whispered the young man. When Lin Feng heard that, he felt himself tearing up. The young man was the Fortune Shrine leader. He had done what he had promised. The Scepter of Destiny contained a half-god's attack, but he had never used it, even to fight against the other shrines. He had given it to Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng had doubts about the Fortune Shrine leader, and had even attacked him. Lin Feng remembered how devastated and sad the Fortune Shrine leader looked. He hadn't even said anything. He had proved, with his life, that nobody else would learn the secrets of heaven. "Leader, you should know that some people already know the secrets of heaven though," Lin Feng sighed. Who was saintly Emperor Shi the demon? How could he know the secrets of heaven? Demon King, said Lin Feng. 100 years before, it was said that the demon shrine leader had a new teacher. Icefire had gone there, and had come back home with his tail between his legs. There was a mysterious being in the demon shrine. They had become one of the 3 influential groups of the continent of the 9 clouds. But Lin Feng still didn't understand. Even if the Demon King had reincarnated and understood the secrets of heaven, why could he find him so easily? Why had Lin Feng met Yen Di? What did Limitless Sky Palace, what's the date tonight, mean? Why had he obtained the Jade Emperor's Palace and read those words inside? Did the Demon King have the same powers as the Fortune Shrine leader? Did he also have premonitions? Destiny's strength is enigmatic and unfathomable, groused Lin Feng. He gradually refined the Scepter of Destiny, easy to do since it had no master anymore. Very quickly, Lin Feng took control over it. A mysterious and special strength emerged. Lin Feng felt even sadder, and held the Scepter of Destiny firmly. The Demon King, I need to go and see him, thought Lin Feng, and he left his own world. Are you done? Saintly Emperor Shi the Demon asked. Yes, let's go, he replied. The two of them rose up in the air. Saintly Emperor Shi the Demon didn't take Lin Feng to the supreme ancient pit of hell. He took him to the demon shrine. Saintly Emperor Shi the Demon took Lin Feng into the depths of the demon shrine. There were many demons there, standing guard. They eventually arrived in front of a demon king's palace. The demon king was in the main hall, looking like an ancient king. Before I wake up, I want to ask some questions, may I? Go ahead, said Saintly Emperor Shi the Demon. Who is Maradeva? Asked Lin Feng, staring at Saintly Emperor Shi the Demon. His eyes looked sharp. He's me, Saintly Emperor Shi the Demon answered. Lin Feng didn't really understand, but continued. Why didn't you immediately absorb me? Why did you waste so much time? Asked Lin Feng. The Demon King was sound asleep, and he hoped the forbidden person would take the initiative to wake him up. That would have been perfect. The forbidden Demon King would have awoken. That would have been the best. Therefore, you pretended to be me, then you stirred up chaos in the continent of the 9 clouds, then you tried to put me in dead ends the whole time, and then you showed up and you hoped I'd take the initiative to wake the Demon King up, Lin Feng conjectured. Unfortunately, you're progressing too quickly. It was unexpected. We had to cause lots of troubles. The Demon King didn't even have a proper absorbing skill until Chu Chunxiu showed up, Saintly Emperor Shi the Demon replied emotionlessly. Chu Chunxiu appeared in the hall. Chu Chunxiu's chi was incredible, he was a peerless saint long ago, and he had absorbed many strong cultivators' power already. Chu Chunxiu is King Chu's descendant. Back then, King Chu was a tiny little insect, but at least he created a sky-absorbing technique that wasn't bad. The Demon King used him and his knowledge to create a sky-absorbing technique, said Saintly Emperor Shi the Demon calmly. Alright, you can die content now. If you take the initiative to wake him up, we won't kill your family members. If the Demon King has to use force, I guarantee you that after you die, all your family members and friends will die. One last thing. Didn't a forbidden body appear last time? If there wasn't one, why did the destiny wheel rotate? And how did you know all my movements? Said Lin Feng. You will know all those things when you wake up as the Demon King, replied Saintly Emperor Shi the Demon calmly. Lin Feng nodded. He turned to look at the Demon King on the throne. Saintly Emperor Shi the Demon turned into light and disappeared into the throne. His voice spoke to the two of them. Chu Chunxiu, the Demon King granted you a demon imprint, it must return to the Demon King now. Lin Feng, come and wake the Demon King up. Your friends and family members will always be safe. Lin Feng and Chu Chunxiu glanced at each other. Chu Chunxiu looked expressionless, his eyes filled with demon strength. Are you happy? Lin Feng didn't talk, and he didn't use telepathy either. He just stared at Chu Chunxiu and tried to communicate using his eyes. No, they managed to communicate with their eyes. The two cultivators walked up to the Demon King and stopped in front of him. The Demon King suddenly stretched out his hands and put them on their bodies. Suddenly, they both had the impression they were puppets under his control. Lin Feng, you still want to resist? You'll become one with the Demon King, said a voice which reverberated in Lin Feng's mind. Its purpose was to make Lin Feng give up, to absorb him into the Demon King's will. The turn of events greatly pleased saintly Emperor Shi the Demon. Gradually, their wills were fusing together, and the same was happening to Chu Chunxiu. He was also being absorbed. Can the Demon King resist the attack of a half-god? Asked Lin Feng. A terrifying amount of demon chi filled the air. At the same time, Lin Feng suddenly took out the scepter of destiny. Millions of destiny beam of lights appeared and attacked the Demon King's body. He tried to continue fusing together with Lin Feng, a mighty destructive strength emerged, but was destroyed by the destiny strength. Arg! The Demon King shouted furiously. Lin Feng had the impression his body was going to explode. Absorb! Shouted Chu Chunxiu furiously. An incredible absorbing strength surged out and swept everything away into itself. The Demon King's will was being absorbed. Chu Chunxiu, you dare betray the Demon King? That's part of my nature, I stand alone, retorted Chu Chunxiu, releasing a terrifying qi which absorbed everything in his way. You created such a terrifying sky-absorbing technique for yourself. The Demon King couldn't be attacked by surprise by Chu Chunxiu, but he had just been attacked by Lin Feng, and then Chu Chunxiu had attacked him while he was in a position of weakness. It was an opportunity for Chu Chunxiu to exploit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2496, Millions of Changes. Chapter 2496, Millions of Changes. Edited by Red. Piss off. The Demon King's will was being absorbed, he kept shouting furiously. The whole palace exploded and collapsed. The members of the Demon Shrine saw that and fled in terror. Chu Chunxiu and Lin Feng came out of the explosion. Lin Feng was still holding the scepter of destiny, the Demon King was still seated on his throne. Saintly Emperor Shi the Demon appeared, an indistinct spirit. She dashed to the skies. He was using the strength of the Demon King. Die! People heard the loud shout. The sound wave rolled out, and 18 demons appeared, their chi was flaring with menace. At the same time, saintly Emperor Shi the Demon waved his hand, chi emerged and surged towards Lin Feng and Chu Chunxiu. Arg! Shouted Chu Chunxiu furiously. He raised his head to the sky, taking a deep breath. He looked free from inhibitions and crazily happy. What a powerful strength! I wouldn't have thought the Demon King could grant me such incredible power. No wonder you're so strong, even though you're just an image. Shouted Chu Chunxiu, staring at the Demon King. Abruptly, he started running, not towards the Demon King but towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng suddenly felt a dangerous absorbing strength draining his vitality and will. Chu Chunxiu wanted to absorb him. Time, stand still, said Lin Feng coldly. Time stopped, but Chu Chunxiu was too determined, it was difficult to do anything against him. It was his nature to go against the laws of the world, it was how he had become a saint long ago. If he continued growing, he would just become another Demon King. Saintly Emperor Shi's chi was shaking. Lin Feng's half-god attack and Chu Chunxiu's sky-absorbing attack had weakened him, and even if he borrowed the strength of the Demon King, he was badly injured. If he hadn't been inside the Demon King's body, he would have died. Lin Feng turned into a beam of light, dashing to the skies. He was gone as fast as lightning. When time became normal again, Lin Feng was already extremely far away. Saintly Emperor Shi the Demon was stunned. He hadn't known Lin Feng could do that. It was unexpected. The Imperial Court will be mine sooner or later, declared Chu Chunxiu coldly. He also flew up and left quickly. The demons wanted to chase him, but saintly Emperor Shi the Demon gestured with his hand, and the demons vanished. Cough cough. He had come out of the Demon King's body and was injured now, he kept coughing up blood. Lin Feng, Chu Chunxiu, you all want to die, swore saintly Emperor Shi the Demon, gazing into the distance. A demon cloud churned all around him. After that, Lin Feng went into hiding again. He had completely disappeared from the continent of the 9 clouds. He knew many people were looking for him. Lin Feng wasn't the only one who disappeared. All the people who were related to Lin Feng disappeared. The 3 influential groups were looking for him, his friends, and family members. However, they had all disappeared. Even Lin Feng's close friends in the lower world had disappeared. The continent of the Nine Clouds was so big, it was easy to hide and live incognito. Lin Feng was walking in the mountains as if the outside world had nothing to do with him. 100 years had passed since he had left the demon shrine. He knew that he had to have a perfect inner world to fight again, or things would be too complicated. Icefire was in a palace in the Supreme Shrine, with many saints around him. Icefire was giving a lecture to many strong cultivators, including the shrine's leaders. A terrifying amount of chi began to whistle as it intruded on them. The ground shook violently as someone appeared. Everyone was shocked when they saw him. Lin Feng. Icefire smiled sinisterly. Since you're here, I will kill you. Icefire flew up and released yin and yang chi towards Lin Feng. The terrifying yin and yang chi contained all sorts of strengths. However, Lin Feng just shook his hands and opened his mouth. He absorbed the yin and yang chi with a loud cry. Space seemed to freeze, even as he flew away rapidly. You think you can escape? Snarled Icefire, streaking after him. Yin and yang chi converged in the sky. Lin Feng's face stiffened as he absorbed the yin and yang chi again. But he looked helpless as his body exploded. It wasn't his real body? Icefire was startled. It was one of Lin Feng's clones, and he had such incredible fighting abilities already? Icefire, from now on, every 3 days, I will fight against you. Don't go too far from the Supreme Shrine, said a loud voice which made the earth and sky tremble. Icefire pulled a long face. There was nobody around. Where did that voice come from, and where was Lin Feng's real body? At that moment, Lin Feng's real body was really far away. He was seated cross-legged and was also in his own world. He spat out some chi calmly, yin and yang chi. It floated around him. Lin Feng, your spell is matchless. You can steal yin and yang chi from so far away and use it for your real body, said the old ox. He was amazed. That's the Celestial Dao Destiny technique, or real illusion space. If the 3 supreme cultivators and a few terrifying old monsters who were hiding weren't there, I could destroy the whole continent using just a clone, replied Lin Feng calmly. The yin and yang chi rose up and surprisingly, it could fix the sky. It's too slow. You need to understand yin and yang chi to truly fix the sky, said the old ox slowly. Lin Feng nodded. Indeed, he still had to do that. After that, every 3 days, Lin Feng attacked Icefire. Icefire was extremely annoyed. He decided to ignore him, but Lin Feng promptly killed one of his peerless saints. So each time, he had to fight against Lin Feng. Time passed, and Icefire sensed something. If he continued like this, he wouldn't be able to continue practicing cultivation peacefully. He would also lose his will to improve. Many people who were looking for Lin Feng and his family members and friends stopped doing so. They didn't dare offend Lin Feng anymore. Lin Feng's clones were already so strong. Each time he challenged Icefire, he showed how strong he was. He could kill anyone else easily. How strong would his body be if he personally showed up? Time passed, and another 100 years went by. Many people were still looking for Lin Feng secretly. The supreme animal world was in a chaotic situation, too. Icefire helped the Rock Clan fight against the Dragon Clan, so the Dragon Clan's members had no choice but to leave the Dragon Valley. Many groups suffered losses. At the same time, a new leader appeared in the Hell Shrine. They now called him Death. It was a genius who had appeared in the continent of the Nine Clouds many years before, Mo Zhang. He had created some incredible skills and techniques. Now he wanted to show how strong he was in the continent of the Nine Clouds, as well. Many people were amazed. So many people had already become stronger than the former shrine leaders, like Icefire and the others. Many people started calling them half-gods. Many battles continued happening in the continent of the Nine Clouds. However, many other people disappeared. It was said that they had been absorbed by the one who had betrayed the Fortune Shrine, Chu Chun Xiu. People were scared. Many people missed the good old times when the continent of the Nine Clouds was peaceful, when there were the 9 shrines, when there was still a balance of power. Those were peaceful and fair times. Everything had changed now. Everybody was waiting, hoping someone would manage to create one system and the continent of the Nine Clouds would calm down again. More time passed. Chu Chun Xiu went to the Buddha shrine. He wanted to absorb their cultivators' wills to become a supreme cultivator. However, all the Buddhist cultivators were strong. Kong Ming, who used to be a disciple of the Fortune Shrine, even showed up. He was half demon, half Buddha, and he defeated Chu Chun Xiu. Kong Ming became extremely famous because of that battle. The very next day, it was said that Kong Ming became the new Buddha shrine leader. The previous one had decided to retire. The leaders of the shrines were slowly changing. New generations were taking over. People sighed. Kong Ming had become a great cultivator. It was said that in his previous life, he was an ancient Buddha, and then because of a woman, he had turned into a half-demon, half-Buddha. He had then created techniques to reincarnate, and had studied Buddhism again, then demon cultivation. He had managed to do something similar to what the three lives had done. It was said that the Buddha shrine leader had retired after Kong Ming understood all that, and Kong Ming had become the new leader. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2497, Final Battles, Part 1. Chapter 2497, Final Battles, Part 1. Edited by Red. The situation of the continent of the Nine Clouds became more and more interesting. Feng, Icefire, and the Demon Shrine were the three overlords, the three ruling groups. Chu Chunxiu, Kong Ming, Mo Zhang, and some other geniuses were dazzling constantly. Only Lin Feng had disappeared. Icefire was waiting for Lin Feng's clone to come. As expected, his figure appeared in the sky. But this time, Lin Feng didn't attack. He said to Icefire, "Icefire, I will come here with my real body in 3 months, and I will kill you." And then the clone left. Icefire was stunned. Then he smiled icily and swore, "In 3 months, the forbidden body will disappear from the world." Yin and Yang Qi suddenly rose up in the air. Lights flashed in the sky, and many people raised their heads at the unexpected phenomenon. A turning point, due to the will of heaven. Icefire frowned. Would a god appear 3 months from now? Ah! Shouted Icefire. He couldn't wait. Was he finally going to become a god? The news that godly lights had appeared in the sky quickly spread throughout the continent of the Nine Clouds, the supreme animal world, and many other places. Many people began to gather at the supreme shrine. In 3 months, the forbidden body would fight against Icefire. Would a god finally appear? The shrine leaders were all excited, they could all become gods. That had always been their goal. However, they were oppressed these days, so how could they seize this chance? The continent of the Nine Clouds was seething with excitement. The supreme animal world's kings stopped fighting among themselves, and also came to the continent of the Nine Clouds. Even if they couldn't become gods, they at least wanted to see who would become one. Time passed. Only 7 days were left before the battle. A gigantic and lofty mountain peak descended from the sky and landed next to the supreme shrine. The celestial chi was thick and rich there, and a figure was standing at the top, like a proud hero. Zizhu and his other disciples were standing behind him. His identity had already been revealed, Feng Mo. Another 4 days passed, only 3 days were left before the battle. Another mountain peak appeared and descended from the sky, this time a demon mountain. At the top was an imperial palace. The peerless demon king was sleeping in there, and nobody dared disturb him. Finally, the last day arrived, and the supreme animal world's leaders all showed up. Kong Ming and Mo Zhang also showed up. Icefire was standing at the top of a flight of stairs, many peerless saints gathered around him. It was an incredible sight, almost supernatural. At the feet of those lofty mountains and buildings, many people were watching from the ground. They knew that they couldn't participate, but they were still extremely excited. Nobody wanted to miss the birth of a god. A group of strong cultivators appeared in the distance. Their leader was wearing clean white clothes. He looked handsome, warm, and kind, and extremely noble, all at the same time. The forbidden body, Lin Feng. He's here. Is it his real body this time? Everybody looked at Lin Feng. Nobody knew how strong he was, nobody could see it. Lin Feng didn't look at Feng Mo, and he didn't look at the demon court, either. He only had eyes for Icefire. So many peerless saints. Lin Feng must have been protecting them. There's Ho Ching Lin too, Lin Feng's fellow disciple. Who's the one in black? He looks so cold. And the young man there? He's holding the dazzling gold shrine sky-destroying sword. When the crowd saw all this, they shivered. Lin Feng quickly arrived at the foot of the flight of stairs. It was extremely vast, there on the main platform. He looked over at the crowd and swore grimly, "Today, those who try to stop me will die." "I attacked you using yin and yang back then, you probably haven't recovered yet," probed Icefire aloofly. "Even if I haven't completely recovered, it doesn't matter. I'll kill you today," replied Lin Feng, releasing an incredible chi as he started walking forwards. "Die," said Icefire coldly. The crowd was shocked and scared of Lin Feng. However, they were even more scared of Icefire. A strong wind started blowing, and the air began to whistle. Many people arrived, they were all Lin Feng's. Feng Mo's eyes twinkled knowingly. Lin Feng had created lots of clones. Time, stand still, said Lin Feng. Time stopped, and Ho Ching Lin and the others who held Peerless Saint's weapons came closer at the same time. The crowd frowned. Lin Feng could make time stop for certain people only, that meant Icefire wouldn't be able to fight. Lin Feng didn't even glance at anyone else, he just walked towards Icefire. Yin and Yang Qi surrounded Lin Feng, moving as fast as lightning. The Yin and Yang Qi turned into a hurricane and oppressed Lin Feng. Time. Lin Feng accelerated, and so did all his clones. They all released time strength at the same time. His clones all attacked at the same time, their combined attack was magnificent. The hurricane of Yin and Yang energies shattered instantly. Not bad. Icefire smiled coldly. Yin and Yang Qi blotted out the sky. The sky became dark, and the Yin and Yang energies turned into millstones. The crowd on the ground felt they were going to die. Seal, said one of the clones. The Yin and Yang hurricane started freezing, but the Yin and Yang energies broke through. Lin Feng's real body flew up. He looked like a god as he released his ruler's godly imprints. The Yin and Yang attack crackled against them. Empty space fissures, said one of the clones. Celestial earth canyons, said another, attacking the Yin and Yang energy. Thunder rumbled, and the Yin and Yang attack finally broke apart. Icefire smiled coldly and said, "Since that's your real body, I'll destroy it first." A vortex of supreme Yin and Yang energies appeared and broke all kinds of strengths around, swirling into a long dragon and racing towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng faced Icefire fearlessly. The earth and sky kept shaking unceasingly, as if the world had been on the verge of collapse. There were some explosions in the world about them, and the shrine beneath them exploded and collapsed under the strain. Yin and Yang are the whole world, die. An overwhelming amount of Yin and Yang Qi whelmed towards Lin Feng. A vortex containing absorbing strength appeared all around Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled broadly. Thank you very much. Lin Feng was bombarded, while a deadly ruler's godly imprints attack appeared from a different location. Icefire suddenly turned around and threw out his fist. Yin and Yang strength could destroy the 10,000 things of creation. Real body illusion. The crowd hissed. They were trembling at the sight. Lin Feng could create illusions of his real body, how incredible. Even when you're sure it's the real one, it's not. Lin Feng's comprehension is incredible, nobody has better comprehensive abilities, admitted Kong Ming softly. Nobody could tell which one was really Lin Feng's body anymore. Another body absorbed Yin and Yang Qi, before he broke apart. His real body continued changing. The crowd realized that Lin Feng was absorbing the Yin and Yang Qi on purpose. Icefire also realized that, but he had no choice, he had to continue fighting. He had to kill Lin Feng. One of Lin Feng's best bodies exploded with a boom. Icefire was astonished as he glanced around, but there was nothing, he couldn't see Lin Feng's real body. There were just clones all around. Lin Feng, shouted Icefire, the earth and sky shaking at his anger. Yin and Yang Qi floated around him wildly. Icefire was astonished when he saw a hand in the distance. It was coming towards him, and there was a figure in a distant illusory world which appeared indistinctly. His real body. His real body hadn't arrived yet. It was an illusion the whole time. The crowd saw Yin and Yang Qi rolling around him, rotating quickly. Lin Feng had fought against Icefire a lot to study Yin and Yang Qi. How crazy! How much longer do you need? Asked a voice from the sky. Lin Feng replied, I'm almost done. Just a little bit longer. Die! Shouted Icefire furiously. His Yin and Yang Qi turned into a hurricane, raging and sweeping out to drive everything before it. The illusion trembled, corroded by the Yin and Yang Qi. There was finally a rumble and explosions as the space collapsed, and Lin Feng appeared. The Yin and Yang Qi turned into a vortex and hurled towards him, distorting the space. At that moment, someone came out of the Demon Shrine Imperial Court. Saintly Emperor Shi the Demon charged at Lin Feng. He had done all he could in the past to make Lin Feng wake the Demon King up, spending so much time trying to fuse Lin Feng together with the Demon King. Lin Feng had said he'd come back when he was stronger, but he had never returned. He knew Lin Feng never would, so he had tried to force Lin Feng to do it, but he had failed again. Now, he couldn't afford to fail anymore. Chu Chunshou appeared and charged at Lin Feng as well. However, he heard a Buddhist chant, and Kong Ming appeared in front of him. He released his Buddha's halo, and many Sakyamuni appeared. At the same time, Mo Zhang also moved, flashing over in front of Saintly Emperor Shi the Demon. The Demon Emperor is finally going to fight today? murmured Mo Zhang the demoniac punisher. His tone of speech was exactly the same as Lin Feng's, which astonished saintly Emperor Shi the demon. The two of them released a terrifying demon strength. Waves of energies surged around them with apocalyptic force. Saintly Emperor Shi the demon threw out his fist, containing a dreadful amount of demon chi. At the same time, Mo Zhang also attacked, ancient imprints streaking across the sky. Lin Feng's ancient imprints were ruler's godly imprints, Mo Zhang's ancient imprints were destructive demon imprints. The two attacks collided. Death strength turned into a hurricane, and everything exploded all around them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2498 Final Battles, Part 2. Chapter 2498 Final Battles, Part 2. Edited by Red. Lin Feng's world had long recovered. Yin and Yang Qi surged out in all directions. His whole world was trembling. A figure of his appeared in his world. His world was already perfected. From now on, time in my world will pass at the same pace as time in the outside world. Lin Feng released an immortal strength, filling everywhere in his own world. Boom boom boom. A terrifying strength made the earth and sky shake. Lin Feng's figure smiled. The earth and sky in his world aligned perfectly with the outside world. He could control all living things, the 10,000 things of creation, he was its god. In the outside world, Yin and Yang Qi tore and roved. Lin Feng's heart twitched as he disappeared. Icefire's attack crashed onto Lin Feng's body. A dozen beams of light appeared and ripped through Icefire's Yin and Yang Qi. Icefire looked as if he hadn't felt anything. He just wanted Lin Feng to fight. In the distance, Feng Mo looked totally composed as he looked on. He didn't need to get involved. Lin Feng was either going to die or not. No matter what, Lin Feng wasn't going to become a god. Of course, Icefire wasn't going to become a god either. Icefire had the impression that his Yin and Yang Qi was crashing into an extremely hard stone. Lin Feng didn't move. His god's lights flashed and floated around him. After that, Lin Feng opened his eyes, lights emerging from them. Icefire's heart skipped a beat. It's over, said Lin Feng calmly. He released his ruler's godly imprints once, they descended from the sky. They really looked like a god's imprints now. Icefire shouted desperately as his body gradually vanished beneath them. I don't want to die. Howled Icefire, but it made no difference as his body disappeared. Lin Feng glanced around. Nobody dared say anything. However, the fighting had to continue. Lin Feng looked over at the Rock King in the distance. The Rock King cried out in surprise, before turning to flee at his top speed. Where are you going? Shouted Lin Feng coldly. A gigantic hand moved towards the Rock King and grabbed him. Lin Feng had changed, his perceptions had changed, he was even stronger than when he had fought against Icefire a moment before. He was actually closer to becoming a god, a spiritual being. God, break! Lin Feng was holding the Rock King in his hand, and closed it. The Rock King suffered atrociously as he was crushed. Lin Feng, the forbidden person, was terrifying. Feng Mo watched from the top of the mountain. The sun was shining upon him. He smiled when he saw that the forbidden body was finally strong enough. Stop the battles now, Feng Mo stated, uncaring, yet dignified and majestic. All the fighting stopped rather quickly. A new person descended from the sky. It was the godly weapon master. Ah, finally. Someone is going to become a god. I can't wait to see who. Exclaimed the godly weapon master with a smile. Everybody, stop the fighting. Let's have some really good ones now. Chu Chunxiu and Kong Ming, saintly Emperor Shi the demon and Mo Zhang, the old oxen Jetian who were fighting against peerless cultivators, everyone stopped. I'd like to ask something first, Lin Feng said calmly. He looked at saintly Emperor Shi the demon and said. Demon Emperor, I don't want to call you Demon King, I prefer calling you Demon Emperor. You chased me for a while, you cheated me for a long time. That was all a conspiracy. However, I still don't understand who made you do that, and why you were able to follow me? You know the Celestial Tao Destiny technique, right? The saintly Emperor Shi the demon inquired. I know it. If I didn't know the Celestial Tao Destiny technique, I wouldn't have been able to absorb the Yin and Yang Qi of Icefire. I wouldn't have been able to know that my teacher was with you, either, said Lin Feng calmly. Saintly Emperor Shi the demon looked at Lin Feng and said. Since you also practiced it, you know how powerful it is. Apart from you and the Fortune Shrine leader, only 3 people practiced the Celestial Tao Destiny technique. My teacher must be here, said Lin Feng. A figure descended from the sky and landed in the imperial court of the demon shrine, the diviner. You followed the shrine leader for so many years. The shrine leader also studied the destiny technique. Surprisingly, he couldn't see through your real intentions. You must have mastered the technique better than anyone else in the world. Who organized all that? Asked Lin Feng. Do you know who he is? Asked saintly Emperor Shi the demon calmly. Lin Feng looked nervous and replied, the ancient demon king. Back in the days, during the godly battles, the demon king was sleeping soundly. However, many years after, he gradually recovered and turned into Maradeva to come back to life and join the fortune shrine. He studied the destiny technique and mastered it. Then he used it to have visions and predict the future. He spied on the fortune shrine, and it was easy for him to learn the prophecies. He went back into the demon king's sleeping body and created a special kind of strength to create me. It also allowed me to follow the trail of the forbidden person. You know what happened after that. The destiny wheel was even deceived, it really believed what had happened. The demon king created a godly strength even the fortune shrine didn't understand. It was all a plot. To a certain extent, I am really an image of you. Initially, I wanted you to come to the supreme ancient pit of hell and fuse together with the demon king. After that, the demon king and the forbidden body would have made one, and the demon king would have become a god. That was 100% certainty. But it was a failure, so the only solution was to absorb you and destroy you. It seems like the shrines were right. There was no forbidden body 1,000 years ago. No wonder they couldn't find any. No wonder you spent so many years for your conspiracy. If I had willingly fused together with the demon king, he would have become a god and nobody would have been able to ruin his plan. Murmured Lin Feng. He suddenly understood everything. But why did you pretend so well? Lin Feng asked the diviner. I was born for that purpose, replied the diviner calmly. Lin Feng nodded. Indeed. It was his sole purpose in life. Today, a god is going to appear. I will resuscitate, stated the diviner. He turned into a star and returned to the demon king's body. He was a thread of consciousness of the demon king, so he could make him come back to life temporarily. Chu Chunxiu, back then in the supreme ancient pit of hell, you should have died. I granted you demon strength. I transmitted you the strength of the demon king, and you betrayed me. Let's fuse together now. Saintly Emperor Shi the demon said to Chu Chunxiu calmly. The demon king slowly stood up on his throne. He looked like a demon from the ancient past. Chu Chunxiu looked at Lin Feng and then at Feng Mo. He couldn't do anything against them. At least, I could become a god if I fused together with him, he thought. He merged into the demon king's body, and demon strength rose in billowing waves of power as he did. Come back. An incredible strength arose from Feng Mo's body. Many figures flickered, speeding through the air before they also merged into Feng Mo's body. There were a great number of them. My demon and Buddhist cultivations are both at the highest level. How could I not become a god today? Said Feng Mo. Kong Ming's body started trembling. How is this possible? Said Kong Ming in his magnificent Brahma's voice. No need to struggle. I have many bodies. You just practiced for 2 lives and you achieved supreme enlightenment. When you succeeded, you became my godly embryo. Feng Mo said calmly. Kong Ming was drawn helplessly into his body. Buddhist mantras spread in the air around, and everybody shivered. Kong Ming, who had replaced the Buddha shrine leader, was one of Feng Mo's bodies, his godly embryo. Let's fight, said Feng Mo. The ground shook violently. The earth and sky seemed ready to collapse. The old ox shouted quickly, let's go, as he left hastily. These 3 people were already too terrifying. Lin Feng didn't have time to be stunned because of Kong Ming. Feng Mo's voice made him shake, it contained sealing strength and Buddhist strength, shaking his very soul. It was terrifying. This battle would be a supreme battle. Lin Feng and Mo Zheng's bodies fused together, an incredible qi rose around him, and a throne appeared in the sky. Lin Feng immediately sat down on it. The demon king was there, his hair fluttering in the wind. All 3 people were terrifying. 2 gigantic feet appeared in the sky, driving down towards Feng Mo and Lin Feng. Feng Mo grunted coldly. Time stopped. He also had the ability to make time stop. He had lived for many years, and controlled all sorts of strengths. He had studied so much precisely for this battle, he wanted to become a god. Lin Feng released ruler's godly imprints, and the gigantic foot was smashed. His ruler's godly imprints were now even more powerful. Lights appeared in the sky, a divine radiance. A god could appear at any time. One of these three people was going to become a god. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2499, Final Battles, Proclamation of a God. Chapter 2499, Final Battles, Proclamation of a God. Edited by Red. Lin Feng, be good to your teacher, said the diviner, smiling at Lin Feng gently. It was clearly the Demon King pretending to be the diviner. What a terrifying cultivator, thought Lin Feng. Demon strength penetrated into his mind. Lin Feng. A figure appeared in his mind. Lin Feng was astonished. General Lu Lan had appeared in front of him. Lin Feng. Someone else appeared in front of Lin Feng, this time it was Yen Yu Pingshang. Teacher Yen Yu. Lin Feng saw many people appear in front of him, Protector Kong, Protector Bei, so many familiar faces. Lin Feng. The Fortune Shrine leader also appeared. Lin Feng felt so sad. Illusion, it's an illusion. Lin Feng tried to control himself. Suddenly, someone shouted, and all the figures turned into demons and attacked him. Piss off! Shouted Lin Feng grimly. However, a terrifying strength bombarded his soul and will. How strong! He felt a bit scared. In the outside world, absorbing strength suddenly surrounded him, and Lin Feng's face stiffened. The world, yin and yang, the five elements. I am a god, thought Lin Feng. He tried to keep true to himself. He didn't let the illusion influence him. He looked at the terrifying absorbing strength churning about him. He released ruler's godly imprints and destructive demon imprints, and they merged together. Thunder clashed, and the ground quaked. Die! Shouted Feng Mo furiously. The ground was on the verge of collapse. Lin Feng raised his head and saw energies flowing, brimming with destruction. All sorts of celestial Tao energies descended from the sky. Feng Mo had been practicing cultivation for such a long time, and had lived so many lives. His attacks had reached the peak of perfection. At that moment, he didn't look friendly at all, he was intent on killing Lin Feng. Feng Mo was proud, a truly peerless cultivator. He didn't look friendly, like when Lin Feng was weak. He had waited for this moment, the battle to become a god. Time! Shouted Lin Feng. Time! Shouted Feng Mo at the same moment. Their time strengths collided. Lin Feng flew forwards, releasing an aggressive chi. He howled furiously and suddenly disappeared. Seal! Shouted Feng Mo coldly. His sealing attack could seal heaven and earth. However, Lin Feng was holding his god's sword. Feng Mo had helped him make it. You're using the sword I made for you to destroy my seals. Feng Mo smiled coldly. A mighty god's strength penetrated into the sword, and it turned into an assassin's sword, breaking the seal. Lin Feng appeared in front of Feng Mo and shouted furiously. Millions of demons penetrated into Feng Mo's body, also containing cursing strength. Mo Zhang had studied all those strengths for him. Feng Mo's body was attacked harshly. However, Feng Mo released Buddhist lights, which purified away the demon strength. Lin Feng released godly and destructive imprints, throwing his fist at his opponent. The crowd saw a river of chaotic energies behind his fist. It was as if they could destroy everything as they accelerated, getting ready to erupt. Feng Mo stared at Lin Feng. No wonder that was called the forbidden body, being so strong should have been forbidden. How imbalanced. Absolute ancient destruction. Shouted Feng Mo coldly. He had studied time strength, he could use many ancient attacks. His entire body turned into a gigantic mountain, his blood boiling and turning into rivers, his eyes turning into stars. He threw his fist out at Lin Feng. He really looked like a spiritual being at that moment. Boom! Gigantic craters appeared around Feng Mo. Some people were struck by the fallout energies and exploded, all of them dying instantly. The Demon King had turned into saintly Emperor Shi the Demon again. He was the Demon King, an ancient and heroic demon. I am the king of this world, said saintly Emperor Shi the Demon coldly. He attacked, his energy shooting toward Lin Feng and Feng Mo. I am the god, it is my destiny, shouted the diviner, releasing destiny strength towards Lin Feng and Feng Mo. The destiny strength was deadly, and almost impossible to block. Nothing is going to change, I am destined to become a god, a ruler, rebuked Lin Feng. He turned around and looked at the diviner, releasing time strength and moving even faster. He threw out his fist, and both attacks collided. But more strength was moving towards the diviner. He was going crazy as he defended. Even if you're a demon king, I can defy the laws of the world. Shu Chunxiu's face suddenly appeared. He was struggling to break free from the control of the demon king. Die! Said Lin Feng, releasing 9 indestructible godly imprints. Thunderous impacts followed, and the demon king's body was smashed away, shaking him. The demon king groaned with pain. The diviner's face appeared again. Shu Chunxiu, you want to die with me? He hadn't thought Shu Chunxiu's will would be so terrifying, still defying the laws of the world. Even if the demon king had absorbed him, Shu Chunxiu could still struggle, but I don't want to follow the laws of nature. If I have to, then I don't mind dying. Shu Chunxiu's face reappeared. She surged up around him. Lin Feng turned his attention to Feng Mo and said, continue fighting. Shu Chunxiu, piss off! Shouted saintly Emperor Shi the demon, his face reappearing as he took control of the body again. However, Lin Feng and Feng Mo ignored him and continued fighting. Lin Feng, you became incredibly strong. However, I won't lose. It is the last step for me. Today, I will become a god. Feng Mo said solemnly. His body swelled in size, and he turned into a giant. He shook his hands and godly marks appeared all around him, before shooting towards Lin Feng. Suddenly, Feng Mo's demon strength was constricting Lin Feng. Die! Said Feng Mo. He was using his full strength now, releasing even more energies. Back in the days, he had seen gods battle. Now, a spot was free, he couldn't miss this opportunity, but Lin Feng was still standing there in the sky, looking like a peerless demon god, dignified and majestic. He had a forbidden body, he was a god in his own world, who could be better than him to become a god? He condensed his strength and shouted furiously. Soundwave strength made the space tremble. He also released god and destructive strengths, which turned into rulers and demon imprints containing all sorts of strengths. He destroyed Feng Mo's attack and both of them collided, shaking the space around them. Lin Feng was thrown back, yet still looked aggressive and brutal. Feng Mo watched Lin Feng coldly. He didn't believe that Lin Feng could defeat someone like him, who had practiced cultivation for so long. Transformation of the 3 lives into the 10,000 things of creation. Shouted Feng Mo coldly. All his clones appeared, astonishing everyone. That's Dharma Deva, the supreme cultivator. He's the supreme cultivator of nature. Many people who were extremely old were shocked to their cores when they saw some figures. All those people were the 3 Lives Emperor, they were all Feng Mo? How many of his clones had become peerless saints? Lin Feng took a deep breath. He suddenly moved like the wind and turned into an illusion. Many people appeared around him, all of them Lin Feng's clones. All of them merged into his body. The crowd was astonished again. Just how many clones had Lin Feng created in the last few hundreds of years? Last attack. If I fail, it means I am not qualified to become a god, said Feng Mo solemnly. Lin Feng nodded. If I fail, I, the forbidden person, am not qualified to be called a god or a ruler, replied Lin Feng calmly. He was focused, his thoughts were pure. He was true to himself. Feng Mo's clones all started forwards. The air began to scream as their strengths began to rise. Die! Shouted Feng Mo furiously. His clones all moved at the speed of light, using time strength to accelerate. It was an explosive and intense attack beyond what anyone there had ever seen. In response, Lin Feng suddenly closed his eyes, condensing world strength in his body. The attacks rained down on him ceaselessly. Lin Feng had the impression he was carrying the whole world on his shoulders, as if his body were slowly being crushed. Piece by piece. However, he was standing there and condensing forbidden ruler's strength. Die! Shouted Feng Mo, aiming at Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng just looked on. It was as if everything had stopped around him. Nothing is going to change, I am destined to become the god, the ruler. Shouted Lin Feng furiously. His forbidden ruler's strength cut out in all directions. Space and time ripped and tore. The clones exploded one after another. Lin Feng charged at Feng Mo and threw his fist at him. Thunder exploded, and Feng Mo was smashed away. Lin Feng coughed a few times, blood coming up. Feng Mo and his clones had turned into one again. He raised his head, knowing he had lost. He wouldn't become a god? Never mind. From now, I will have a natural and unrestrained life, said Feng Mo smiled as he gave up. At that moment, magnificent lights suddenly descended from the sky and illuminated him. Feng Mo was astonished as he was suddenly surrounded by divine lights. He stretched out his hand, as if he could control the space. Shan Layer. Feng Yamo burst out into laughter. He looked up at the sky and smiled. I see, I was too obsessive. Feng Yamo has become a god. The crowd was astonished. Lin Feng had defeated Feng Yamo, but Feng Yamo had become a god. At that moment, the Demon King was roused and released a new and terrifying strength. Who stole my control? Demanded an ancient voice. Chu Chunxiu, the diviner, and saintly Emperor Shi's faces disappeared. Finally, I resuscitated. The diviner and saintly Emperor Shi the demon's faces appeared, smiling. They had made a mistake due to a strange combination of circumstances, yet in the end, the Demon King had come back to life. His face changed several times before stopping. His face was Maradeva, the diviner's face, not Chu Chunxiu, and not saintly Emperor Shi the demon. However, their traits were still visible. I'm a god, said the Demon King, looking at the sky. Divine lights also surrounded his body. He looked at Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, I never thought that I would become a god even if I didn't fuse with you. The prophecy was true, when the forbidden body appears, gods appear. Unfortunately, you didn't become one. Actually, I would love to recruit you as a disciple, but you must die, the Demon King said to Lin Feng calmly. Lin Feng pulled a long face. Suddenly, he felt hopeless. Was this really the end? Why? Alright, it's over now, said Maradeva, landing in front of Lin Feng. He threw his hand out at Lin Feng. Lin Feng used as much strength as he could to protect himself, but it didn't work. His opponent's hand still went through. He was so weak in front of a god. Feng Yamo was stupefied. The Demon King looked at him and said, You just became a god, you want to fight against me? Feng Yamo was speechless. He realized that gods were not almighty. Dad. Lin Feng. On the ground, the old ox, Zhetian, Ho Changlin, they were all shouting, what was happening? How was this possible? Piss off! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He released a terrifying strength and closed his eyes. He was actually hopeless. The world in his body trembled and started breaking apart. Was he so weak? Lin Feng. Lin Feng inspected his world with his godly awareness. He saw people who were panic-stricken, devastated, afraid. He saw his parents, he saw those close ones who were just emperors. They could all sense that Lin Feng was going to die. Lin Feng. Meng Qing was crying. She was desperate. She tried to smile and said, If you die, I'll die with you. Me too, said Yu, raising her head. Lin Feng saw many people he loved, Xiu Xan, Duan Xan Yi, they were all there, and Mr. Hua, Mr. Qi, they all looked desperate. I understand, said a voice in the sky suddenly. Meng Qing and the others were stunned. Lin Feng appeared in the sky. He smiled and said, No wonder my world is so weak. Something is missing. A real world is a world with feelings. Emotions were also part of the sources of life, an integral part of life. People weren't people if they didn't have feelings. And there were no feelings in his world. His world trembled and changed. He had thought it was perfect before, and now it truly was. The shaking faded away slowly. In the outside world, the Demon King looked at Lin Feng in shock. You're going to die and you're smiling. Lin Feng, if you reincarnate, I hope you'll become my disciple in your next life. I owe you for this one. However, Lin Feng smiled and said, I don't care about becoming a god. I'm already a ruler, it's the same as a god, or a spiritual being. They're all the same. Lin Feng threw his hand out at the Demon King's arm and cut it off instantly. Blood gushed out. The Demon King was astonished. How was this possible? Feng Yamo was stupefied too. He looked at Lin Feng meaningfully and said, The forbidden body appeared, it is the dusk of gods. The legends were true. Lin Feng looked at the Demon King indifferently. Go now, forever. Then, he punched the Demon King. His fist contained all sorts of strengths. The Demon King's body exploded, and vanished. The new god couldn't withstand a single attack. Everything seemed to stop at that moment. Lin Feng, congratulations. After a long time, Feng Yamo smiled and congratulated Lin Feng. He was happy for him. You should call him master, said a voice coming from the sky. More people appeared. Lin Feng recognized one of them. Mr. Time. Lin Feng smiled. Feng Yamo nodded and said, I will remember that. I should call him master. Brother Feng Yamo, just call me brother Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled. Strength was all that mattered in the cultivation world, not age. Feng didn't need to call him master, they were like brothers now because they had a similar level. Ah, finally, 2 new friends. Lin Feng, I forgot to tell you, I also have a forbidden body, said Mr. Time. Lin Feng was astounded. Mr. Time, are you the leader of the Time Shrine? Kind of. But the Time Shrine is too powerful, it doesn't need to exist in this world. It's doing just fine in Ganji's time. Lin Feng, this is the god of light, and this is the cursing god. They were bored, so I called them up to tag along. Feng can be the demon sealer god, and what would you like to be called? Said Mr. Time smiling. We can't have the same name, so I don't know. Ruler god? What about peerless? Mr. Time smiled. Everybody chuckled. It's just a name, it doesn't matter, agreed Lin Feng. He didn't really care that much. That's true. Lin Feng, I'm off, don't scare people. Jitian, Xiongshang, are you coming with me? We're not coming, teacher, said Jitian, shaking his head and smiling. All right. Little Yi, come with me. Feng became a god, when are you going to become one? Asked Mr. Time, glancing at the godly weapon master. He looked so young, especially as he scratched his head and smiled fatuously. The inhabitants of the continent of the 9 clouds were astonished. But the godly weapon master did look extremely young. Brother Feng release Kong Ming, Lin Feng asked calmly. Very well, Feng agreed. He released Kong Ming, who looked back at him calmly. You've been practicing cultivation alone for an entire life. Lin Feng wanted me to release you, go back to the Buddha shrine. Very well, Kong Ming replied. Then he nodded at Lin Feng to thank him, and left without hurry. Lin Feng, my daughter is still in the sealed imprint mountain, when will you bring her out? Feng asked him. Lin Feng smiled, looking embarrassed. Brother Feng I have things to do. I'm off. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2500, End, The End. Chapter 2500, The End. Edited by Red. The continent of the 9 clouds returned to calm but one night. The Supreme Shrine was dismantled. The empty space shrine didn't exist anymore, and would never return. The Demon Shrine was dismantled. The Supreme Animal World's Rock Clan didn't dare come back. The Life Shrine returned to life. The Divine Wrath Shrine prospered. Where the Fortune Shrine used to be, a new Fortune Shrine returned, and a passage to Lin Feng's world was created. They were both the Fortune Shrine. People from inside could go there as they wished, but people from outside needed authorization. At the top of a mountain in the Fortune Shrine, there was a Destiny Gate. There were many people there, all of them incredible cultivators, peerless saints. Those people were from the Earth Shrine, the Celestial Sound Shrine, the former Empty Space Shrine, the Fire Shrine, and the Ice and Snow Shrine. They all came to apologize, trembling with fear and trepidation. Someone from the Fortune Shrine came out to them. Everybody can go back. The ruler said so. The Celestial Sound Shrine and the Earth Shrine were forced to submit and pledge allegiance to Icefire back then. He didn't take it to heart. Focus on expanding your shrines. Thank you very much, said the 2 leaders. They looked hugely relieved. Yet even though that person said Lin Feng forgave them, they didn't feel safe, because Lin Feng hadn't said anything to them directly. The others, you can leave. The ruler has no time to talk to you, said that person, waving them. The others left, but they didn't feel safe at all. Lin Feng might still intend to settle accounts at some point. One thing was sure, they wouldn't offend the Fortune Shrine again. Another day, a group of people came to the Fortune Shrine gate and waited outside. The leader of the group was an old woman. She had brought along many people. She said politely to the guards, "Guards, we would like to see Jitian and inform you of something." "What's your name?" said the 2 guards indifferently. People came every day, they didn't let anyone go in easily. "We're from the Snow Clan." "I'm also from Jitian and his mother's family," the old woman continued. "Oh, back in the days, you dared despise the ruler. Go now." "Master Jitian has no time to see you," said one of them, waving her off. Nobody knew what Lin Feng was doing these days. The Snow Clan's members were really funny trying this, and rather ridiculous. "My friend, a beautiful woman with a king-type body was born in the Snow Clan. She's very talented, and we want to introduce her to Jitian," the old woman smiled. She waved her skinny arm, and a woman appeared behind her. "Her name is Inran. Can you help us or not?" asked the old woman, begging the guards. The two guards glanced at one another. That woman looked good indeed, but would Master Zetian like her? I'll help you introduce her to Master Zetian. You go back, though, said one of the guards. All right, the old woman assented quickly. She said goodbye to and ran quickly and left. They didn't feel good, but they hoped Zetian had forgiven them. There was at least a little bit of hope. Lin Feng wasn't in his own world, he had appeared in the holy city. He was looking at Tiantai, restored there and towering aloft. It continued to recruit disciples. They all smiled. Tiantai was prosperous once again, and nobody dared attack Tiantai thanks to him. In front of Tiantai's gate, Yun Qingyan and Huang Fulong were talking to people who were queuing to inquire about Tiantai's recruitment process, all wanting to join Tiantai. Don't worry, one by one, but only the most talented ones can join Tiantai. He. Master Huang Fulong, do you know where Lin Feng the ruler is? Asked someone at that moment. Of course. Do you know who I am? I am Lin Feng's fellow disciple. We traveled together. Back in the days, we were in Tianqi. I even won against him, said Huang Fulong, laughing loudly. Lin Feng was speechless. That guy is shameless, said Ruoxia, standing next to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, when will you go to Champion University? Ancestor Shi Tian asked politely. I won't go back to Champion University. Take this, accept it as a sign of gratitude. There are a few weapons, skills, and techniques inside, said Lin Feng, giving a ring to Ancestor Shi Tian. Ancestor Shi Tian was surprised. The other ancestors looked at him in admiration. Ancestor Shi Tian would choose some first, of course. Teachers, are you really not going to my world? Lin Feng asked Mu Chen and Emperor Yu. Nah. Back in the days, we dreamt of going to the holy city to create Tiantai there. Now we're here, it's good. When Tiantai becomes strong enough, I'll travel the great world, and I'll also come to your world, Mu Chen smiled. He never thought his disciple would ever become a god. He couldn't even imagine it now. Alright, I'll spend a few more days with you, then, said Lin Feng smiled. Tiantai was already at the top of the holy city. Many disciples from the continent of the Nine Clouds would come to study here. Sword Mountain. Emperor Wu Tianjian was seated cross-legged, but suddenly opened his eyes. They looked sharp as swords. Who are you? Challenged Emperor Wu Tianjian sharply. Master Wu Tian, I trust you have been doing well since we last met, said Lin Feng, descending from the sky. Emperor Wu Tianjian smiled and said, Lin Feng, you came back. You're doing good, I see, Lin Feng answered. And now you're a saint, I feel relieved. Ha, you're far ahead, though. I can't even see your cultivation level anymore. Come and have a seat, Emperor Wu Tianjian smiled. Lin Feng sat down next to Wu Tian. Back then, I was under pressure. Many extremely strong influential groups came here. I also had problems with the everlasting Great Emperor's palace, so I had no choice but to become stronger, Wu Tian smiled. Everlasting Great Emperor's palace. Lin Feng was surprised, but then he smiled slyly and asked, but you solved the issue? Yes, I solved the issue, said Wu Tian smiled back grimly. Tell me, what is your current cultivation level? Mine? Lin Feng grinned. Let's go out and take a walk. A strong wind started blowing, and Wu Tian had the impression he had fainted. They suddenly appeared in the sky above a city. There was a competition going on below. Gold Fire Tower, Gold Fire City, a weapon fabrication competition. Wu Tian felt dizzy. He looked at Lin Feng, he had the impression he was dreaming. Wu Tian didn't understand, what was the cultivation level that could move so far, so fast? Master, you're a saint. It will be difficult for you to progress now. Come to the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds when you have time. Where should I go to find you? Asked Wu Tian. Fortune City, just ask people where you can find Lin Feng grinned. Wu Tian nodded. Lin Feng was at the very least a saint. Look, Saint Emperor Duan Mu, and Mu Lin Shui. They came back for the competition. Lin Feng saw familiar faces, Mu Lin Shui, Duan Mu, Qingying. Mu Lin Shui got married to a genius. Her husband is now a celestial emperor. He courted her for 500 years, and she finally agreed to get married to him. I've heard Duan Mu say she was waiting for someone, but she waited for a very long time, said Wu Tian. Lin Feng just smiled. At that moment, Duan Mu sensed someone watching him. He raised his head and saw Lin Feng's face. His heart skipped a beat. They saw us, let's go down. Wu Tian and Lin Feng descended from the sky. At the same time, Duanmu rose up in the air and bowed before Lin Feng respectfully. Duanmu greets the ruler. Ruler? Wu Tian was astonished. Just what was Lin Feng's cultivation level? Master Duanmu, don't be so polite, Lin Feng smiled. Ruler, don't call me master, said Duanmu. He had cold sweats. Lin Feng was now a god. All right, brother Duanmu, said Lin Feng, feeling a little helpless. At that moment, Mu Linshui flew up to face Lin Feng. She had tears in her eyes. She looked at Lin Feng, who had made a weapon together with her in the past. He was so cruel though, leaving her behind. You bastard. Mu Linshui said to Lin Feng. Lin Shui, don't be insolent, said Duanmu. Lin Feng smiled wryly and said, Brother Duanmu, it's all right. Then he smiled at Mu Linshui and told her, You're safe and sound, I am relieved. Mu Linshui just stared at him. Lin Feng knew he couldn't stay for too long and said, Brother Duanmu, if you have time, come to the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds to see me. Lin Shui, I wish you the best. Wu Tian and Lin Feng disappeared. Mu Linshui burst into tears. Her husband arrived next to her and sighed. He knew she had always loved Lin Feng, and would never forget him. Lin Feng went to Yaoyi Island. He inspected the area with his godly awareness and saw Hu Yu and Xin Yu. Lin Feng noticed that Hu Yu and Xin Yu were together now. When he saw that, he was extremely happy. He dropped a ring, which fell from the sky and landed in front of Xin Yu and Hu Yu, startling both of them. Hu Yu took it and called out, Whose ring is this? After there was no answer, she put her godly awareness inside and shivered. She flew up and shouted furiously. Lin Feng, you little brat. Show yourself. Master Xin Yu, Sister Hu Yu, if you have time, come to the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds. Mr. Xiao is there, too. Lin Feng's voice called back to them, but he didn't appear. Hu Yu and Xin Yu gazed into the distance. Xin Yu finally smiled and said, That little boy surprisingly didn't come down. I'll settle accounts with him, said Hu Yu. By then, Lin Feng was already in Qingdi Mountain. Back then, the 9 great celestial castles were there. These days, that territory belonged to Tiantai. Now, Tiantai was prosperous. Lin Feng inspected the area with his godly awareness. Very quickly, he was startled to see some people he knew. Surprisingly, she came to Tiantai. Lin Feng's heart twitched. Hua Shiyun. She had left Dragon Mountain, trying to find him. She had found Tianqi, then she had left Tianqi because she had heard about Tiantai. 1,000 years had passed, and she still missed him. She had beautiful long hair. She looked out of the window and whispered, I've heard that there was a Tiantai there, too. I wonder if he's there. When she thought about that, she smiled, but she cried at the same time. She had been waiting for 1,000 years, been lonely for 1,000 years. She had practiced cultivation really hard for 1,000 years. She hadn't allowed herself to look old, she wanted to stay beautiful for him. But she didn't know where he was. She heard someone sigh. She suddenly turned around and there he was. She was astonished, and she burst into tears. 1,000 years, you're so silly. Lin Feng walked up to her and took her in his arms. Hua Shiyun shivered. She had never felt so happy in her life. How painful, 1,000 years of pain. At that moment, she finally felt happy, and she couldn't stop crying uncontrollably. In the sky, Lin Feng was there too, also smiling. Then, he slowly flew away. In an ancient tribe in the desert, Muyan was still there, still beautiful. She was an emperor, and people considered her as a holy woman. They all loved her, as she was their doctor. Many men had courted her. However, she had chosen to stay alone. Nothing had changed, and she had never left the tribe. Muyan finished healing people and she sat down next to a tree. She looked nostalgic. At that moment, someone brought a chair over to her and sat down next to Muyan. She turned her head and looked at him. She didn't want to stay away from him, ever again. Muyan had been in the tribe for 1,000 years, she had never left even for one day. On that day, she finally left with a young man. Nobody blamed her. They just hoped she'd have a happy life. Lin Feng arrived in the small world. Zhang ruled over Ba Huang. However, the celestial place of the alchemists had an incredibly strong celestial alchemist. Even Zhang didn't dare offend her, as she was extremely strong. Some people said she was a great emperor. Some people said she had become even stronger. Lin Feng arrived in Tianjing, where Tiantai used to be. He stayed there for a long time and remembered. Then he went to Tianqi, and sought his teachers, the Snow Zoom Cultivator, the Fire Zoom Cultivator, Jin Fengzi who was with Tianqi Shui. They were all very happy. Lin Feng also went to Dragon Mountain. He went to Yu Yu's family and took them with him. Lin Feng went to the former site of Shuiyu, then to the Duanren border and Duanren city. Lin Feng went to the Yunhai sect, remembering Protector Kong and Protector Bei, and Nangong Ling. And he went to see Yangzhou city. In Jiuyu, he went to a snowy land. There was a small hut there. Outside of the small hut, there was a beautiful woman, lying there calmly, looking up at the sky. She had given up her dream of becoming the ice and snow goddess, and her life as a celestial being. She had come to that snowy land and had lived there alone for 1,000 years. On that day, a young man walked on the snow, footprints appearing behind him. He arrived in front of the hut and laid down on the snow next to her. They both looked calm. The beautiful woman turned her head slowly and looked at the young man. Tears appeared in her eyes, fell onto the snow, and made it melt. Some people came to Fortune City. One of them was holding a gourd, wanting to see Lin Feng. Some people also came with him, a young man and woman who had a 10-year-old daughter. "Who are you? What do you want to do here?" asked the guards. "I am Lin Feng's brother." "Tell him to come out," said the young man, taking a swig. "You really want to die?" said the guard, suddenly releasing a powerful qi. The guard was a low-level saint. The young man was annoyed and moved back. "I am really Lin Feng's friend. Tell him that Yunfei Yang is here." The girl looked at him and said, "You're lying, my father is Lin Feng's brother. Lin Feng is my uncle." The young man's eyes twinkled. It had been difficult to find Lin Feng, they really wanted to see him. "I've seen many people like you." "Go now," said the guard coldly. "I need to inform my brother myself, then," said Lin Wushang, smiling wryly. He took out a jade talisman, but the guard ignored him. In the Shuiyu Palace, a banquet was going on. Everybody was having a party, everybody was chatting and laughing. There were many people there. Lin Feng, Lin Hai, Yu Mengyi, Lin Wushang, Yingyu, Mengyi, Tang Yu, Lu Fei, Duan Xianyi, Zhu Xian, Mu Chen, Emperor Yu, Ho Changlin, Ruoxia, Tianqi, Jun Imoshi, Lang Yi, Yunfei Yang, Huang Fulong, Xiao Tian, many people were all together. They were all having fun. Lin Feng talked about the past, about Protector Kong. He remembered Yen Yu Ping Shang, he remembered the Fortune Shrine leader. He was wondering whether he would be able to go back in time someday. To be continued. Thank you, everyone, for your support throughout this project. It's thanks to everyone that we achieved this goal. But it's not quite over yet, PMG2, coming soon. Underscore 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 underscore. Editor's final note: thank you all for reading this translation of Peerless Martial God. We'll be back to you soon with the next arc of the story. I've only been the editor for about 600 chapters, but it's been quite a ride watching this character rise over time. It's been a lot of work turning what could be a very repetitious novel into something more fun to read, but I hope you've enjoyed the story and will come back for the next one. Read, bowing and closing the door. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.